The parts that are scientific aren't orthodox, and the parts that are orthodox aren't scientific, I finish for her. Who's taken over then? Feep, fop, or foop? She stares at me, and I remember those aren't actually their names, just what we called them in dig support. Then she clicks, and I get at least 0.35 of a laugh out of her. It sounds strange, a laugh out here. Wild, unexpected. Partaking more of the Kiln chorus than human interaction. We fly home in the evening. That's about the best thing you can say about how our work is structured. I wouldn't have put it past them to keep us out there until the site was cleared. On the flyer on the way back, I actually mentioned this to Kiev, as Greeley is piloting for the return flight. He gives me exactly the look of a teacher whose slow student has unexpectedly asked a fast question. "Well, they used to," he says. "Before my time. Only it was inefficient." Inefficient meaning, I work out later, that attrition amongst the excursionistas was so high that the work wasn't being done. So this is going to be our life for the next few days. We'll go out into that stretch of unplumbed alien wilderness, the hotbed of undiscovered and vibrant life awaiting study, and we'll burn and hack the fuck out of it until nothing's left but the bones of the ruin. All in preparation for Vesikan's people to arrive and take discreet rubbings of the inscriptions. When you can't see the woods for the trees, then you just clear back the trees to an appropriate distance so you have a properly sterile arena to do the science in, right? And be careful because those trees explode when you set them on fire. When we get back to the camp after that first day, I find out just what other shoe there is to drop, because the deal's even worse than I'd thought. There's the little matter of why Kiev and company were so pissed at us from the start. Excursions kills you. Or at least kills you more readily than just generally having an address on the labour block. There are things out in the wilds that will kill you so they can experiment with just how indigestible Earth biomass is, but honestly, that's a marginal cause of death. On that first day, virtually nothing tried to eat me at all. I felt almost rejected. But on Kiln, you need to sweat the little things, the microscopic element. Once Kiln gets into you, well, we've all seen the example tank. I'd noted to Primat before that you weren't keeping the camp clean if you didn't scrub excursions down every time. And then, not being on excursions right then, promptly forgot all about it. And now I'm the newest excursionista and about to get the final object lesson in my current crash course in the use of carrots and sticks in the extrasolar carceral program. On returning, I expect us to be stopped at the gate, but they just let us in. There's no airlock, no gas chamber, as the excursionistas refer to decontamination. We just walk straight in. I actually then expect a firing squad, because this seems the only plausible alternative. And even that's unhygienic. Gas us, then shoot us, surely. Except we go into the labour block and get right on with dismantling the tables and turning them into our bunks. Our bunks, which are now all down one end of the block, with everyone else keeping their distance. I discover that I, subcommittee man as I am, have missed a whole underground conspiracy that's been going on behind my back. Sure, I'd noted before that Kiev and the excursions crew all bunked together. But then they all worked together. I guessed it was by choice. And sure, I'd been given a quick spritz with the decontaminator every week or so, even though I'd never been near a piece of Kiln biology that hadn't been thoroughly prepared for the scalpel rig. But that just seemed good practice on a world like Kiln. It was good practice. But here we are in excursions, having come back from a day out in the woods wearing paper suits, and nobody has sprayed us down. I timorously raise this with Kiev, and he looks like he wants to thump me. "You get decontaminated after the third day," he tells me. "Full heavy gassing. You'll love it. Not the light mist of piss everyone else gets." "That's mad," I protest. Costs saving, they say, Keeve explains. I pick up on his tone and expression, the whole 1,000-yard stare of him. He is, after all, a man who has been on excursions for years, measured out in those 3-day installments whenever his crew are out clearing a new site. 3-day periods when he must register every twitch, flush and fever of his body, every errant thought and mood swing, and wonder if it's him, or if it's something external pulling his heartstrings. It's not a cost-saving. Or if it is, it's so minuscule a bean as not to be worth counting. It's a threat. Not even to us, because we're already neck-deep in it, but to dig support, domestics and the rest of the labour, even to the actual staff in science and security. It tells everyone there are worse things. There's always excursions. And it's mad, inefficient and dangerous. It makes a mockery of the actual dome and quarantine and everything else. Because here we are tracking Kiln about on our boots, breathing it out of our lungs and crapping it out of our guts. Our native microbiome and the intrepid Kilnish explorers are combining and recombining until they find a configuration of molecular locks and keys that can bridge the gap between us and them. So they can eat us. So they can use us. So they can be us. I stand there before Keeve's withering stare and shrink at the thought. I want to reach into my own body, claw open my innards, and tear out everything that looks mouldy. I imagine things growing already in my body cavity. 3 days of this. I don't know how I'll manage. I'll go mad. Except there's Keeve in front of me, and he's survived it all. A man of leather, bone, and spite. And here I am, just flab and book learning in comparison. We did 2 days, Keeve says quietly, before you political sons of bitches got dumped on us. Then you reset our clocks. This is day 1 again for us. I goggle at him. For a moment, the enormity of it is beyond my ability to understand. Then I think of the Commandant's nasty little abacus of a mind, and the maths works out. If we insurgents are to be punished by getting assigned to excursions, then it must be a punishment from day 1. We have to understand the full horror of it, which the rationed decontamination is part. And so when we joined, it was a new calendar, day 0 for excursions. But the knock-on effect is that this time it's a whole 5-day stretch before any of the veterans can have Kiln cleansed from them. Meaning maybe that's too long, and even Keeve's hard-won equilibrium will be tipped. I stew over this as we eat, all crammed in at the end of the labour block furthest from the reclamation plant, because nobody wants more of us going back into circulation than is strictly necessary. We're already 1 down by then, on the crew. Booth has actually been hauled away and decontaminated because he was vomiting on and off, and his day with torn filters earned him extra privileges. The word comes that he's slacking over in isolation and won't be on the crew tomorrow, so we're a hand down along with everything else. While we sweat, Booth is given a day in bed. We turn the thought over enviously. Maybe, I'm thinking it, so probably most of us newbies are, we should follow his lead and tear our own filters tomorrow, if that's all it takes. I could live with a mouthful of vomit if it gets me out of excursions. Be careful what you wish for. Chapter 17. The different excursionista teams don't mix, as a rule. No grand camaraderie in adversity. And I wonder if it's just personality clashes, or whether they also don't want to mix the stuff we've brought back from the great outdoors. Bad enough that each of us carries a novel microbiome from our particular region of interest. Probably best not to see what happens when you combine it with the germs from another site entirely. A handful of people are bold enough to cross the biological picket lines, though. For Ilmus and me, it's Parides Acosta. "How bad was yours?" he asks in a hushed voice. His day seems to have been easier, working on a ruin already half scoured of life. I'm about to tell him exactly how bad it was when Ilmus beside me says, "The actual work, it wasn't so bad." I cock an eyebrow. "Seriously? We laid waste to an alien ecosystem. We did anti-science." Ilmus looks at me, unrepentant. "Sometimes," they say, "you just need to burn something to feel better." There's a weight of untold personal history there that neither Parides nor I feel we can break into. The unspoken Ilmus, who has always been meek and neat and controlled because when you don't fit into the precise boxes the mandate orthodoxy prefers, you try not to have too many protruding spikes and edges to your persona in case they catch on something. In the end, it was their intellectual edges that tore the veil and had them swept up in the purge. But now I wonder just how many other heresies and idiosyncrasies Ilmus burned inside themselves before then. Sacrifices on the mandate's altar, just so they could keep on living. We've made too many sacrifices, all of us, and it doesn't stop. I look over at Kiev and his people, joylessly chewing like it's their last meal, and decide I have to do something. After we've eaten, I contrive to attract the attention of the guards. They come in with truncheons and gas grenades at the ready, in case I'm already back on the insurrection game, but instead I tell them I want to speak to the commandant. I'm well aware everyone can hear me, and for those who think I shot Clem in the uprising to the authorities, this is surely just more ammunition. But right then I am fired up with righteousness, and I don't care. The guards almost seem to have been expecting this. They escort me out and up to the gantry, where I shuffle my feet out in the open for a while before I'm eventually ushered into the great man's office. Terrelin is there, as always, save that he is pointedly wearing a filter mask, something fancy and durable, and not made of paper.
"Ah, Professor Daghdev,"
he greets me pleasantly. I'm not offered a chair. There is no tea, but the cordial tone of voice remains, like the emaciated corpse of his former hospitality.
"Am I to understand that you have some manner of complaint?
Perhaps you feel you are being treated unfairly." As always, that cordiality has a core of cheese wire to it, cutting to the bone. He clearly still feels that, in turning against the mandate, I also betrayed him. I take a deep breath of his fully filtered and uncontaminated air and do my best to look him in the eye. "No," I say. He lifts an eyebrow.
"Something of a volte-face for you, Professor?"
"I appreciate that within your own doctrine you acted justly." It comes out between gritted teeth.
"Here I was thinking you would turn up with a petition," he remarks.
That old tool of civic dissent so many people resort to, knowing that it achieves nothing, but also that it lets them feel they've achieved something. And they can at least believe it's not serious enough to see the enforcers at their door, though that's not always true. The commandant is probably trying to bait me into a show of defiance that will justify a beating. Not that he actually needs the justification, but he'd prefer it, certainly. Under other circumstances, doubtless I'd be dumb enough to oblige him, but I'm not here for me. By that same justice, though, I say, I am asking that you allow the excursion teams to decontaminate. Whatever specifics he was expecting, this isn't it. Perhaps he thought I really would come crying to him for special treatment, the soft academic showing his blistered hands after a day of hard work. I can see him begin to make some quip about how noble I'm being, but it doesn't emerge. Instead, he considers me for a long while, toying with the virtual display on his desk, shifting budgetary blocks and resource allocations back and forth.
"But that would cause logistical inconsistencies, Professor," he says, using my title like an enforcer with a bludgeon. "If we allowed decontamination today, after you and your fellows had only served a single day on the crew, that would be showing you preferable treatment rather than the punishment your assignment there is supposed to evidence. And if we decontaminated the original team and not you, that would be messy. You'd be out of sync, and we'd end up having to run more decontamination sessions overall. A waste of resources. He looks up at me, the skin about his eyes crinkling to indicate the pleasant smile hidden from me. No, I can't see any way around it. Ah, well. He is, of course, enjoying himself, but I bite back my rage and say, Justice. It's not just to bring this down on their shoulders. I accept my punishment. I bow my head to it, Commandant. But you're endangering the most experienced of your labour force for no reason. I wasn't under the impression that setting fire to a few trees required a great deal of experience. I'm sure you got the hang of it even today, Terrelin says lightly, and then leans forwards on his desk, abruptly engaged, the casual smirkery of him gone. However, I appreciate your communal feeling. Perhaps you now wish you'd been working towards the greater good of the Mandate's mission here. I will, therefore, consider your request. A deviation from standard practice is not impossible. Here. He takes out a tablet and slides it to the very teetering edge of the desk. I pick it up, seeing a list of names on the screen. It looks to be the whole of the current Labour Bloc contingent. In fact, I see Clem and his people there, picked out in red, ghosts awaiting a final deletion. If you would be so kind, Professor, Terrelin says, I'd like you to identify the full complement of conspirators involved in your uprising. I'm sure you were marking faces at the meeting. I blink slowly. What? You are asking me for a favour? His voice is suddenly very hard. You, a prisoner, are asking me, the commandant of this facility, for a favour. Officially, of course, such things are not done. Unofficially, it has been known. If the individual in your shoes has something to offer. So with what will you buy this favour, Professor? The one thing you have to offer is information. I wish to ensure that everyone involved in your act of civil disobedience receives that justice you were talking about. I'm sure we've missed a few. Just check off all the names, if you would, and I'll take your request into consideration. I look down the list. Obviously, everyone already assigned to excursions might as well be pre-checked. But there are some who are still in their old jobs. I think of Alaxi, who was with us, but missed the sideways promotion I received. A lead figure in the revolt, and barely a slap on the wrist. And she's not even someone I knew back home. And there are more, plenty more. At least a dozen names come to mind. Would that buy a turn in the gas for Keeve's people? I suspect it would. I think Terrelin considers himself a fair man, so long as he can also feel that he has the upper hand and has outwitted me, made me knuckle under to him intellectually. He'd let me buy Keeve a chance to scrub clean if I become exactly what half the Labour Bloc think I am anyway. A fifth columnist, turning over the names of my fellows. For the very best of reasons. And horribly, I feel my footing shift, like a mountaineer just before the landslide. I would never. And yet here and now I am almost. Are all the things I thought were iron about my principles actually just as cheaply printed as everything else around here? You have everyone, I tell Terrelin, my voice dry. I check off every name I safely can, my own included. All of us who've already had our punishment, one way or another. The rest are probably known to the authorities anyway, but I can't know for sure who might have squeaked past their notice. And so I find myself standing with my hand on the lever and the trolley rumbling down the track towards the points. You got us all already. What am I supposed to say?
Well then, Terrelin purrs, I suppose you have nothing to offer in exchange for this favour of yours. He even gives me a moment to reconsider, tidying up his accounts with little satisfied noises. When he looks up again, it's with one of his little burlesques of surprise at finding me still there. He sighs. Well then, he repeats, and signals for the guards to escort me out. Glancing back, I see one of his people with gloved hands dropping the soiled tablet into a reclaiming bin, unfit for human contact since I touched it with my foul, contaminated touch. When we come back from the next day's jaunt, I hear that Booth is dead. The decontamination treatment didn't do enough, someone says. Or else he bad-mouthed one of the guards, and their instinctive beatdown went too far, so they're writing it off as another death by planet because it's tidier that way. Another excursionista darkly hints that Kiln had already eaten too much of him, after just one day, and he couldn't survive once it was gassed dead inside him. And still no decontamination for the rest of us. That night, registering every gurgle and tick of my body as though it is the harbinger of some dreadful fungal end, as it might be, I listened to Rasmussen's wordless crying, muted by her glass prison but still sounding across the camp. I imagined the forest calling back to her, the blend of alien sounds neither more nor less comprehensible. On the third day, there's a nasty incident when an elephant attacks the flyer. I mean, not an elephant, but I swear to you that's what I see when the thing comes shouldering between the trees like some gentrified local, demanding you move your food truck out of their nice, clean neighbourhood. It has a trunk, and at first glance I think it has upward curving tusks below, which all says elephant to an Earth-adapted eye. Admittedly, no elephant has eyes on stalks like that. Plus the fact that it lollops along on 3 extending and contracting pillar legs is a bit of a giveaway that what's come to remonstrate with us isn't your average pachyderm. Oh, and it has a pair of flame-coloured metallic plumes jutting from its back that I'm sure are some other creature entirely. Its long whip tail has a fan of bright scales on the end that semaphores wildly at us. The main body of the thing is a pale, mouldy green, and it makes weeping sounds, as though it's devoured a clutch of unhappy kittens. We're mostly clearing away the last of the ruin-specific vines from that structure, hooking the strands away cleanly where we can, while sanding off the stubs where they've got a more tenacious hold. The entrance of the elephant isn't loud, because those inflatable feet walk softly. Its meeping and yowling blends into the background susurrus too. Kiev had a couple of people on rotation at the flyer, though, and it's their shouting which alerts us. An intact flyer is the one thing between us going home to sleep on beds, breathing filtered air, and dying out here in the wilds. So they go head-to-head with the creature. One of them has a big staple gun, not a million miles from the weapons Clem's subcommittee had printed. The projectiles tear into the elephant, which mews angrily at them, lashing its trunk in the air. What I'd interpreted as tusks turn out to be semi-retracted arms, ending in barbed spears, like the business end of a mantis shrimp. Even as we're registering the problem, they flick out, and one of Kiev's people is practically exploded by them. Not even pierced through so much as the sheer kinetic energy of the blow turning them to paste. The other sentry very sensibly runs away, turning to send more staples into the thing, gashing its hide open with great slashing wounds. Inside, I see what should be intestines. Except instead of slithering out through the holes, they sprout their own stubby spurs and limbs, clutching at the edges of the tears and pulling them close, suturing their host from the inside like good little symbionts. By then, we of the ruins-clearing crew are performing a peculiar manoeuvre, which can be best characterized as running over to help while simultaneously not wanting to get very close. But if this creature trashes the flyer, we're all very highly screwed indeed. Someone shouting to get the flamethrowers, but of course we've used up the stingy ration of fuel they gave us in doing the thing the flamethrowers were meant for. Nobody budgeted extra napalm for anti-elephant purposes. Kiev has a pistol, a real chemical propellant gun of superior printed manufacture. He unloads at the thing, and the thunderous sound seems to cause it more distress than the projectiles, which just leave puckered marks like love bites. The elephant rears up onto its single hind leg and makes such a sound as I... For a moment I kid myself that I feel its alien confusion, anger and hurt, translating those mewling cries into human sentiment, just as we'll surely never translate the alien ideograms into comprehensible meaning. Being shot is the universal language, maybe, and all those fictional alien invaders are just trying to say hello. In the wake of the firearms speaking, there's a moment when the monster is quite still, as though all the sound and fury, the shots and the spectacular evisceration of a human being was just the Kilny equivalent of a polite introduction, and an Earth-style nod of the head in reply. Now we can get down to talking business. With a weirdly fastidious motion, its trunk slicks off the ruin of Kiev's man from its folding tusks, sloughing a mess of soot and skin and redness onto the alien ground. Ilmus doubles over and vomits, mostly inside their hood, but some of it jetting out of a poorly secured seam. Their continued retching is the only sound. The whole forest has gone quiet again. All of alien creation holding its breath. Ilmus's earth fluids spatter onto the fibrous soil analogue of Kiln and interact with it. There are close encounters of the fourth, fifth, and sixth kinds, all happening at once. The dead excursionista's torn-apart corpse, Ilmus's stomach contents, the chemical propellant of Kiev's firearm. This is a major meet and greet of planetary chemistries. I hold my breath, too, waiting for some revelation. For the elephant to suddenly start speaking urbane human language, having picked it up from the spatterings of us which our immediate surroundings are painted with. It's of spurious significance, of course. Kiln has killed plenty of Earth biology before now, then fitfully part-digested it as it tried to unlock the unexpected proteins and organic combinations, fumbling for meaning at the organic level, even as we do at the intellectual. The elephant just leaves, almost placidly, as though it's tacked up its cease and desist notice and is going to inform the local mandate offices. Greeley helps Ilmus as best she can, cleaning out their hood and unclogging the filters. The dead man stays dead. The forest still holds its breath. I know, rationally, that it's just a response to the unexpected sound of the gun, but anthropomorphically I can read all sorts of speculative intent into the silence. It's late in the day. Though we'd normally have another solid hour or so of toil, Kiev makes an executive decision. He tells Greeley to fetch the recording gear out of the flyer. It's the first I've heard that we even have such a thing, but on Kiln you learn something new every day. Usually something you wish you'd never found out in my expanding experience. "Record it," Kiev says. He means the dead man, the state of illness, maybe even the shallow impressions of the elephant's podgy feet. An explanation to show our taskmasters back at the camp. "Please, sir, we couldn't finish our homework because we were attacked by an elephant." The recording gear craps out halfway through, because that's our life these days. The only positive out of the whole incident is that we newbies are very much part of the team by now, even Primat. Nothing like seeing a random monster come out of the woodwork to murder one of your number without reason, and then just fuck off back to the outback without having the decency to be killed. It's a bonding experience. I'm sure that if someone could contact the ghost of the dead man and explain it to him, he'd absolutely agree that his appallingly violent death was more than justified by this outcome. In the absence of any further ability to immortalize our situation for future generations, Kiev gives the nod. We climb into the flyer and go home. They're going to finally cleanse us of Kiln this time round, And right then, I'm more than ready for it. Chapter 18. We spend another 2 days on that first ruin. The work started as a rugged explorer's job, a brazen fanfare as we carved our human signature into the blank canvas of the wilds. It finishes with a damp raspberry, glorified cleaners swabbing away the last fibres and stains so that Vesicon's people will have a nice pristine ruin to come and take pictures of like tourists. We actually complete our work ahead of time, with half a day to spare. I expect us to hightail it back to camp then, but instead we gather in the bucket of the flyer and Kiev breaks out a plastic bottle of spirits someone snuck out of the printer. A commodity we are not supposed to have access to, but, as always within the mandate's iron fist, people find a way of squeezing things between the fingers. It's not quite a celebration, or at least not of the concluded job. We don't have pride in the work, because the work is brutal, and for suckers to boot. I earn myself an extra half point of popularity when, emboldened by drink, I say that Vesicon will learn precisely nothing from all of this. Oh, he'll add another 36 symbols to his expanding Kilnish alphabet, none of which will mean anything. He will painstakingly map the interior of each structure, the internal ridges and whorls that seem neither structural nor decorative. He'll never know, though. Because I'm a biosciences man, and to me the interesting bit is what we just evicted with extreme prejudice. The communities of life that had colonized the ruins after their abandonment. That weird vine with its yellow starburst florets that never grows anywhere else. That's something we could learn about. Not learn what Terrelin and his ideologues back on Earth want to learn, maybe, but something. I think I've gone too far by then, because I am somewhat implying that everything we risked and lost, including 2 lives, was basically for nothing. But they all know it's for nothing already. And most of them weren't ever interested in the academia of it anyway. I'm just giving a professional seal of approval to their privately held belief that it was all rubbish, and somehow that makes me more one of them than I had been. What about my poor biosciences then, I ask. Kiev says that people used to go on bring-em-back-alive missions once, only that turned out to be too dangerous, and Terrelin's predecessor discontinued it. A lot of Kiln life can be hard to contain, or even classify as dead or alive, especially as each apparent individual can turn out to be a lot of Kiln life. Excursions still get sent out to trawl the outback sporadically, though. They have a variety of trapping, netting, gassing, and shooting strategies, basically wide-scale killing of everything that can't move fast enough to get out of the way. Then they record the corpses like they're immortalizing a war crime. And back home, Primat, or not Primat anymore of course, but whichever of the triumvirate now has the top spot, would put a request out for whatever looks promising, as though Kiev's provided them with a take-out menu. Which means, well, I despair. It means that ecologically you're learning nothing. You can't just cherry-pick the animals that interest you like you're some old-timey gentleman collector. Ecology is all about context. And yes, on Kiln, each creature is its own ecological context. But those little cooperatives, little subcommittees, I tell myself, all exist because they work as parts of a wider ecosystem. The only reason any particular assortment of critters came together to make a macro-species is because of the pressures caused by other macro-species around them. Basically, Kiln has an additional layer of mechanics when it comes to adaptation compared to Earth, which makes the biology here an order of magnitude more complicated, something that should be studied for its own merit, not just some wild goose chase for wild men, and certainly not just as detritus to be scoured away so some bald place server can come and tack for ritual purposes on the dead parts that remain. I complain about it all angrily to Primat in the flyer. She still hasn't become one of us. Even Ilmus is standoffish around her, and Kieve's regulars won't give her the time of day. Primat, who was the one ordering off that takeout menu until very recently, scowls at me. "It's all biology," she says. Her focus was biochem and biomechanics, after all. She doesn't much care what comes out of the woods, because it's always going to have something for her to look at. I go off on a bit more of a rant about how you can't learn anything about an animal if you separate it from its environment, and eventually she just laughs at me. "We can't ever know. I've seen the notes. I've seen Rasmussen's notes. She thought the same as you. It drove her mad." "Kiln drove her mad," I say. "Literally. It's growing in her brain." And hasn't killed her somehow, I add, a sudden uneasy revelation I somehow overlooked before. They threw Booth into the incinerator quickly enough, after all. "Before then," Primat says. We're practically shouting in each other's ear over the shrieking of the rotors. "She despaired. How can you learn the ecology when everything can switch partners the moment the dance changes tempo? She wrote—" Her voice is going and she rolls her eyes, making later gestures. Except, when we get back, she's hauled straight off by the guards to explain some part of her former work that her subordinates haven't been able to puzzle out. I suspect Primat left intentionally bad notes because she could feel her usurpers creeping up on her. Idiosyncratic codes, personal references, gaps. Like an old alchemist eliding some memorized but vital part of their formulae so it couldn't be stolen and replicated. Most likely in a way that would blow up in the faces of the thieves, too. Feep, Fop and Foop may have a merry old time of it with the Commandant when they try to present any kind of coherent findings based on Primat's records. What Rasmussen wrote, I find out later, was a weird, rambling screed about the way ecological shift and evolution work on Kiln. She claimed to have seen it in action, changing as the ecosphere reacted to human intrusion. Different combinations of mutualistic organisms, a whole shift change of ecology in areas that had seen human tread. And life, the wider net of life, is reactive on Earth too. But on Earth it's mostly reactive over generations and centuries. There's a limit to the speed with which most species can change their ways in response to shifting conditions. And most certainly a limit to how far they can change their actual being. Evolution takes tens of thousands of years for even small changes to gain a foothold, millions of years for anything major. Yes, fish repurposed their swim bladders into lungs, and that gave them an advantage when the dry times came. On Kiln, though, if things suddenly dried up, you'd have the biological equivalent of a door-to-door lung salesman doing big business, as it sold its services to everything that was finding it hard to breathe. Everything is an opportunist here, but the opportunity in question isn't the chance to eat something or outcompete something. Macro species become extinct all the time, I guess, but the pieces that comprise them go on to form new partnerships, like directors of bankrupt companies setting up under a new name. Primat will tell me something else about Rasmussen too, when they bring her back. Or she won't say it, but she'll stop short of saying it in such an obvious way that I practically hear the words in her voice anyway. Rasmussen was getting desperate towards the end of her tenure as head of the science. Not just because the then Commandant was increasingly impatient with her hedging, but because she was understanding the true extent of her lack of understanding. Primat thinks Rasmussen infected herself with Kiln. Not just that she got careless, but actually deliberately introduced the biology of this world into her own body, encouraging them to shake hands and play nicely together. I don't believe it. But I can't account for her continued longevity either. After that revelation, I dream, of course. I wake 3 times overnight, kicking and screaming and falling off the hard slab of my bunk. I see Rasmussen enter the labour block, crawling, dragging herself, save that the underside of her body undulates like a slug's foot, extending in a ripple of fleshy pseudopods to haul her along. Her stick-thin arms are thrust out ahead of her, waving blindly in the darkness like feelers, spidery fingers splayed. Her eyes are closed. Or maybe whatever's behind those withered lids aren't eyes anymore. Her puckered lips mouth my name. Like the Commandant, she pronounces it correctly, without an enunciated G. She crawls down the aisle between the bunks, gasping and wheezing, and I know she's desperate to impart her great revelation. Her understanding of Kilnish ecology that came to her after irremediable contamination precluded her from retaining her position. After, they took her away to become the sole permanent exhibit in the labour camp's sideshow. I wake each time as one of her hands hooks the edge of my bunk. As I'm yelling at the top of my voice that I don't want to know, I wake everyone else as well, and I am very unpopular by the next morning. Primat still has a bed up in science. A twisted, awkward arrangement, sleeping in the same block with her former colleagues. As Vesikan, the archaeologist, as Feep, Fop and Foop, one of whom had taken years of stalled progress and added the secret ingredient, a liaison with known dissident Arton Daghdev, to paint her as a long-time saboteur of the Mandate's work on Kiln. She sleeps up there with the gods at night, and then picks up her role as the lowliest sinner on the devil's own chain gang during the day. Watching her limp down the steps each time we're set to go out, I half think the chief reason she has her old bed is just so they can put her through this. Which sounds petty, even for Mandate bureaucrats, except they still won't let her use the lift. Alternatively, they segregate her up there because, given our fumbling liaison, they don't want her fraternizing. As if that's something on either of our minds right now. On the next tour out, I do my best to bridge the gap between her and the rest of Kiev's crew, even between her and Ilmus, over whom I surely should have some emotional leverage. All I manage to do is strain my own bonds, though, until Ilmus flat out tells me that my advocating for one of the science isn't helping my case. Primat is still an ideological traitor as far as Ilmus is concerned, and just a flat-out one of them to everyone else. I keep trying, though. I ask Ilmus what she's supposed to do, what she could have done differently. Primat couldn't even have been core academic orthodoxy back home, or they'd never have sent her out here. Even as staff rather than labour, it's not exactly a mark of favour. Change a handful of things back on Earth, either of us could have been in her shoes. But Ilmus won't have it, and the more I argue it, the more they side-eye me, as though maybe I am the snitch after all. Despite my every effort, I still ask myself the same about them sometimes. Who says being assigned to excursions is any guarantee that we're neither of us traitors? Just about the only one it can't be, out of our batch of novice excursionistas, is Primat herself. This is what sinks revolutions. The heavy hand of the state squeezing everyone. The surveillance and informants, and neighbour watching neighbour, until you end up doubting everyone except yourself. You even end up doubting yourself. Was there something I said or did in the Commandant's presence or at any other time which gave us away? Was there some loose word back home that brought the jackboots to Ilmus's door? I said a lot of things. I got very complacent, believing we academics had a license for a bit of unorthodoxy. Thought experiments and speculation and what-ifery. Until they had their crackdown and half my friends weren't there anymore. I want to apologise to Ilmus, just in case it was me. Except that will only sever the last ties between us, because there's no room for forgiveness in a culture of constant suspicion. And what if it was Ilmus who sold out Clem and the rest of us? How stupid would my apologies sound then? This is how they get you. This is why we lose. We have 3 weeks of this, by the rigorous Earth calendar we use, even though the actual dawn-to-dusk days are longer here. By then, I'm fully apprised as to where I fit in. It's not just losing my bunk at the good end of the labour block. When excursions aren't actually out risking our hides for the sake of the watered-down gruel passing for science here on Kiln, we're given the crap jobs back home. A disproportionate share of cleaning the dunnies or unclogging the sewerage units and the like. Someone once said, probably, that exploring an alien planet was terribly intrepid, bold, and glamorous. And that someone can sod off, frankly. Because once you have a full-on space industry and alien planets you can physically go to, you find it's actually quite inconvenient to do so. The business of physically exploring them becomes devolved to your society's equivalent of the unpaid office intern, someone who won't be missed, and whose sudden demise won't much impede the mission. Or it devolves to a machine. Or, finally, to convict labour, if you find that machines are simultaneously not good enough at the job and also a bit high maintenance for your budgetary oversight committee. Even though we in the labour block are all convict labour sent here to die on this murderous world, excursions are there to be looked down on by everyone else. It's explicitly engineered that way by the system. The miserly rationing of decontamination makes sure that nobody else wants us around them. And within excursions, we newcomers and troublemakers are set up to be the butt everyone kicks. Just so we can properly appreciate that our reassignment is a punishment, as if that wasn't already obvious. We were crowbarred onto the team in a manner that specifically made everyone else's lives worse, just to encourage them to hate us. Because that's how the Commandant and his staff maintain control. Divisions within divisions, every one of us turned against our siblings. And this was Clem's cardinal sin. Not that he dared to raise a hand against his betters, but that he brought people together to do it. His uprising didn't work, though, and here we are, the lowest even of the low. Because there's nothing more embarrassing than a failed revolutionary. When we have a chance to conspire, Ilmus and I bandy names about. After 3 weeks on the same chain gang, we've reached an uneasy equilibrium. I've kidded myself Ilmus would never sell me. Said it in my head enough times that cognitive dissonance makes me halfway believe it. They swear they have a similar confidence in me, and I can only hope that's the case. Or at least that they're squashing each suspicion the moment it lifts its head, just as I am. We've both worked out, in any event, that the best way of quashing our mutual suspicions is to be suspicious of other people. Hence, we agree to the polite fiction that obviously it wasn't either of us, and speculate as to who did sell us. Or what combination of people coming together unwittingly to form a compound traitor. Plenty of suspects, then. Enough that it's almost easier to imagine they were all in on it, all those people still working maintenance or domestics or dig support. We look at the other excursion teams, at Parides in his new post. Doesn't he always seem to have it easier than us? Clearer sights? More manageable monsters? Is that meagre difference a reward for betrayal? Or we look over to the far end of the labour block dorm and see our former colleagues who retained their privileges. People like Alaxi, who still casts a guilty there but for the grace of God look our way. People like Crone, who have decided they don't know us anymore, for the fair reason that we're unhealthy people to know. We pass those names back and forth, Ilmus and I. But we can't know. And we'll most likely not be around long enough for it to matter, given the attrition in excursions. We couldn't do anything about it if we did, either. The knowledge would just lodge inside us like the things of Kiln, slowly eating away at its host. It was probably Calren, the engineer. He's still doing staff work after all, when the relatively blameless Primat got booted to excursions. Calren, now sporting a shiny tracking peg driven into his collarbone, but now we suspect him, that seems like an ostentation. Traitor chic. A feeble gesture to deflect suspicion. Sometimes you find out that what hamstrung you was just Occam's razor all along. Calran, the establishment man, was actually working for the establishment all along. Shock revelation. My internal compass is dragged away from surely Clem wasn't such a fool to Clem was a fool to bring him in. Then there's the other train of thought. The one I don't share with Ilmus but turn over in my head every night before I sleep. Because I could make it all go away. Actually, I don't really know this is true, but most of the time I convince myself of it. That, if I asked, the guards would take me back up to Terrelin, and he'd have a fresh tablet waiting for me with those names. I could just check them off. All the lucky bastards who were in on the plan but didn't find themselves sent to excursions. Why should I suffer when they don't? And if I did that, I'd probably even catch the traitor too. I dream of myself doing it, when it's not Rasmussen clawing at my bed. I check off the names. I don't see the actual characters on the tablet, but I know exactly who I'm shopping. I tap on Alaxi, damning her to the slow death of this planet. Sometimes I tap on Crone too, even though she wasn't in on it, because I resent her standoffishness. And sometimes I damn people who aren't even here on Kiln, colleagues left far behind and long ago on Earth. I don't wake screaming from these dreams, but they're worse. The guilt of them seeps into my waking mind, and I go about furtively, flinching, as if I've become the traitor half of them think I am. Most likely the Commandant doesn't spare me a thought, and any window for my collaboration has closed anyway. But in my dreams he's still deeply interested in turning me. The loyalties of Arton Daghdev are more important than locating the mythical wild man and solving the mystery of the ruins. Then, one day, the guards come for me anyway, and I feel such a conflicted agony of response that I just stand there and let them bundle me off. I know the terror of the prisoner singled out, who has no power to protect himself and could be subjected to anything. But at the same time, I know an ugly traitor spike of hope. Am I saved? Will that tablet be put in front of me, and will I break this time? They tell me the Commandant has a treat for me, an old friend to have tea with. I think of Vesican. I wonder if Feep and Co. have been so lamentable that Primat's been reinstated. But instead they take me to the shed beside Science, to Rasmussen. She sees me and splays herself against the plastic like a lizard on a wall. Half her face is pressed flat, the eye, the actual naked eyeball, deformed where she's shoving it open against the barrier. I see her lips move, even pushed out of shape as they are. One of the guards opens the mic, and her howls fill the room and go gibbering out across the camp. "She was asking for you," one of the guards tells me heartily. "Unfinished business, we reckon." And I understand. The Commandant has indeed been waiting for me to come to him with my list of names. He's given me 3 weeks, and now his patience has run out. I'm going back in with Rasmussen, and this time, maybe, they won't let me out. I try to fight them then, and almost slip out of their grip because I'm punchier than they expect. There are 3 of them, and they end up pushing me against the plastic, eye to hideous eye with Rasmussen. Her voice comes to me, buzzing through the barrier that separates us and booming from the speakers. Hoots, cackles, and simian whoops, and, fighting their way clear like the tatters of an army in retreat, actual words. "Give him to me," and "Let us join," and "The bridge." I scream, fight, and weep, pissing myself with fear. Not just that I'll die, but that I'll worse than die. That Rasmussen's filthy and festering being will push inside me, and I'll never be myself again. Then the guards have released me, letting me scrabble away across the limited space this half of the shed allows. putting all that meagre distance between me and the horribly flattened figure of Rasmussen. And they're laughing. One of them turns off the mic, and the jangling cacophony of their amusement replaces her wailing. Apparently, it's all been a bit of a joke. The Commandant hasn't spared me a thought, but someone snuck them word of my nightmare, and they thought they'd put the wind up me. Just a joke. No hard feelings, Professor. Ho, ho, ho. I marched back down to the more mundane brutalities of the labour block. All eyes are upon me, but this time they heard me screaming, and so at least it's not an extra burden of suspicion. The next ruin we're sent to turns out not to be one. The drone algorithm burped, and after clearing away a lot of innocent flora and fauna, or rather a lot of indeterminate things in various combinations, some motile and some sedentary, it turns out to be just an actual rock. We're permitted to go home on the second day, and even earn ourselves an early decontamination. It's like all your religious and non-denominational celebrations come early, all at once. And then, a few days of banal drudgery later, there's a new assignment, and it's Kieve's crew on the rota again. This is when it all goes spectacularly wrong. Chapter 19. This time, it is a real ruin. When we've exploded a couple of trees to get boots on the ground, we can see it. Furred over with vines and some luminous phallic things like dryland sea squirts that I haven't encountered before. The forest's strange here, even by Kiln's standards. We've gone in a different direction away from the camp, and there's a distinct shift of biome. The ground is lower and damper, and new balances of species interaction have prevailed. The pot-bellied trees are lower, their outsides less rigid, so that they quiver like water-filled balloons when you touch them. When we explode them, it isn't the hard rind shrapnel I'm used to, but a burst of wet skin and a vomitous gouting of colourful innards formerly held under pressure. It's like blowing up paint-filled balloons. They're not pressed as closely together as in the more foresty regions either, though not so far spaced that we could get the flyer down unaided. Or else Kiev just wanted to explode a few trees to work through his ongoing frustrations. Between the trees, always remember that they're not actually trees, or even plants really, are tall stalks studded with translucent windsocks and topped with a helix of sun-drinking teardrops, the Kilnish equivalent of water meadow wildflowers. The sunlight catches them and strikes rainbows from their edges, and even the rainbows aren't quite like those on Earth. Light's the same the universe over, but Kiln's atmosphere, its blue-yellow-black sky with the drifting veils of aerial plankton, filters it differently. I don't think anything else brings home just how far I am from Earth more than those alien rainbows. That and the fact that these wildflowers are hungrily carnivorous. They make a constant sound, like heavy human breathing, as the windsock parts of them suck up the miasma of drifting spores and particulate life. The air immediately over the mushy ground is thick with it. As Kiev passes round the hooks and flamethrowers, I take mental ecology notes, or that particularly Kilnish discipline which partakes both of ecology and anatomy. The stalks give the windsocks support, and most likely the windsocks pay rent in the form of a percentage of the catch. And they move, slowly and occasionally, but at the foot of each stalk is something like a stone on a mass of tube feet, piloting the whole assembly around, jostling over the best momentary real estate. The tallest of them barely reach my waist, but they are a world in miniature. And then there are the ruins. The vines that cling to them are a different breed, the dark wells of their photosynthetic blooms interspersed with bright orange thorns. These quiver and track us as we move around and prepare to incinerate them. And I anthropomorphize, You always do. I feel the pinprick points of them all the time, the poised eagerness of the whole composite thing to do me harm. I sense, deep in my human soul, that it understands we're here as imperialistic invaders, come to steal its archaeology and murder its life in the name of science and progress. I know it hates us, even though I also know that hate is an earth thing, a human thing, and this barely sensate conglomeration of foliage can't even understand what we are. Yet it gets me, gets all of us more than once. As we hack and burn it off the near face of the ruin, those little stinger bastards lunge at us like a fencing team, even shooting off the vine to jab at us in spectacular suicidal leaps. Needless to say, they go through the flimsy stuff of our protective gear like it's not there, and they inject something when they dig in. The mindless vegetable fury of it actually drives us back to the flyer for the first time, and Greeley hauls out the rudimentary medical kit with shaking hands. She shoots us full of anti-inflammatories and allergen suppressants, and we wait to see if we'll get sick. If whatever Kilnish toxin the thorns are full of can reach over the light years to poison Earth biology. But in the end it's just mechanical pain and a nasty earwax smell that creeps in even through the filters. Later, too late really, I put my ecologist hat on and speculate that the smell, faint to us but maybe trumpet loud to the Kilnish equivalent of nostrils, may be a signal. A general alarm to another assemblage of life that has a stake in the vine's survival somehow. Part of some ridiculously complex dance of life cycles, all trading off partners and going in little circles. Because before we've cleared too much more, the elephant's dad arrives. That's where my head goes when it stomps through the trees. The thing that went for our flyer on the first ruin job was the elephant, and this seems like something akin to it. Only there's more of it, and it's considerably angrier from the get-go. Another tripod thing on broad rubber feet, half stepping, half rolling. Its upper reaches are armoured, an accretion of minerals from its diet secreted out onto its skin in rippling plates that glisten as though they're still drying. And the arms. 3 arched, articulated limbs held high to the elbow and then hooked down, folded into its body. Some empty space within it, or maybe some vocal and semi-dependent passenger, makes a hollow knocking sound. It's exactly like the big door knocker of a creepy old house in some horror media. A death knell, though we don't quite understand it, because although it's big, it's slow. In retrospect, I understand it's charging furiously at us, but it's very slow on its podgy little legs. Hard for anything living at a human timescale to characterize as angry rather than merely languorous. Except those booming percussions are a battle cry, I come to realize. We've triggered a response to our intrusions at last, and here comes the cavalry, responding to ancient alliances of shared biology. It squeezes its body between 2 of the jelly-fleshed trees before coming to a juddering halt. They wobble. It wobbles. Its armoured pieces and those crooked limbs seem like the only hard things in this whole ridiculous world. We stare, and I feel something. It has a lot of eyes, some scattered like acne across the flabby parts of its anatomy, others positioned like little security cameras atop its elbows, the highest parts of it. But there's no contact there. Not like you'd get with a human, a dog, a mantis, a fish even. I just look on clusters of fist-sized orbs that are windows onto receptive linings, evolved from the photosynthetic surfaces that Kilnish life does so well. And those eyes are most likely their own thing. Semi-independent symbionts holding up signs that say, "Will provide superior vision for food," and then taking root in their new host's original eye sockets. There's a thing on Earth, a marine isopod, that eats the tongues of fish and then replaces them so it can keep on stealing the fish's food. But to do so, it has to be a fish tongue as its second job. It's good enough at it that the fish goes on living, and maybe, because the new independent tongue has a load of little scrabbly arms, it's actually better than the old one. I mean, are fish tongues particularly good? I can't remember, and I left my notes several light years away on Earth. There's another thing, too. I think it's a mite or some other minuscule arthropod which hitches rides with army ants attaching to their feet. But because ants need their feet, often for quite complex things like attaching to other ants to form bridges and similar instinctual architecture, the mite has to actually do ant-foot things, and it does. It holds on when it needs to, lets go when the ant wants to let go. Like the mite has become a tiny Waldo, which the ant might use to handle hazardous objects. And that's just on Earth. As we keep observing all around us, here on Kiln, evolution has lent into that idea hard, and every damn thing is like that. The elephant's dad stares at me, with something else's eyes. It is 4 meters tall at the elbows, and looks like it should weigh 2 tons at least. It makes its empty sound again. Knock, knock. Who's there? Kiln. Kiln who? Just Kiln. Killen. Killing. That's what's about to go down. Because we are the invading forces of Earth, and we are here with fire and the sword, always humanity's most enthusiastic exports. One of my fellow ex-revolutionaries, Shua his name is, has a flamethrower to hand, and he lets fly with it. I can't even tell if Kiev gave the nod. He doesn't blaze away in a crazy frenzy, though I realise that's how it sounds, like we're the desperate cornered soldiers in some drama confronting the monster. It's no more than an admonitory puff of flame to warn the thing off. The incendiary equivalent of a rolled-up newspaper across the nose. It's enough to serve as a declaration of hostilities. The elephant's dad staggers back on its ballooning legs, as though someone just punched a sports team mascot. Then shit gets real. The big armoured limbs snap down to become new and better legs, lifting the thing's sagging body up over human head height. Suddenly it's scuttling towards us, stilt-legged and spider-swift. Like the driving privileges just got usurped by a completely different beast, an angry alter ego that happens to be sharing the same composite body. One of those legs strikes Shua and flicks him aside. He hits one of the blubbery trees, only it goes hard as stone for the moment of impact, like one of those liquids which becomes a solid if you slap it. Bones break and he's screaming. Kiev has his gun and empties it, blowing chips off its armoured surfaces and useless, momentary holes in its underside. In response, the 3 saggy columns it had been walking on distend and turn towards us. And damn me, but where the soles of its flat feet should have been, it's got mouths. Gaping, circular orifices lined with grinding raduli, so it can browse on the go. One of them snaps out, a convulsive 3-meter lunge, and it has Shua. Half of him's in its gullet before we even register the move. We don't try to save him. Not one of us, not even a gesture towards it. He's patently a lost cause, and surely it'll take a moment to devour and digest him before coming after the rest of us. Except the part of it busily seeing whether it can metabolize Shua isn't the part of it that's interested in killing us. I have a moment when I know it understands the significance of the flyer. Anthropomorphic nonsense, of course, but our ride is definitely a big piece of alien metal and plastic that doesn't belong here, and so it is worthy of the monster's ire. It jumps. 2 tons at least, and it jumps like a fucking flea. Its elbow knees must be spring-loaded. We just get a sense of it overhead, and then it comes down on the flyer so hard the whole thing is instant scrap and broken pieces. more thoroughly destroyed than if a bomb had gone off in the fuel tank. The elephant's dad wheels and dances on the wreckage, tilting its body to wave its mouths at us obscenely. Shua's boots are just disappearing into one of them. We have a frozen moment of utter, oh God, what now? We run for the ruins. It's like a comedy, if you only added the jaunty soundtrack. The elephant's dad doesn't jump this time. It just scuttles after us at an almost sedate pace, like we're the mischievous urchins, and it's the fat man whose lunch we just stole. Our flames and hooks had got us as far as clearing an opening into the nearest gourd building, and now we use it as our entrance. No time to worry about what might already be inside it. There's a man called Pellamy right behind me, who's just about to shove himself inside when the vines catch him. Those thorns clutch like a hand, and they've got him trapped. They weren't barbed before, but they certainly are now. Some new shareholder in their personal limited company has turned up and added backwards-pointing prongs to their tips. He's snagged in 6 or 7 places, and, though it's not going to kill him, he really can't get free. The elephant's dad is what's going to kill him, of course. The vines are just upholding their part of the social contract by pinning him in place until it can saunter over. I try to haul him off them, and he screams as the barbs rip through his flesh. But I can't get him free, and he's thrashing so much that I'm not even sure he wants me to. It's not clear what the lesser of the two evils is. Then we're in the shadow of the monster, which wants to make clear it is very much the greater of however many evils we might be facing right now. It tilts back, one jagged leg held high to rest against the ruin's wall. A sandpaper mouth blubbers down and clears everything away. Vines, Pellamy, thorns, all of it. Just scours it all away as though showing us, this is how you clear a ruin, lads. I'm left with the man's arm, the flesh at the wet end twisted into a weird spiral against a polished nub of bone. I make it inside. We all do. It's only been 3 minutes since the elephant's dad turned up. That's how Kiln gets us. That's how it happens. It's not as though we didn't know being sent to Kiln as labour was a death sentence. The principle of acceptable wastage makes that plain enough. The only variety is in how they kill you and how fast. Kiln is a cushy vacation compared to some, but it's still death. Sooner or later, even for a man as doggedly tenacious of life as Tchaikovsky. Only, once you're in the camp and you have a routine, a bunk and meals, you forget. You overlook the fact that your future has just been truncated. That there are a range of possible ways this could go, but none of them involve dying of old age, surrounded by doting friends and family. You look at the death they sentenced you to, and squint until you can pretend it's living. There, inside the ruin, we know that it's killed us at last. And yet, because we're human, we don't give up. We don't open our throats and spill our earth blood onto the mat of interlaced tendrils and mulch that is native Kiln soil. It's my 4th excursion with excursions. We were decontaminated recently, and so we can at least believe that the planet hasn't started eating us from the inside and colonizing our brains. We newbies have settled down and proved we can pull our weight, even me, even Primat. We are a team, and we have the immortal Kiev as our leader. We were going to live, yet now we're going to die. Someone has a torch. It's a meagre, flickering beam of light, cranked by a hand and dying out again the moment they stop. They make themselves a nuisance by shining it in everyone's faces to blind them. Only after the fact do I work out it's Greeley and she's counting us off. Excursion Team 3, or at least what's left of it. Our leader, the redoubtable Tchaikovsky, whose stretched-out luck has just run down his trouser leg and away forever. The light picks out face after face. 9 of us frightened excursionistas. Ilmus, Primat. 4 others of Kiev's regulars beyond himself and Greeley. Frith, the other survivor of Clem's crew. Then it's my turn to be flashblind as the torch turns on me. Shua and Pelamy are gone. Sacrifices to the elephant's dad. And here are the rest of us, inside a ruin that we absolutely have not cleared, in a biome nobody knows much about. Not that we actually have a useful handle on any part of Kiln, despite all the hard work put in by Rasmussen, Primat, and yours truly. The cramped entryway we all squeezed through, abrading away our protective suits as we did so, was made for mice. Now we're in a big open space fit for mammoths. The torch clicks out, but there's still just enough light to see our own shapes against the darkness. I look up and see the stars. Well, no, it's daytime, but I see pinpoints of day in irregular patterns across the curved upper surface of what must be a ridiculously tall chamber. Definite patterns. And there's no way I can talk myself out of seeing it as anything other than a map. A star map. A recreation of the night sky that at some point in time was significant to the Kilnies who raised this place with their incomprehensible methods. Nobody's ever seen this before. If anything similar was found in past ruins, Vatican has never said. It seems such a human thing. I'm sure he'd have laid it before the Commandant in anticipation of a pat on the head. The ancient cultures of Earth have imbued the stars with significance since prehistory. Why wouldn't you? They're your calendar and your clock, the universe's own way of measuring the year for you. I stand there in the dark, and for a moment I can forget the dire peril we're in because a wave of wonder washes over me. The thought that maybe this is a constant of intelligence. Anywhere you can see the sky and have eyes to do it with. Does all life of sufficient complexity look up after sunset and wonder at the lights and what they mean? Anthropomorphizing, surely. The elusive wild man of Kiln. Except here we are, and above us are the pinprick constellations of a Kilnish night, baked into the very structure of the building. With some computer modelling tools and a view of the sky, I might be able to calculate a range of moments that this display could be commemorating. Given precession and tilt, I could perhaps work out when the building was created, date it to within days, maybe. It's not a priority, given what we've just gone through, but the thought makes me weak at the knees nonetheless. Outside, the elephant's dad lets out its knocking call, as though it's politely asking if it can come in. I imagine it licking the blood of Shua and Pelamy off its vicious legs, the spiky armoured ones it used to move so quickly. Or perhaps the beast that licks is distinct from the beast that has the legs. Fucking Kiln biology. And inside it, our fractious earth proteins might cause it a little discomfort. Probably our former comrades will be shat out, mostly undigested, before some tenant of the elephant's dad can work out how to pick the locks of our cells by working through its big ring of molecular keys. It's not about feeding between Kiln and us. It's just about death. Someone else has a better light now, a dim hemisphere of chemical illumination that lends the whole interior of the chamber a sepulchral glow. In it, Kiev is glowering at me. I don't see, though, how this particular misfortune can be my fault in any way. I will freely admit my share of guilt, but not this. After a while, Greeley starts talking, her voice shaking only slightly. She wants to go out and salvage things from the flyer. She wants to set up a line of communication with the camp. Maybe they'll send a fresh team to come and get us. We are a resource, after all. Someone else suggests they'll send drones out after us when we don't return. And maybe they will send drones out, but the mood is that it won't be after us. I'm naive enough to suggest that the tracking pins they saw fit to embed in our collarbones will tell them where we are, and I find out I'm the very last person to realize they're only good for tracking our movements within the camp. They are 100% an anti-insurrection security measure, and precisely 0% useful if you get lost in the wilds. It all comes down to the inalienable maths of the situation. We're not a priority. They have plenty of warm bodies they can replace us with, and the next shipment of fragmentation barges is already in transit from Earth, and the next few after that, spread out between one world and another like a dotted vector of misery and damnation. If the worst comes to the worst for them, given it already has for us, then the science can chew over old data until the next consignment of convicts comes in. You don't really understand what worthless is until they put you on excursions. Chapter 20. We spend the night in the star chamber. If I had expected to look up and see a perfect conjunction between the holes in the ceiling and the night sky, then I am disappointed. Sporadically, the hollow cannon-shot knock of the elephant's dad sounds, but it's further away, as though it's lost interest. Aside from that, the curved walls of our new home mute a lot of the disturbing, wordy chatter of the forest. The things that live in here with us are quieter, if no less creepy. There are long, stringy centipede critters that scatter into individual skittering segments if you startle them. There are squat purple slugs the size and shape of a shoe, their dorsal surfaces a lacework of slightly phosphorescent threads that are a separate creature. I guess they're probably metabolizing whatever the main body eats and turning out something nutritious as a byproduct, or else something toxic that makes the whole living sandwich taste like shit. The walls of the chamber have been colonized by fans of something like skeletal bracket fungus. By the light of a torch, I can see they put out slender tendrils that reach all the way to the outside, meters and meters long. They terminate in disturbingly hand-shaped clusters at each external port and window, photosynthetic black and ready to wave at the dawn. The whole compound assemblage is patrolled by little wasps that are actually more like three-pronged seashells with a fan dance of thrashing feathery veins, part wing, part filter feeder. We think of them as wasps because the little bastards sting, which we find out fast enough. They don't want our alien proteins anywhere near their weird, stretched-out fungus. The stings don't actually hurt much. Any venom doesn't get any purchase on our biology, but nobody wants more Kiln in them than absolutely necessary. Greeley shows us how to cannibalize parts of our tattered suits to augment our filters. We try to sleep half smothered in fraying scarves of the stuff, waking at every twitch and moan of the others, or when something outside gives out an extra loud belch or mutter. The nocturnal life of Kiln is less well studied than its daytime equivalent. And that's because no fucker wants to go out into the pitch dark with a butterfly net and trust their luck. And I dream. Or I'm not sure if it even qualifies as dreaming. I'm back and forth across the sleep boundary so much I probably don't get into proper restorative sleep. I have a sequence of quite unpleasant visions, though. I lie there and feel myself drifting, and soon enough, without rational transition, I'm out in the dark. Kiln murmurs restlessly around me through all its many spiracles, mouths, and drum-like membranes, and all the other biochemical ways sound can be made. I hear my name there, not spoken by a voice, but as a composite, made up of a dozen different sounds that, struck together in the right tempo and sequence, make up the syllables Arton Daghdev. The planet can even say it properly, like the Rasmussen of the dream before. I must be fully dreaming by then. I see a fire out there between the bloated jelly trees. There are dancing figures around it, some kind of alien bacchanalia whooping it up within sight of our ruin. I have no sense of the actual physical struggle to get there. My point of view just glides over. There are people dancing around the fire, and they want me to join them, and I want to as well. I know them. I see Armiette Grail there, and Booth and Clem, and the man Primat showed me in the example tank. There's Shua and Pellamy, all better now after being eaten by the elephant's dad. They're having a fine old time. Clem waves the arm he doesn't have. It's not a plastic prosthesis now. He shows it to me, and it's like a bunch of flowers that open as I watch. Only the flowers have eyes and teeth and keep opening and opening like a dreadful fractal sequence, everything peeling onto a new horror that itself contains multitudes. I understand as they caper around me that the abstract concept of a human who is dead is somehow just one more brick that Kiln can incorporate into its construction block biology. A metaphysical symbiont helping to complete the whole. I mean, it makes sense while I'm dreaming it. But eventually, that hideous bouquet arm of Clem's opens onto something that's too much even for the deviations of my sleeping mind, and I wake shouting and thrashing. Everyone else wakes too. But it's not exactly for the first time. Just my turn to be the annoyance. I'm given a few slaps and harsh words, then we all settle down again. I am so groggy I find one of the purple slugs under my head, and for a bleary few seconds decide that it's kindly decided to be a symbiotic pillow for me, and that's absolutely okay. Then I come to my senses and yeet the thing the hell away from me. Because it's disgusting and alien, even though this is its home and I'm the intruder on so many levels. I try to sleep again, but the floor of the star chamber is hard, and I can't get comfortable. I feel like I lie awake all night. Except then dawn is needling down from the holes above, and time has passed swiftly. When I wake up, Kiev, Greeley, and a couple of their regulars are gone. My entirely reasonable conclusion is that they've abandoned us for good, because the rest of us are simultaneously Jonahs and dead weight. They come back into the chamber, though, dragging a plastic sheet piled with miscellaneous parts of the flyer. While the rest of us have slept in, they've actually been remarkably industrious, salvaging pieces that might conceivably develop into a radio in some highly optimistic future. They have what they could find of the medical kit too, not that it was up to much in the first place, as well as other supplies that weren't crushed or burned up when the elephant's dad landed on the flyer. These include a roll of tools and unclassifiable bits that might just have been loaded onto the sheet in haste, or maybe looked useful in the good light, but now, in our straitened circumstances, are clearly just junk. We find another chamber of the ruins that has a wider skylight. Kiev asks who's good with machines. Greeley is already heading up the Reinventing the Radio subcommittee, so we should apply to her. Primat applies, which garners a lot of suspicious looks, because pretty much everyone assumed her competencies were mostly just good with paperwork. Ilmus advances himself as mechanically minded too, as does Frith. I do not put myself forward. I can do more heavy lifting than you'd expect for a scholar of my years, and I can do heavy thinking, but the gap in between those poles where practical mechanics falls is not my forte. We'll get a signal to the camp, Kiev tells us, if we can, to tell them we're here. I know what I said before, but still, they might come and get us. Presumably this is Greeley talking him round on their trip to the wreck. Surely they'll come and get us, I say. The walls around make my words echo hollowly. While the tech team are working on Project Radio, the rest of us have a variety of jobs. We use sealant to repair our hoods, and there are some spare filters amongst the salvage. We're all down to overalls now. Any intact part of our protective suits has been repurposed as headgear, but then it wasn't as though they were particularly protective to start with. And Earth-made human skin is a wonder at keeping out stuff you don't want inside you. Kilnishness bounces off it just like pathogens back home. We use more sealant on any open wounds and exhaust the last of the antihistamines and booster shots. I imagine the Kilnish inhabitants of the ruin interior are regarding us with contempt. We organise our rations. There's considerably more than I'd expected, given we were only supposed to be out on a day trip. You planned for this, I accuse Kiev. For a mad moment, I think the whole thing has somehow been staged, and the elephant's dad was in on it. Is there some hidden camp out in the wilds? Are the 2,000 expired labour block numbers actually living it up as children of alien nature, having escaped the commandant's scrutiny under cover of being dead? Is the incinerator just the platform of an underground railroad, and Kiev, in fact, the greatest revolutionary liberator of the extrasolar camps? The answer to all of these things is, of course, a big fat no. But Kiev is a cautious son of a bitch, and he knows, more than most, that things go wrong. And so, even though I know there's no damn way we can actually survive out here for long, he'd secreted long-life rations away in every flyer, so that nobody starves to death while waiting to find out how they're going to die. The little tins the things come in even turn out to be mostly elephant-proof. They might be the most durable human-made things on the entire planet, honestly. Halfway through the day, Greeley and the tech team actually get a signal. After discovering about the rations, it seems utterly unthinkable that any more good news would come along. But Greeley, Ilmus, and Frith between them turn out to be at least 2/3 of an engineer, because they've managed to rig up a transmitter and receiver out of the salvage. Primat is sitting back, looking sour and upset, because she wasn't the tech whiz she had apparently thought herself to be, and nobody had any paperwork they needed completing. Once more, she's failed to win herself any points with the surviving members of the crew. I don't recognise the faint, scratchy voice, intermittently drowned by waves of static. The attempted conversation that follows requires more reconstruction than the actual makeshift radio they've cobbled together, but Kiev eventually manages to make clear that we are indeed a stranded excursions team and not some Kilnish life form that's got hold of a crystal and a couple of wires. He confirms we're still alive at the ruin we were sent to clear. He even names the people who are, in fact, still alive. He gets my name wrong, but he makes sure he says it, and Primat's and Ilmus's as well, in case our academic credentials will help. The faint voice on the other end confirms receipt of the transmission and tells us to hold our position. It's not as though we have much choice in the matter. After the end of the fitful conversation, the elephant's dad knocks distantly again, like the punchline to a long and rambling joke. As though Kiev and Greeley snuck out during its morning constitutional, but it's back in place now and can come stomp us at our convenience. While we wait for word from base camp, we sit around the star chamber, chewing at the meagre ration of rations that Kiev allows us. Looking back, that frugality shows he knew how things were going to go. Nobody's fool for T.G.O. Kiev. What happens if they don't? Ilmus is the one to actually ask the question, although I know we're all thinking it. Kiev weighs up his words before answering, as though they too need to be rationed. Well, then we'll walk. We look at him like he's mad. We stay here, surely, Primat states. Where the wreckage is, where they know we are. In the wan lamplight she's ashen and drawn, all her defeats written in lines on her face. The horror of what we've been through, how far she's fallen. I know one thing the flyer medkit didn't have is all the stuff she normally takes for her leg, the tissue regenerators and pain control drugs. Her stump must be getting steadily more inflamed. So she's hurting, and simultaneously she's the last person on the team whom anyone has any time or sympathy for. I do have some sympathy, but I can do precisely jack to help her, except spend my own limited energy to take some of the burden off her share of the work. And because she still thinks of herself as someone with extra privileges, she isn't shy at throwing her opinion out there. "They'll send drones," she insists. "They'll send another team to finish clearing the ruin. It's on the schedule." "And that never changes, right?" Greeley needles her. "Like every time there's a ruin where the locals don't want us." "But Vesikarn, his studies," Primat insists. "Because ruins are such a scarce commodity on Kiln," Greeley pushes. "Your man Vesikarn, he needs this place right now, within the little window we can hold out in. He needs it so bad that they'll send the cavalry, fight off the animals, risk more workers and maybe some actual valuable lives. Or he can go to that nice easy ruin that C-Team have already cleared and they write us off." This is all news to Ilmus and me, at least. But Kiev and Greeley have been in this job long enough to know its standard policy. You get a ruin site where the local fauna has too many teeth and a bad attitude, it goes to the back of the queue, and they just send excursions somewhere easier. They'll get round to the problem places later, and maybe by then they'll be less problematic. This wetlands site has just been punted down the list as far as it can possibly go, after the loss of a flyer and 2 deaths. And us stuck in a bottle under the artificial stars. But Primat isn't buying it. "They won't just hang us all out to dry," she insists. And in that us, there is, I suspect, a lot of me. She is staff, after all, former head of the science, with a bunk still kept warm for her on the gantry level. "They'll print out a new flyer. A big one that can carry us and a rescue team. You don't just walk." "Scotter," says Kiev. It's just a noise, as though Kiln's already got into him enough to speak through him, like it does through Rasmussen back at camp. An idiot alien glossolalia. Except it's a name. One I've never heard, for the decent enough reason that Scotter was long dead before either I or Ilmus arrived. "It won't be like Scotter," Primat says. "Not again. We had words after, in science. I went before the Commandant, even." "Someone tell me who the fuck is Scotter," I demand. "You went before the Commandant," Kiev parrots to Primat, ignoring me. "Before your good friend the Commandant, over a nice glass of something, before he pissed you out here with the rest of us." "Lay off," I tell him. He looks at me like he only just remembered I exist and isn't happy about the reminder. I square my shoulders, because this is going to be him establishing dominance, fists first. He's tougher. He's also older. Maybe I'll get a good lick-in before he can throw me down. He sizes me up, working out how he can take me without risking injury, then weighs up what it's worth to have Primat as a punching bag against having me as an enemy. "Scotter," he says, like he's rewound time back to my previous question, "and his team got themselves into just this mess. Oh, they crashed rather than a goddamn dinosaur coming out to trash their ride, but the result was pretty much the same. Camp knew where they went down, sent drones even. Saw plenty of sign they were still alive. Only there was no rescue party. There wasn't anything worth rescuing. Only people. 3 other excursion teams are at work. They clear places faster than your fancy bastard can study 'em. This one catches fire, they don't need to piss on it. That's how it goes." "That won't be how it goes," Primat insists. This time it's her words that just ghost by, ignored by everyone. Greeley gets back on the radio, trying to raise the camp. After almost an hour and 2 changes of our limited stock of batteries, she gets that same scratchy voice telling us to keep holding our position. We eat another meal, and by now we all understand Kiev's stingy hand on the supply bag is a grim prediction of what he knows is going to happen. "We can't do it," Greeley tells him.
Nobody's ever done it.
Although she flat out loathes Primat, the two of them are absolutely of the same mind on the walking issue. Kiev stares into the lamp as though it's a crystal ball, and he sees a better future there. Or maybe just a different future. Maybe he wants to die doing something active, outside these confining walls. Die as a free human being, and not just another kind of prisoner.
I reckon 3 days, he says, if we make good time. We have the supplies.
The murderous logic of his own forethought.
We can make it.
Kiev, Frith says, these filters aren't worth shit.
They'll hold,
Kiev insists. He's almost messianic. Not with a raving religious certainty, but just a weird calmness that goes right to the core of him. The filters will somehow keep doing their job, because what other choice do we have?
We'll tear up the overalls for extra layers. 3 days' walk, and then we're home.
Home, butt naked and with Kiln growing out of every orifice, I think. We all think it, but nobody says it. Kiev's calm radiates out like heat from a fire.
Tomorrow, dawn, says Kiev. If we haven't heard, then they're not coming.
They'll come for us, Primat insists. But she's like the whispering voice beyond the firelight, and once more nobody answers her. Late that night, the radio speaks to us again. It's a bit of a shock, as I don't think anyone realised it was still on. For a moment, the distant human words are the voice of the planet, finally pushing its tendrils through the language barrier so it can taunt us with its indefatigable vitality. But it's not. It's not even the regular comms operator. It's Mox Calren, possibly disgraced engineer.
Kiev? You there? Kiev, man!
Here, Kiev answers, voice hushed, although it's not as though they'll overhear him in the guard barracks back at the camp.
You need to know,
Calren says, surfing in and out on the wash of the static tides.
They're not coming. Terrelin said no to a rescue.
I see, Kiev says.
They weren't even going to tell you, man,
Calren says.
I'm sorry. They've written off the whole site.
I'm sorry. There's real emotion in his voice, let through for just a moment by the fluctuating connection. The parting strands of some old friendship between excursionista and engineer. That's all we get from him. And Kiev sits back and stares at the intestinal mess of wires and pieces that is our radio. He doesn't need to say what happens next. What comes with the dawn. We're going to walk. Chapter 21. From amongst all the things I find within myself at that moment, the most shameful is the exceptionalism. I am Arton Daghdev, the professor from Earth. Maybe you've heard of me? The Commandant certainly has. He had me to dinner the moment I got off the barge. And yes, I was assigned to excursions later over the little matter of an armed insurrection, but still. Dinner. Then he personally singled me out for torment via the odious presence of Ilse Rasmussen. Did that mean nothing? Is he going to ghost me like this? Where's my rescue mission? Why isn't the Commandant combing the jungle for me just so he can bring me home and personally victimize me some more? Did all that time we spent together mean nothing? The knee-jerk reaction of my heart is that of a jilted lover. I hate myself for it. I clam up, not because of the appalling horror of our situation and the utter impossibility of what Kiev is proposing, but because I can't let anyone glimpse the true me that this news has exposed. The next morning, Greeley has already snuck out to the wreck again and brought back the makings of a portable heater salvaged from engine components. She shows how she'll be able to flash boil water and condense it, because water is water once you've freed it of the organic detritus that silts it.
So, As I said, we have rations for everyone for 3 days, Kiev announces. He's even laid everything out on the ground so we can see he isn't stinting us. Meagre little meals, 2 per person per day. There are 2 left over, which he doesn't mention, though. Maybe they're going to be prizes for good behaviour or something.
We can't do it in 3 days, Frith says flatly.
4 days, Kiev suggests, and we arrive hungry.
Nobody says, but everyone must surely think that we'd arrive hungry even in 3, looking at the miser's portions he's allocated. Someone else, a lean woman named Hakira, suggests, "How about we do that with some of the locals?" Pointing at the water boiler that Greeley's got working, and showing her lamentable lack of basic science skills. "Just be glad," Ilmus tells her, "that there's enough distance between kiln life and earth life so that's not possible." "Biomass printer at the camp can do it," Hakira says mulishly. "They don't, though," Greeley puts in, disassembling the boiler for ease of transport. "They recycle the earth mass as much as possible, even though the reclaimer breaks everything down to loose molecule soup, just in case. If we could eat them, then they could eat us," Ilmus presses. Hakira stands up and fronts them, fists clenched, scowling. If we knew then what we find out later about her, maybe Ilmus wouldn't have stood their ground. But the science is just about the only thing they, Primat or I, have to bring to our predicament right now. "They already fucking eat us," Hakira grates. "They really don't. Not easily. They have to work at it. These filters?" Ilmus plucks at the rags about Hakira's neck, which aren't really filters anymore. "You think they're doing much? Doing much of a job anymore? If you were territory that kiln life could colonize easily, you'd be all over mushrooms right now. You'd be sprouting at every orifice." They actually push Hakira a bit, and the image they've raised is sufficiently nasty that the woman doesn't shove back. "Kiln life has to work to get a foothold on us. Has to fumble with its keyring a whole lot before it finds something that fits." They nod to me, as it was my metaphor first. Then they turn to Kiev. "But it will. 4 days of constant exposure. 5 more. That's what we're not talking about, isn't it, Vertigio?" All eyes are on Kiev, then. "Yes, it's theoretically possible for us to get from here to the camp using nothing more technologically sophisticated than our feet. But what then? Will they let us in?" "We've all seen the example tank," Ilmus goes on. An image of Clem comes to me, Kiln growing on the stump of his arm. "More? We've seen what happens to people after a few days in the tank. The ever-hungry incinerators. For when Earth biomass is so irretrievably contaminated that you can't even risk recycling it." Kiev faces up to them, to all of us levelly. "I don't hear you suggesting an alternative," he says. "You want to sit here and die with rested legs, you be my guest." In the lamp's wan light, under the artificial kilny stars of the ruin we're in, I catch a glint of tears in Ilmus's eyes. I hadn't realised they were so close to breaking down. "Vertigio. Kiev," Ilmus says. And there's a weird moment when one precise intonation within those words connects like a circuit in my head. Somehow I can read into it that Ilmus and Kiev have been an item, at least once, somehow. Just as Primat and I have. I've no idea when they would have found the opportunity, what illicit fumbling and exploration, what personal excursion for the 2 of them alone, but I am immediately convinced of it, beyond all evidence or reason. Kiev draws a heavy breath. "Listen," he says. "It's not Kiln that kills you. It's protocols." He gathers the rations, then distributes them. Everyone carries their own, and if you decide to binge now and starve later, that's a gift you can give to your future self. Greeley is passing the other kit around too. The medicine, the boiler, tools that might double as weapons. We haven't heard the elephant's dad since yesterday, but that doesn't mean it's split into its component pieces and gone to pursue more peaceable ecological niches. The incinerators are for when you go crazy with it, Keeve says. That's the point of no return. You all know Rasmussen. I'm not sure if he's offering the woman's continued existence as a sign of hope, but if so, it's a severely fucked up debating gambit. We all know Rasmussen, and we do not want to end up like her. Greeley dumps something heavy into my arms, barely contained in a fraying sling she's improvised. It's about half the radio. When Kiln gets into you, Keeve tells us, some stuff it makes poisons your head. Starts you hooting, frothing and hollering like she does. That's when you've gone too far. It's the sign the damage is done, and by then there's probably a whole chain of stuff living off you. They give you a real hard decontamination then. The fire. Kills Kiln and Earth both. So here's the deal. Any of us start raving and foaming, we leave 'em. Better, we knock 'em on the head, take their rations, keep going. You leave me, if that happens to me. And now we see the working behind his neat sums with the rations. Because it's not really 3 days to camp. It's not even 4 or 5. We're so far out here in the marsh. But the rations could stretch if we don't all make it. Jesus, Keeve, Greeley says quietly. They won't let anyone in who's turned like that, Keeve says. So no point in bringing them along. But if the filters hold, we can stave it off just long enough. And if we can stave it off, we're fine. We're safe. They'll put us in quarantine, see if we'll turn. But we'll be fine. We can make it. We're fine. Solid, sensible, no-nonsense words. I am about to say, remember Booth? He just flat-out died after a day with slightly torn filters, and here we are, wearing our entire surviving protective suits like neckerchiefs. Except I wonder, then, if Booth had died under regular decontamination like everyone said. Maybe he started with the froth and the babble after they isolated him, and they threw him in the fire. So I say nothing. Because, against all logic, against Rasmussen raving in her solitary confinement, against Clem in the example tank, I want Keeve to be right. Ilmus just gives out a scornful, despairing laugh. They don't think we're fine. They're a diligent scientist, and know far too much about just how many discrete microbial organisms can pour joyously into your lungs with every single breath, like tourists rushing into an amusement park full of new rides to try out. They know how quickly our crappy filters would clog and degrade, even if they were still intact. Kiln is already with us, the call coming from inside the house. But they don't say anything more, because, like Keeve says, they don't have a better plan, or even a worse but different plan. Keeve has leveraged his position as leader and veteran to propose something utterly impossible. The thing nobody's ever done. The last wrangle before we leave the ruin is over the radio, because it's a big, dead weight dragging at my shoulder and I don't fancy it. I want to leave the damn thing because we've already established beyond reasonable doubt that we'll get nothing useful from it. Frith, who's carrying the other half, heartily concurs. But Keeve and Greeley think that if we were to make it within a day of the camp and then end up too injured to continue, or in some other dire straits, they might reconsider the rescue. If we were literally just on the horizon, almost at the gates. It seems a weird Zeno's paradox of a proposal to me, the idea that the closer we get, ergo the less in need of rescue we are, the more likely they are to rescue us. Especially if you place the base probability of rescue at 0%, which it most certainly is. So, if we get halfway to the camp, the chance of rescue may well be double what it is now, but that's still a big fat zero. Because maths doesn't give a shit about your indomitable human spirit. Then Greeley points out that the camp has a nav beacon, and the radio can pick that up. So this great weight of scrap plastic and metal Frith and I are lugging between us is a high-tech space-age substitute for a little compass that would weigh only 20 grams and fit in a pocket, but which we don't have, because that would be terribly 19th century of us. Hooray for progress. There is no sign of the elephant's dad as we emerge. Obviously, Kiev and Greeley have been scavenging the wreck without any obvious incidents of being trampled or eaten, so that part of the plan was always decently likely. We're able to see the open air and the bright sky again, but it doesn't enthuse us as you'd think. The sky remains that yellow-black-blue colour, like nothing ever seen on Earth, which still jangles at my eyes with its essential wrongness. The dome of the camp filters it out, so it's only when you're actually excursing that you're exposed to it. And it's sufficiently unearthly, literally, that you never get used to it. Below that confounding sky are the wetlands, the jelly trees, the windsock stalks, and the marshy ground. Kiev has already taken a reading from the radio, pointing at landmarks to make for. We can't even cut a straight course without going knee-deep in sludge, and of course that sludge is festering with organisms large and small. We can see it quiver and churn with life even from here. Nobody's keen to go paddling. Wheezing through our patched-together masks and scarves, bent beneath our burdens, we pick our way over the higher ground, the drier ground, trying to curve back towards each of Kiev's waypoints. Things that aren't insects keen past us, darting up in sudden excesses of activity and then dropping down, wings open like parachutes as they harvest the floating bounty of the air. That same bounty we're desperately trying to avoid inhaling. Even then, at the outset, Primat starts falling behind. I keep going back to help her, and that means I'm also falling behind and running out of strength. Strength that won't really be replenished much by the crumbs of rations I can permit myself. I wonder ghoulishly if anyone is going to play the odds. Scoff their meals altogether, keep themselves strong, and then wait like a vulture for the first of us to fall. That would be the smart game. Someone will think of it. It won't be Kiev, because he really does intend to save his entire team. His self-image as a survivor is inextricably entangled with that of himself as our leader. It won't be Ilmus, either, because they were always a rules follower at heart. But someone will work out that their own personal survival can be better safeguarded if they bet against the rest of us like that. Not even actively sabotaging anyone, just working the numbers on the basis that someone will end up in the Rasmussen way soon enough, and then they can refill their supplies. Once I've thought of all that, of course it becomes very tempting to be that person, to tell myself that, given one or more of my fellows have doubtless already made that choice, I'd be a fool to keep following the rules. I'd be playing into their hands. I ought to prioritize keeping my own strength up. I think of this particularly on the first day when we come to the river. Nobody had thought of the river, needless to say. The flyer didn't care about it, but alas, the gravitational pull of Kiln is within tolerances of Earth's, only a little under. We cannot do great big moon leaps to vault across that murky, brackish flow. At least this gives Primat and me the chance to catch up. I see a few hard looks from the others, predatory looks. Aren't you decently frothing and mad yet looks? The river stretches ahead of us. It's not actually that far. A little prodding with an extendable rod Greeley has salvaged shows it's not even that deep either, Probably over your head in the centre, so deep enough, but barely a stream, honestly. It's full of life, of course. There's plenty of stuff anchored to the bottom and coursing with the current like waterweed, as well as other stuff eeling between it, or frogging, or jellyfishing. All the many ways that different bits of Kiln get around, which they rent out to other organisms for a share of the communal take. "Is there a ford?" I ask. I receive a range of odd looks. Some people who want to communicate, how the fuck are we supposed to know? And others who haven't even come across the word ford before, because it's not exactly in daily circulation in our modern age. Keith is staring at the water like it was put there to personally spite him. It's Primat, of all damn people, who has the thought. She goes to the nearest jelly tree, which is podging there by the waterside, dangling finger-like growths into the flow. She whacks it with her stick. Its soggy rind goes rigid under the stroke. She prods it. Soft. She whacks it again. Hard. I see her square her shoulders, brace her artificial leg. She goes ape on it, basically, battering at the exterior of the tree like it gave the commandant the idea to demote her, venting all of her frustrations on it. She lets out strangled, brutal grunts as she flails at it, until I think she'll shatter her stick, and then what will she do? Until everyone assumes that she has indeed given into Kiln madness, and we can strip her of her rations and throw her in the river once she's exhausted herself. Which would be, I think horribly, a great waste of the large investment of earth proteins that Nimel Primat represents. She stops eventually, gasping for breath through her swaddled mask. She prods at the tree's side. It's solid now. She's bruised it into a hard mass of shiny carapace. No more jelly left in it. It's learned, basically, that staying rigid is more efficient than shifting back and forth. Or something like that. Some biological lesson Primat picked up in her time as tenured department head, now put to practical use in the field. "Cut it," she gasps out to Greeley. "Cut it open before it sends any signals to unclench." In the face of our massed blank looks, she adds, "Fucking boat, you ignorant fuckers." The boats are good enough on the water at first that we speculate about just punting all the way home, until Greeley puts a hole below the waterline by pointing out that this river doesn't actually go in the right direction, not even slightly. Also, by the time we reach the far shore, our conveyances are getting decidedly soggy and unresponsive to further belabouring. Still, our entire band make it across the river on the first day, and nobody's going mad even a little bit. When we sit down to eat, as the darkness in the sky overtakes the yellow, I think about my earlier considerations. The metagame of rationing your rations, short-selling the expedition against the idea that the more responsible of us, in stinting themselves, will grow weak and fall soonest. Like Primat say. Would anyone else have thought to beat jelly into a boat? Because that sounds like some weird thing out of a folk tale, until you see it done. I speculate about there being a band of lean, mean and selfish survivors, half our number or less, but all strong because they've been holding back from everyone else. And then there's another river or similar obstacle, and not enough of us to work together to cross it. That kind of game theory thinking only works if you treat the people around you as resources and dead weight. If you assume the natural unit of survival is one individual and not the group. I ponder on that, and on Kiln's life strategies. After the river, towards the end of the day and still within the curtilage of the wetlands, we hear the elephant's dad again. Not close, but not far enough. Or else another elephant's dad, the same community of parts making the same macro species, or perhaps a community of different elements coming together for the same general effect, generating the same hollow sound, that throws our hearts into our throats and freezes us to immobility as we wait for the monster to waddle or scuttle into sight. But the jelly trees which press all around us are undisturbed by its bulk, and when it sounds again, it's further off. Still, after that, it's always with us in my head, tracking us, feeling out every inch of Kiln we've contaminated, tasting us with the mouths it has in its feet, then passing that information to its internal subcommittee in charge of punishing aliens. Ilma speculates that it had eggs or something laid in the ruin, some external life cycle stage of elements in its inner community. I just know it's really, really angry with us. Then it starts growing dark, and Kiev needs to pick somewhere to spend the night. Now's our chance to ham-fist the logistics of camping out in the wilds of an alien world. The ground is firmer by now. We're coming to the edge of the wetlands, following a new waterway girded with the violent yellow spears of reed-like organisms. They rustle and move like the quills of a porcupine, and beyond them the stream is unquiet with life. Globular trees resume the forest a few meters from the water. As the darkness deepens, the many voices of Kiln talk to us like 100 multilingual news channels all broadcasting at once. All with only bad news. We're never going to make it. Part 3. Fraternité. Chapter 22. Their faces when we make it back. Even through the gas masks. To see us stomping out of the forest, without precedent, without warning, then almost at the gate of the camp before they've worked out what's going on. Kiev's lost work party of excursionistas, back from the almost dead. I'm jumping ahead now, I know. But there are more tales of the march to come, don't worry. Days of it. Until the most erudite of any potential audience will be thoroughly sick of my surmises about Kilnish ecobiology and will wish that the elephant's dad had eaten us all. But first, I want to show how it was to them in the camp. There are guards at the gate as we reach it, some still dragging their protective gear into place. The good gear, the rubbery fetish wear stuff, not the paper outers they gave us. They've got guns. It's not as though the trek thus far was exactly free of life-threatening peril, but we come very close to being shot right then and there. Shot and buried in a shallow grave decently far from the camp, never to be mentioned in Terelin's reports, as we knew it would be. The journey of 7 days and nights in a wilderness starts with a single step, and it can end with one too. So we'd had to time things carefully, to give ourselves the best chance. Even I knew a lot of the camp's work routines by then, and to Kiev they were second nature. Being assigned to them was practically high holiday for him, because if he was on them, it meant he wasn't out in the wilds being eaten by nature. And one thing that the camp had to deal with regularly was cleaning the outside of the dome. Kilnish air is inconveniently full of life, and a lot of that life is looking for real estate where it can set up a minuscule home, then invite some like-minded friends over to join the newly founded commune. So every day a general labour team was kitted up in paper suits and sent out with hoses and scrubbers to debarnacle the dome exterior. Because they won't hose down excursions, but God forbid the commandant's precious view is ruined. Based on Kiev's foreknowledge of this and a synchronization of watches, we make sure we turn up just as one cleaning shift troops back in for decontamination and another is coming out. By the time we're standing before the guns of the guards, the words run round the camp 7 times already. Kiev's back. Vertigio Kiev has done the impossible. He's brought them home. I imagine the commandant's androgynous cyborg lieutenant reporting to him in breathless tones, asking what's to be done. I imagine him, Terelin, the complex man of sophistication, weighing the scales and trying to guess what the current going rate for a dram of hope is. Hope is what it's about. That most human of qualities. People may rise up if you deny them food and water. They may take up the torch and the club if you suppress their religious beliefs, or separate them from their children, or a variety of other liberties that authoritarian regimes have dabbled with. But hope's the tricky one. A people without hope, what will they do? One of two things: nothing, or everything. And the Commandant couldn't risk either of those extremes. Neither the nihilistic uprising where everyone knew they were doomed, and so why fear one death over another, nor the sitting on your hands of utter despair. Because it was a labour camp, and was therefore dependent on the actual labourers putting a bit of effort into it. And what's hope on Kiln? It's if you find yourself cut off in the wilds and manage, by insane luck, grit and savvy, to find your way back. And they don't just shoot you dead in your disintegrating shoes because you might be a contamination risk. Might is doing a lot of work in that sentence. We do not look pretty, we returnee excursionistas. We've done our best to scrub up, but it's past the spit and elbow grease stage, if I'm brutally honest. We're all a little shaggy with pieces of kiln that have become fond of us. Become, as it were, attached. We stand there, and the guards stand there, and everyone waits to see what order the Commandant will give. He might try to have his cake and eat it. Have us taken somewhere nicely out of sight before making our last act of labour the digging of our own graves. Have us gassed. Only it turns out, oh no, they were too far gone to save. But nobody would believe it. There aren't enough fifth columnists on all of Kiln to swing opinion that far back towards the party line. Or he might have us shot and just gamble on the collective hope of the rest of the camp not taking too much of a hit. I try to put myself in his shoes, and know that he's just a work boss at the end of the day. All the scholarly pretensions and fancy uniforms in the mandate don't change that. He has a job to do, and is expected to turn in results. He is, like all of them, dependent on his workers, whether convicts or employees. And that last is the final sore point, because we have brought Primat back. Primat, who was sent out with excursions but was never technically a convict. So can he be quite so cavalier with her as he might be if it was just we merry band of ragamuffin prisoners? I mean, yes, he obviously intended her to die and be forgotten, but that's a world away from ordering her shot in the head. None of us are frothing or gibbering, not even a little bit. We stand there, as neat and orderly as anyone could be in the circumstances. Not a touch of Rasmussen to us, nor Clem in the example tank, none of that. So we wait to be let in, and the guards wait for the order that will restore vital function to their little trigger fingers, and then to the bigger phallic substitutes they're clutching in their sweaty, rubber-gloved hands. Everyone in the camp holds their breath. They put us through decontamination forwards and backwards, needless to say. This is the big one, the most extreme hosing down I've ever had. They scrub us until our skins raw. Some of it they have to scrape off, even cut out. The stuff that's grown in, set down hyphae and roots, anchors and hooked claws in our skins. Damn me, but it hurts, coming back to civilization. I feel 10 kilograms lighter, denuded of everything they scour from me. I see the heap before they burn it. The pile of kilny biomass they've flensed from our outsides, not even including the stuff we shat out, that died inside us under punitive decontamination. Necessary sacrifices, we all understand. Sometimes just wiping your feet on the mat isn't enough. Nobody suggests that we need to go for another few workdays out in the wilds before we're given our chemical shower and deworming tablets. Excursions catch as a break this once. We huddle together in silence under the blistering bleach of it, choking on the fumes, eyes screwed shut and lips clamped. Taking solace from the company because we came back. All of us. We did what nobody does. We found a way. The airlock they keep us in has clear walls, like so much of the downstairs portion of the camp. Naked together, backs braced against the searing spray, we feel the eyes of the world on us. The wonder of the labour. The discomfort of the guards. They don't know what we are. And they're still not taking any chances. Fair enough. I can't blame them for a little caution. Extraordinary claims require extraordinary proof. Unless they're claims made in accordance with mandate doctrine, of course, in which case they're just hand-waved through, in my experience. By the time we've been thoroughly decontaminated, they've printed and assembled a pen for us, like in a zoo. A big box with transparent plastic sides, just in case any of us thought that there might be renewed privacy in our near future. They connect it to the airlock, so we've walked from the outside to the chemical showers to the quarantine pen without ever sharing a breath of air with any other human being in the camp. There we are, in our big transparent box, the new monkeys in Terrellan's mediocre menagerie. They want to see if we'll start screaming and hopping about, throwing shit like Rasmussen. The one mod-con we've been allowed is a two-way link, and that's strictly for their convenience. It's kept switched off, unless the lieutenant is there to quiz us about just what the hell actually happened to lead to the inconvenient fact of us coming back from the presumed dead. Kiev is our spokesman, of course. He tells them over and over what happened. Not even a long story, because he's not a natural raconteur and doesn't bother with the trivial details, like what tried to eat us and the witty topics of our repartee on the road. He tells them that we walked, basically. The impossible thing. Just walked. He demonstrates, clownish, miming, one foot in front of the other when the lieutenant appears unable to even understand what the word means anymore. We survived Kiln. That's the jagged peg that won't fit into their hole of a mind. We made our filters last, used the rags of our suits, tore up the artificial fibres of our overalls, and finally, we just about held our breath until we got here. We eked out our rations, boiled water, stretched the inadequate bounty of a day's supplies to cover a week's hard trek through the monstrous wilderness of an alien world. We're heroes. They treat us like monkeys, but we're heroes. Primat sits against one of the transparent sides, adjusting the new prosthetic they've printed for her to replace the useless, crusted stick she left behind on the trail. She's down another half-inch of leg, but they'd calibrated the replacement using the original dimensions of her stump, so she's now screwing it out longer at the knee. They'd had to cut hard where the old scars of her stump were an open door to Kiln, and maybe then they cut some more, because she symbolises their frustration with the entire inexplicable situation. The surgery, carried out through clumsy Waldo arms, and without much in the way of anaesthetic, means she's in considerable pain. But she's lived with that forever anyway. The thing taking up tenancy in the pain centres of her brain isn't new, just the old leaseholder with a few guests having a loud party. We do what we can. A hand to the shoulder, a word, an understanding. Spreading the burden until each of us carries a needle of it and Primat can rest. We sit there, naked in the glass box, staring, silent, at those who come to stare at us. We do not go mad. None of us leaps up to scream and caper and beat at the walls or scrawl cryptic sigils in excess biology. We are the work crew of Vertigio Kiev, and we are reporting for duty after an unauthorized absence. Very sorry. Mitigating circumstances. In the end, they have to let us out, because as a permanent exhibit, we'd cause more disruption. Kiln did not drive us mad. It just drove us together. Primat and I are given the red carpet treatment of inquisitions. Former head of the science. Former professor back on Earth. We are, just peripherally and by our fingernails, of a sufficient social class to be hauled before Terrelin himself. It is not for dinner, and we don't dress up. Primat is still unsteady on the adjusted leg, so I make myself a part of her walking rhythm, a hand to her elbow at the swing of each step. She abandons her balance over and over because I'm there to catch and correct her. We make a 3.5-legged walking machine between us. They make us don paper filter suits to cross from the monkey house up onto the gantry. The Commandant doesn't want us trekking either another world or another social class onto his nice, clean management floors, and he's hardly going to want us there like Adam and Eve, the wild man and woman of Kiln. Even then, we end up in a private primate enclosure set up in his office, so the great man doesn't have to share our air. He also has friends in to enjoy our apery and japery. Helena Crone and Parides Acosta are there as our former colleagues from Dig Support too, doubtless to judge whether there's anything about us that's less us than it should be. And I could tell them. I could explain how we're both 100% us, 110% never been ussier in our lives. Even if, separated by the glass and in that shabby paper formal wear, there's more than the whiff of them as well. But then the mandate was all about those neat boxes, those false binaries. Orthodox and unorthodox, his and hers, us and them. Also present, on behalf of the science, is Vesikan for archaeology, looking a bit blank at what precisely he's supposed to contribute. And true, he and Primat worked cheek by jowl for a long time, but his areas of study are usually safely dead for centuries before anyone asks him to draw a conclusion, so he's a bit out of his depth. By his side, looking actually frightened by our very presence, is Foop, representing the very biological sciences he's currently shrinking from. His real name is Eudes Esteveril, Primat has told me. I'm not even kidding that he's called Eudes. Terrelin regards us with reptilian patience while the others quiz us. Vesikan is quiet and reasoned, asking us practical questions he's prepared in advance. Tell us again how you survived certain death? We take it in turns to speak. I wanted to try finishing each other's sentences to freak them the fuck out, but Primat vetoed the idea because it would probably get us fed into the incinerator. No student practical jokes on the Commandant right now. Instead, we praise Kiev's steady leadership. We give them a selection of the hardships we endured and how we overcame each. When I falter, Primat has my back. When she stutters, or her leg stabs at her, I'm ready for it. I'd prefer the moral support of the others, the full dramatic troupe of survivors reenacting our epic journey with offstage sound effects and some iambic pentameter, but this is enough for now. Crone takes over. Her questions veer into the specialist, chasing our revealed challenges down scientific alleys. It's less an inquisition and more defending our thesis before a panel. I hadn't realized just how committed she is to the curriculum, in her quiet way. A convict, yes, but a researcher first and foremost. The flame of scientific inquiry leaps high in her. Terrelin cuts her off and she shuts down. She's only labour, after all. Parides Acosta tries to take up the slack, but he's quite overcome. Starting, stopping, eyeing the Commandant. How? Is as far as he makes it into the outback of our trek. A plaintive demand, and I remember him going down in the wretched squib of Clem's uprising. I can only guess at his inner monologue, but surely it could have been me out there, must loom large in it. Him stuck in this box too, or out in the monkey house, or never coming back at all like Shua and Pellamy. His dry voice creaks to a halt. Foop, desperate to justify a promotion the paint's still wet on, accuses us of... what? He wants to throw something at us, but he can hardly have us executed just for maliciously refusing to die. "They've been fully decontaminated," Crone says tonelessly. Before she can be shut down again, Vesikan backs her up, eyes on Primat. "We've all seen the logs," he states. "And we've seen the test results. None of them is showing the mental distress we're all familiar with." He gives a twitch of a glance in the direction of Rasmussen's solitary confinement. "And we're short-handed until the next barge arrives, what with the..." There's another twitch in the non-spatial direction of dead Clemish Baruda and his lieutenants. "I need a wider data set of glyphs. They're excursions. Veterans. None more so." Terrelin stares at him, as though suddenly reconsidering which side of the glass Vesikan is supposed to be on. "You have claimed to be on the point of a breakthrough for years, Dr. Vesikan." The bald man holds his gaze. "There is nothing more important in the world, Commandant, than decoding the Kilnish writings. Writings, sir. An alien civilization has set down its thoughts here. And, as that civilization has now vanished, and bioscience has found no trace of anything that might have created it, those writings are all we have. I need the experienced manpower to clear new ruins and record more of the script." It isn't script, and he'll never decode it using the usual Earth-based means at his disposal, but his dedication to the idea is touching. The academic in me appreciates him. "So," Terrelin says, the judge with a black cap halfway to his head, "they survived." He shrugs, a weirdly normal human gesture for the big man in the big chair. He looks at the two of us, behind glass like exhibits. "Don't think this moves you out of excursions. There is nowhere we'd rather be. We're counting on it." They send us back down to the monkey house, and they'll burn the paper suits after we doff them. Still no contact. I don't get to brush past Vesikan on the way out, which is just as well. The weird euphoria that's gripped me means I wouldn't be able to stop myself whispering, "I know what they mean," in passing, leaving him gaping like a fish. Rasmussen is screaming to herself as we go down the gantry stairs, and I want to tell her, soon, soon. We don newly printed overalls, then file out. They're watching us, listening to us. There will be cameras and mics on us, and quislings hovering nearby to catch some suggestion of a mission in Kiev's story. They'll haul each of us in over the next few days, rough us up, shake us down, demand to know what really happened. Hope to squeeze us individually for the pips we didn't give up as a group. But we hold out on them. We few, we happy few, we band of siblings, of somethings. So it is that we were eventually allowed to return to the labour block. Back in the labour block, we eat our meals, use the facilities, perform our chores. We touch the surfaces and breathe the air. I feel as though an armoured gauntlet within me, that has been clenched tight, is now loosening one finger joint at a time. The near end of a bridge that leads all the way to the ruins builders of Kiln. Chapter 23. The March. Day 1. So, going back a few or many steps, it's our first night on the march. Nobody has much experience with the nocturnal scene on Kiln. Personally, I'd expect a whole shift change of chimeras, with the incomers bearing adaptations, meaning whole new on-board organisms, for the cold and the dark. In the end, I find I'm not familiar enough with the day shift to be entirely sure. I also realise I'm showing my Earth assumptions, because it's not technically necessary here. Maybe every Kilnish creature carries some independent elements which sleep out the day and then wake to provide specialist services after dark. Perhaps something evolved to be a midnight automatic pilot, taking over the thinking while the main brain goes to sleep. Or each composite species has day and night variants, with a different selection of passengers. We just don't know. Even with the libraries of findings by people like Crone and Primad, all the way back to Rasmussen herself, we still know so very little. There's an attempt to make a regular fire, caveman style. A couple of us have lighters, but everything we try them on fails to burn properly. Some parts of the ecosphere just crisp black. Others sweat themselves so damp on the application of heat that you couldn't have set fire to them in the camp incinerator. Still more things, seemingly entirely vegetative, take violent offence to being set alight. Frith is viciously bitten by kindling. So we give up on sing-songs and spooky stories around the campfire. Greeley boils some water with her heater. The dried scum left behind after evaporation turns my stomach, like one of those particularly whole-food herbal teas I remember from some subculture or other I hid out in. We take meagre bites of our rations. Kiev is forcing himself to be optimistic, radiating positivity so that we can practically warm ourselves by him in lieu of a fire. The ferocious, aggressive, uncompromising positivity of the team leader who tells you it's going to be in on deadline, even though the deadline was yesterday. A maniacal, frightening confidence that holds your gaze and dares you to challenge it. I see what he's doing. He's no fool. He just knows that the moment we lose heart, hope, that ephemeral but absolutely necessary rung on the hierarchy of needs ladder, we're lost. It's not like we can't do the maths. Or maybe some of us can't. There could be people who believe the 5-day march or even the 3-day march. I myself don't know. I was never that good with distances. Or maybe there are those who believe that our vanishingly small stock of comestibles will last 3 days. Surely nobody believes 5. Or the longer than 5 our march will surely take. But however you slice the time, you'd have to be as crazily positive as this act Kiev is putting on to believe we're going to make it. I see the same thoughts in every face. Then suddenly, the rock half of us are sitting on moves, upsetting Greeley's water boiler as it levers itself out of the damp ground. It's a thing like a boulder, except it's also a crab the colour of bruises. Eyes weave out from under its stone shell, where a multitool of pliable limbs glisten against one another like intestines. Kiev's gun is out, except he has no more bullets. Ilmus has the flamethrower, which contains just about enough salvaged fuel for one more fruitless attempt to kindle a campfire. Everyone else scatters, yours truly included, and it's a wonder some of us don't become lost to the darkness and the planet. The boulder crab regards us and makes an ugh, 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 ugh sound, thoughtful and contemplative. The eyes are in constant motion, making me wonder how it can focus on or process anything. Except maybe each eye is an individual thing that somehow pretties up its data before sending it on to the central visual component of the creature. I try to imagine the thing getting together with its rock crab pals to build ruins and inscribe language. Have we discovered the elusive wild man of Kiln hiding under this shell? It seems unlikely. Humans and alien crab monster regard one another thoughtfully.
Those of us who'd fled further out creep back as the chance of another elephant's dad scenario recedes. The boulder crab's shell tilts ponderously round until it has turned its armoured back on us. It settles again, canted at a steep angle. I have the distinct impression we are being shunned by the fashionable neighbours. After a while, we start using it as a windbreak. We're leaving ourselves open. It might get up again and use its horrible selection of limbs to eviscerate us, or eat us, or inject its eggs into our fragile human bodies. Although, biologically, only the first of those things wouldn't require some serious on-the-fly adaptation. But we're tired, and being scared takes energy we don't have. Our stash of rations is sufficiently small that perhaps the creature's in more danger of being eaten by us. Although we too lack the ability to cross that chasm of differing biologies to digest much on Kiln. Possibly somewhere, something puts out a nectar analogue that is just a very simple carbon-hydrogen-oxygen molecule requiring absolutely minimal effort to crack open for energy. Because that might actually be glucose, and therefore just the sort of sugar the commandant could serve along with the tea, and we could eat it for a quick fix of sustenance. An alien biochemistry, but using the same elements, because we're all in the same universe. We are all star stuff, as the man said. Even on worlds circling around other stars, the stuff of those stars is the same. But if anything on Kiln is giving out free candy, we don't know about it. It's not something that Primat ever discovered. So I sit there, hungry and in the dark, dog-tired but unable to get my thoughts to stop racing around the backyard of my mind. Sometime past midnight, I conjecture the hypothesis that nothing on Kiln will be giving out sugary treats to enlist the cooperation of some other life form. Not because of divergent biochemistries, but because the whole flowers and bees co-evolution business, one of the great heights of co-specific dependence on Earth, is just baby steps for Kiln. Here they went past that kind of ham-fisted bribery millions of years ago. You don't need to advertise for help like flowers do. There are species with long resumes already pre-adapted to fulfill all your symbiosis needs. Most of us have thrashing dreams at one point or another, and people are constantly being woken up to take their turn on watch. Keeve's low murmuring snaps me alert every time he bends over someone to tell them it's their shift. When it's his own turn to get his head down, I find I can't sleep at all anyway. He's across the far side of our little huddle of bodies, big spooning for illness, actually. But I feel like he's standing over me. I'm weirdly aware of him, in a way I've only ever been when, as a much younger man, I was at a party with someone I was achingly in love with. I will tell you up front, I am not in any way in love with Vertigio Keeve, but still, I'm so keenly alive to him being there, awake, brooding. His years, weariness, and disappointment. With life, with everything. Bitter, bitter Keeve. I know he was a fighter once. He doesn't talk about himself, but after my initial suspicions, I'd had the lowdown from Greeley. He'd fought the mandate over workers' rights at the factory he was foreman for, and somehow that transferred over after they transported him. A need to do the best for those he's responsible for. What had him sent out here is what's trying to get us home. No big causes for Keeve anymore. Getting his handful back to the camp, though, is something just small enough to fit into his shriveled heart. And I lie about staying awake. I am drifting by then. Even my interrogative mind is worn down by its exercise, until every part of me collapses inwards towards sleep. I fall into a pit of Keeve's bile and Primat's pain, where Greeley's shoe has rubbed her foot raw. Ilma's shivering, spooned against Keeve for warmth because their circulation has always been bad. The boulder crab's deep,
slow philosophy. The elephant's dad still out there, and the ruins we left, and far off, mad Rasmussen crying out. All swirling and recombining in my hypnagogic mind. We hold together, and we open up. That's what we do. On the next day's march, when we pause to savour the crumbs Kiev prescribes, we start talking. About the us we never spoke of before. That old prison adage, do your own time. The time of others is emotional labour that adds to the physical. Opening your door to someone else means there's no longer a door between you and them, if they've got a shiv. Except that's what we do. The opening, not the shiving. We start to talk about the before. Because we're human, and we're a social species, though not quite to the extent the locals are. We don't go mad. Not a froth. Not a gibber. In forming comprehensible words, organised into real sentences, and passing these gems of human creativity around the circle, we reassure each other that our wits remain intact. That we still have each other. I think of Rasmussen. I suspect we all do. Because it's all very there but for the grace of. Our journey has two destinations. One is the camp. The other is to that hell Rasmussen has been consigned to. The peculiar Kilnish take on the madness of crowds that you can exemplify all on your own. Ilse Rasmussen, pioneering scientist, and the only victim of Kiln madness they didn't send straight to the incinerator. The thought which surprises me is that her sporadic human utterances are no more than the truth. That she is lonely. Even we, condemned death marchers, have one another. She, in the heart of the labour camp, is completely alone. Thoughts run to nostalgia. After all, there's not much else to talk about. The act of walking is mechanically simple and gives rise to little of interest. It's not as though we can speculate enthusiastically about what we'll do when we get home. And so we revert to the past, distant both in space and time. Do you remember Earth? We all do, of course. Like yesterday. Even Kiev. We assemble a communal Venn diagram of the Earths we recall, fitting our experiences together and finding the areas of overlap. A busy planet, light years away, and yet we're not even the strangers we think we are. I was in the same room as Kiev once. I was very young. He was just younger than now. A firebrand giving a speech about safety standards and industrial action after they'd found out half the retirees that year had radiation poisoning. That had been his thing. Not regime change, not violent systemic overthrow, just, please let us work in a way that doesn't kill us quite so much. Did it do any good? Was it worth watering down the fire so much, just to try and achieve some sort of result? Kiev's presence here on Kiln suggests not. But, now we've happened on that shared moment, I remember. My parents had taken me there. They'd wanted me to reach adulthood with open eyes. We'd managed to get out before the security enforcers arrived to break it up. There's always someone who tells, after all. Greeley talks about a bank robbery job that some of us vaguely recall from the news channels. She's not political and never was, at least until now. Being incarcerated by an oppressive regime makes you political by default. We find out the public reporting of the job was almost entirely fiction, designed to vilify the perpetrators. There was none of the guns, safes, and smash-and-grab business, just find the lady with a string of zeros and ones that briefly made her ridiculously rich. But one of her gang turned out to be undercover, and that was that. She talks philosophically about that turncoat, how they were integral to the planning, and how, without them, nothing on the same scale would have happened. Not the first time the security services have knocked something over just so they could get a pat on the head for clearing up the mess. She's sure they squirreled a decent chunk of the take away in unmarked accounts before they turned everyone in. Ilmus Itrin has a confession. It hovers and twitches about their face while Greeley talks until they can hold it in no longer. They sold me, once. They were the rat. Though if so, then it was one already in the maze and presented with a single way out. They start crying as they confess it, and I think of every damn conversation we had when they were accusing me. I wait for the tide of anger to lift me to violence or denunciation. I'm owed it. For once, I actually get to rant and rage and be right. Hear me roar. They don't even put distance between us. They present their glass jaw for my avenging fist, because surely that's the first step of any apology. The chasm that opened in me, ready to receive all that righteous rage, it stays empty. Where the courage of my convictions should have been, I find just the sad understanding that I'm a hypocrite, and I would rather have Ilmus here as my friend than salve my pride. I feel the threads of history and association that connect us pull taut, and I do not want to sever even one of them. They seem to understand where I've gone to, without my needing to articulate it. I am giving them the space to tell the story, and they do. When security had them in the chair, deploying sleep deprivation, sensory overload, and the wrenched fingernails, there was a point when they broke and gave me up. Named me for the filth, and piled such incredible fictions of revolutionary zeal on me that the mandate should have had conscripts searching all the kingdoms of earth door to door to track me down. Except by then, Ilmus had gone through so much, they could only mumble, and the interrogators didn't catch what they were saying, or that it was a name, so therefore didn't go after me. Otherwise, I'd have been here on the same barge as them, with them all the while knowing it was their fault. I understand. And perhaps I always knew deep down. I don't need to say anything. The words that have been knotting Ilmus up inside for so long are out now, and they know they're absolved. I feel the release of a tension between us that I'd registered but misinterpreted as their suspicion of me. Frith was in a cult, her personal unorthodoxy. Secretary to a great mandate man, but secretly religious, all her life seeking something more than the mundane universe around her. A desperate hunt for meaning, like pouring the water of herself out onto parched earth. And it found its way downwards through the usual channels, because people who organise cults tend to be quite samey. It's amazing how many different religious start points quickly find the same old stress fractures which allow the cult leader to sleep with a lot of young women and take a lot of drugs, while everyone else is permitted to earn sanctity through adulation and slavish obedience. Then, one of her fellows had an existential crisis, was deprogrammed, and passed over their hidden sanctum to the mandate. Frith goes over it all without vitriol. Between the words, I understand that, here on Kiln, she's finally finding what she was looking for, but which was never there on Earth. In a way, I teeter on the brink of my own revelation, but being a man of reason, I shrink back from it. Jeremy, another of Kiev's people, was a data analyst and never did anything at all, certainly not the thing they accused him of. A blameless cog in the mandate's machine until a bureaucratic error pointed the wrong finger at him. So here we have someone who was never on a subcommittee, or robbed a bank, or even fiddled his taxes. But the algorithm looked into his data footprint, and electronic pareidolia did the rest. If you program your computers to expect wrongdoing, then they'll most certainly find it. Another of Kiev's folk, Hakira, exemplifies the other end of the spectrum. She cut the throats of 3 people. She did it because they were mandate infiltrators, and it was that or let them betray the cause. Except now, as she talks over the events, the truth leaks out between her words. We know she didn't know, or wasn't sure, made a terrible judgment call, and, in the moment of moving the razor, knew such joy it frightened her. I look to Ilmus, and can see they won't be facing off with her again any time soon. The second day passes into the third. That's a whole excursion tour before decontamination is finally permitted. Or 2 whole tours because, of course, we're pulling double shifts. Normally, we're not roughing it out under the stars at night, after all. Kiln is starting to learn us. All that insensate microbiology with its alien combinations of familiar atoms. A strange language of molecular shapes that our body strains to understand too. And in straining, finds itself catching at first the odd word, then phrases, sentences. It's not even that our bodies change at first. We are all the mandate in makeup. No interest in new ways of doing things or seeing the world. So the language changes. Long-chain polymers click, click, click into experimental configurations as the Kilnish life tries to decode the hieroglyphs of these new strange temples, our bodies, it has crept into. Countless minuscule beings die in the hostile alien terrain that is us, but they persist. We breathe them, and we swallow them, and they slip through the pores of our skin and the tear ducts of our eyes. We are the ruins they look around and wonder at. Our molecular biology is the curious script that they puzzle over, and eventually they start to decode it. They don't happen upon a protein sequence which we have on Earth, necessarily. All they need is something where the electromagnetic valences of its component atoms twist it into the right shape for us. Our own dumb Earth biochemistry can't tell the difference. Until we've made the handshake and then looked up the arm to find an alien face leering back at us. That's what's happening right now inside us by day 3 of the march. We all know it. But it's Primat, Ilmus, and I who know it best, because we have the right education. It's no blessing, all that book learning. In my head, the pages of my brain blotch and swell, left out in a fungal rain. Kiln is a weight in our guts, a fur on our throats, a rattle in our lungs. And we keep waiting for one of us to go the Rasmussen way, for the insidious alien locksmith to click with something in our brain chemistry, unlocking the froth and the babble. Despite Kiev's instructions, we don't really know what we will do when that happens. The rations are dwindling too, and each of us stares down at our meagre handful. The optimistic Kiev, who'd said we'd be home in 3 days, was the pathfinder, the pioneer, the man Kiln couldn't kill. Except right now he looks a lot like the tired old man Kiln just hasn't killed yet. I sit, gnawing the least corner of a tasteless food bar. It isn't Kiln that will kill us, I decide. Not this thriving biomass-rich environment which looms on all sides, and is just a shadow of what it must have been back in the warmer, wetter climate when the builders thrived. No, it's our own earthly limitations that will be the end of us. God, there's a picture that blooms in my mind then. A really old picture I saw once, that I'm visualizing now in hallucinatory detail. It's a world of monsters. Animal, plant, machine chimeras, and they're devouring and tormenting people with absolute glee. It's a kind of hell, except it was called the Garden of Earthly Delights. The joke, I take it, being that it's a delight humanity is excluded from. Everything else in the picture's having a grand time, living it up at our expense. Being on Kiln feels like that to me. I can almost hear the pop and fizz of the planet's biosphere having its riotous party in the next room, and here's us gumming our dwindling food stocks because we can't eat what's around us, and it can't eat us. It can't eat us yet. But it's trying. It's learning how. Frith is weeping, or at least her eyes are wet. She turns away from us, and strangely that makes me hear the sound of it, the sobs she isn't actually making. Just the turn of her back creates the auditory echo of it, and she's thinking, is it me? Will I be the first to go? So am I. Chapter 24. Back in the camp. It might be some vengeful motivation from those in charge which has turned us around so fast. But I suppose we've had 7 days in the monkey house to match our 7 days in the wilderness. If you're a mandate bureaucrat looking at the camp records, all you'd see would be some excursions crew that had an unprecedented fortnight's holiday. Not a chore done, not a ruin cleared. How lenient is that rascally Commandant Teralan exactly? So maybe it's only this consideration which has sent us straight back out into the wilds again the moment we're rota ready. They break us up. They'd have sent each one of us to a different crew if they could, because the Commandant doesn't know much about what's brewing on Kiln right now, but he knows what he doesn't like. There are only 4 active excursion teams, though, including the one that was thrown together after they gave us up for dead, which was the moment Greeley called in to tell them we were still alive. Keeve, Hakira and I are put in as bottom rankers with the new team. The team who have every reason to despise us because, before we got lost, most of them hadn't even been on excursions. Aside from a couple of veterans who were shunted sideways, they were just promoted downwards to fill the sudden vacancies. We're under the command of a heavy-set woman named Ockridge, who eyes Keeve nervously, as though he'll open his mouth and it'll be mutinies all round. They don't actually despise us, though. They fear us a bit, because of where we've gone and where we've come back from. Mostly they hold us in awe, like we're back from the actual dead with monstrous warnings. Prophets emerged from the desert carrying the words of God. God's God. I almost expect our first excursion to be the same wetlands ruin we left off. The one that was our sanctuary and prison when the elephant's dad came calling. That would be narratively satisfying. But the mandate is so seldom narratively satisfying. Picture grim and repetitive state-mandated propaganda stamping on a human face forever. It's another ruin we go to. A whole other biome, in fact. Here the land is undercut and crumbling, dry as bone yet laced through with countless rivulets of water, which all the life dabbles long thirsty fingers into. The hydrography is impossible to make out by mere physical principles. The Earth model of runnels to streams to rivers to seas isn't some local peculiarity, but the basic behaviour of liquids and gravity. Here the water never gathers, but then the soil isn't soil. We walk on semi-permeable mats of interlaced lichenous fronds, and the water tunnels through them, forever following a gradient that the biology ensures never actually goes anywhere, like the constantly descending staircases of a surrealistic sketch. The dry country has led to the evolution of self-irrigating foliage. Kiln symbiosis shares the water round, like our rations on the march. The presence of this unclassifiable hodgepodge beneath our feet seems to preclude the big trees. And in fact, there's no big static form displaying the dark photosynthetic surfaces we're conditioned to expect. Some property of this crawling weed, and we can see it crawl, albeit slowly, prevents anything rooting. Instead, there is a constant flurry of little motile forms that creep through the mossy ground and then hop and flutter through the air, spreading broad sails that are simultaneously wings and leaves. And there is the fault, the rift, the something. The ground falls away some 10 metres, exposing the honeycombed strata of the lichen weed, and the ruin we're here for stands at the very boundary of it, clogged by the customary vine, but this time all the way down, with the root of it exposed as though it's a precarious tooth. Keeve and I exchange looks. He goes, places a hand on the stone, feeling through the coat of vines that flexes aside from his touch. Not a flinch, just shifting over like someone making room on a bench. Ockridge sees it. She is thoroughly, appropriately, freaked out. I see her hands tighten on the flamethrower. Keeve can feel the ridges and bumps of the writing, the lower reaches of it that lay buried here until the land shifted, and which lies concealed under every ruin, if Vesikhan only knew, where none but the blind things of the soil can trace its outlines. Keeve's face is impassive, but he's smiling. We're renewing an acquaintance the airlock hosing down distance us from. Ockridge says. We've got to burn it. And then adds, after a bizarre pause, knights in the church faced with a recalcitrant priest, it's the job. There are reams of horror written between the words of her speech. Or that's how I interpret her, what I pass from the way the words come forth. I can't know, though. Her filters are all intact, hardly degraded at all yet. Keeve, Hakira, and I spent the flight over here covertly ripping at our own, pulling ragged gaps where they won't show, armpit, back of knee, under the sag of the filter mask. By the end of the day, everyone will sport the same ragamuffin chic, and our little acts of sabotage won't even show. Of course we do, Keeve agrees, and holds his hands out for the flamethrower. For Ockridge's flamethrower. She's caught in that moment, snapped in the very trap she opened for him, looking from his reaching fingers to the weapon tool in her grasp. I think I hear her sob as she hands it over. We go at it with a will, flames and machetes. By home time, the exposed face of the ruin is mostly clear. Never a more efficient job done. We look at the pillars of smoke. Hakira has an almost religious feel to her, as though it's a sacrifice, the fatted calf offered up for a good harvest. The characters which are exposed speak to me, the implications filtering back with everything else I've opened myself to, slotting neatly into the grooves that were painstakingly chiselled into lung and gut on our march, scoured bare by the decontamination, sure, but the hosing and gassing is just removing the pegs. It won't change the shape of the holes. If you don't change the molecular locks, then don't be surprised when you find the old squatters taking up residence again. But enough of that. Plenty of time for that later. For everyone. Right now, as Ockridge's pilot warms up the flyer, I look over the exposed wall of text, the histories of the people of Kiln, written here for when they would forget them. Who they were, what they did. Everything Vesikhan so desperately wants to find out from his posting here. He won't want for data on our watch, and perhaps one day soon he'll understand these carefully formed characters too. Understand that they are not the figures of an alphabet, nor characters signifying a sound or word or concept, nor hieroglyphs or representative drawings. And they are not mere inscriptions of some king or law, commandment or treaty. They are, each one of them, a living document, a library waiting to be added to. I trace where the ceramic-feeling exterior is clear, the outlines of what must come next, this new chapter in Kiln's story. But I am not the scribe for it, and the vine will grow back. We're not decontaminated on our return. Ockridge and her people complain bitterly, but they've been set back to day one. Just like Keeve's crew was when we troublemakers came to join him. I can taste the echo of his exasperated weariness now. But, Knowing what we do, it's not so bad. Ockridge is frightened and angry, yes, and she'll go to some guard or to the science and tell wild stories about us. But I don't think she will be believed. Nothing she has to say fits the orthodoxy, after all. We sleep on our pallets in the labour block, close-pitched, bunk after bunk. We touch the surfaces and breathe the air. Another 7 days are counted off, this time from when they put us back to work. The ruin in what we're calling the Spongelands is cleared in record time and without incident. We hear the hollow knocking just once. I imagine the elephant's dad soft-footing it over the rubbery mat of the ground, its foot-mouths sampling the fronds as it goes. Despite the lack of cover, we don't see it. There's just the sound. Perhaps it's burrowing. Kiev and I exchange glances. Vesikon has been sent the first images of the place, and he's jumped it to the top of his list. The archaeology team are heading out even as we finish off. I imagine him standing there, scratching at his scalp through the good protective gear that the science are given, staring at those formerly subterranean records, realizing now that he's only ever seen half the story, and not realizing he's not even seen that. I won't know what he thinks about it until later. I'm not exactly in his discussion group anymore. Primat still is, though, at the edges. They talk late at night, after she's limped her way back up to the gantry under the stony and unhelping scrutiny of the guards. She says Vesikon is at the very point of unorthodoxy. The shape of Kiln has grown spiny and encrusted in his mind until he can't shove it into any of the set moulds that mandate academia requires. One day soon he'll say something to the commandant that just comes down on the side of science and reason against the prescriptive and polarized party line. Maybe he'll end up down here with us after that. We return after the last day at that particular ruin. It's time for decontamination, but by then things have moved on. Ockridge understands. She's come to terms with how things are, as have her crew. And as have the other 3 excursion teams who've been host to Frith and Ilmus and the other survivors of the march. The regular 3-day hosing down they give us is nowhere near as thorough as the one we had before the monkey house. And we've been tracking Kiln into the camp on our boots for several days anyway. When they'd put us through that most extreme of scourings, after finally letting us in and deciding they couldn't just shoot us dead, it was as though someone had put their thumbs in my eyes, spikes in my ears, and cauterized parts of my brain that have only grown back now. The pissant little attempt at cleansing we're given this time, after 3 days on site, feels more like a brief ducking underwater. A momentary dulling of sound with closed eyes, but then you're up again, and it all comes flooding back to you. Kiev and I meet several gazes as we come back into camp. People from the march, other excursionistas, people who've slept alongside us in the labour block, our kind of people, those who understand what we went through, the innocence we lost, and all the things we gained. Or maybe, picked up would be the better phrase. But what doesn't destroy you, right? Kiln didn't destroy us. But that's because destroying things isn't what Kiln's about. In the labour block, a new subcommittee accretes around Kiev. Kiev, who was a firebrand in his youth and has been a dull ember ever since. But he's the one people listen to now, not some mouthy professor from an ivory tower. The old Kiln hand, the man who'd led more excursions than any 3 other people and who always returns. His myth is cemented by our march. They think he defeated a whole planet to get us safely back. Anyone who goes out on excursions wants to be with Kiev. He'll get you home, they say. We others just share in his reflected glory. But he shares it with us. His glory is ours. The precise linguistics of how it all works are still going through the relevant subcommittee in the space between us. Typical, really. Every revolutionary group I ever knew spent far longer clutching for how to describe what they were than talking about what they were going to do. We don't need to now, though. Not quite. I know Kiev, and he knows Ilmus, and our knowledge is moving through the camp, spreading out like ink dropped into water. People come round to our way of thinking soon enough. Primat's still awkward on her printed leg, but she's growing into it. It won't be too short much longer. Between excursion missions, Ilmus and I are pumped for information by the science. We play dumb for Vesikarn as he fumbles and creeps about the edge of things, maddeningly close to revelation, save that the madness hasn't quite got purchase on him yet. I can see it twitching at the corners of his eyes. A solid academic who wants to know the truth so badly, but he can't quite find the right questions to ask. And it's not our job to volunteer the information. These things need to come to you organically. They do. They really do. The ruin the camp is built around is like a flensed skull. Vesikarn and his team have studied it with such absorption, like scholars turning their back on the wreck of Troy to reconstruct the ancient world from a single potsherd. To find a list of dead kings, and imagining it represents all that can be said about the wealth of life there once was. The new lords of the Bioscience Brigade won't talk to us directly, but they deputise Crone. The three of us spend long hours in an enclosed space, which is of course ideal for our purposes. We talk over the march and what we saw, describing new species and relationships, and hitherto unexamined biomes we tromped through on our way back to the camp. We're helping to expand the frontiers of human knowledge. Crone understands. I look up sometimes and try to catch a glimpse of Commandant Terelan, a sense of him. He's in his office, behind his filters and his seals, as though the whole camp is merely a prison designed to keep this one man isolated. I can't know what he's thinking, or whether any of his many suspicions are homing in on the truth. The domestics who go near him wear gloves, paper suits, and filter masks at his order. He wants nothing to do with us. The return of the marching band clearly gave him a bad scare. He's practically living the life of a hypochondriac, Primat says. Feep, Fop, and Foop are the same, and the guards keep their rubber hoods on at all times. They want to make sure a hard line is drawn between the privileged few and the chained masses, and that suits us just fine. I mention once that they're paranoid, but Ilmus corrects me, pedantic to a fault. Paranoia, they note, is a term reserved for irrational fears. Another excursion comes around, but this holds no terrors for us. Everyone knows by now that we live charmed lives, we marchers. I'm assigned with Frith this time. We end up in deep jungle, where we have to firebomb an opening because we can't even find space to abseil down with the flamethrowers. Instead of the gourd trees, the sessile life here is a network of interlinked, jointed stalks, festooned with hooks and barbs, like a three-dimensional chain-link fence built of barbed wire. Its upper sections are overlapping scales of photosynthetic black, the back of a sun-drinking dragon. The stalks are reactive. Pre-wound tension in their joints means that damage to their structure causes them to lash out wildly towards wherever the damage came from. There's plenty of torn suits and minor injuries. Frith and I mastermind the first aid, using not too much antiseptic. And by the second day, the language that is inside us has reached this new biome. As we learn, we teach. We grow wise together, the world and us. The story of this new ruin, this node in the mind of the world, unrolls inside us. First Frith and me, but by the time we've conducted our inflammatory vandalism, the whole team knows. It's on the air like smoke, and we take it home with us too. Everyone returns with the understanding that you don't beat Kiln. That's not what Kiln is about. This all sounds bad, I know, but it's not what you think. The gift is not a muddying of the mind with alien influences, but a clarity, an understanding of those around us. Finding that they were always our friends, but we never appreciated each other until now. From those who participated in Clem's uprising and survived, to those who were too scared to act because they didn't know who to trust or what to believe. Slowly, we come to know them, and they us. I see now that Helena Crone of Dig Support is full of regrets about chances she never clutched at, and stands she didn't take, only to be arrested and transported despite it all. Sometimes you go through your whole life not rocking the boat, and they throw you over the side anyway. Any oppressive system needs an element of arbitrary punishment just to keep people properly on their toes. I understand how Crone never put a foot wrong, but enough of her colleagues did to make her tainted by association. Simply not informing sufficiently on her peers became a sin worthy of being cast out of heaven for. She eyes Illness and me as she debriefs us, knowing that the fears which dogged her all her years aren't a concern anymore. She knows where she is with us. And that opens the door to many more fears, because she has a scientist's inquiring mind. But we can face those fears together. Then there's Mox Calran, the overworked and unhappy engineer, the gantry-level man who spends most of his time fixing things down on the ground. The man who ended up with a bolt and a severance of privileges after the uprising. He was never a secret political, never a traitor to the cause. Just someone who grew to really, really hate Commandant Tereland's patronizing leadership. Someone who loathed his job from early on and hated his colleagues. Despised the way that, as engineer, he was simultaneously the hardest worked, the most essential, and the least regarded of all the staff. Because he got his hands dirty, he became labour by association, and a stirring streak of sour yellow negativity began to run through him, like someone had pissed in his coffee. And so he fell in with Clem, and fell for him. Who'd have thought love could flower in Mox Calran's withered little walnut of a heart? Yet Clem's words set a fire in parts of him he thought had atrophied entirely. This all goes into the mix, into what we're brewing. And sometimes you need the taste of piss in your coffee to wake you up and remind you how the world treats you. We still use words and discussion to form our intent. It's just that there's no ambiguity about what's being said. We survivors, we marchers, find places to meet to exchange a handful of efficient sentences. And when we go out on our diverse excursions again, we know it's the start of a new phase of the plan. We have another 3 days before they decontaminate us. The camp's cruelties against the lowest of the low will be turned back against those on high. When Primat limps back in after the first day out there, her leg is heavier by 0.5 kilogram than when she went out. Nobody notices, but we know. Behind the labour block, in those crannies where the cameras don't reach, there is street theatre. They hold me down and carve me open so it can all come out, then stitch me back together. And fuck, it hurts. But I have faith in the cause. I've orbited the need to bring down the mandate all my life. I've gone on marches, listened to speeches, argued the science of it. I shielded illness way back, taking the bruises on my own back when the jackboots came to stamp on someone who didn't fit. I joined cells, sat on subcommittees, passed stolen information, made plans. I was betrayed, narrowly escaped, lied my way out of trouble, and in the end, not even that. And yet, I never truly committed. I understand what it is now to be part of something body and soul. And I understand what must be done to preserve that thing. The clarity cuts deep, exposing things you don't want to know, but need to. There is a task that needs doing, and soon, before we're all betrayed again. Crone slips me a plastic dig tool held back from the reclaimers. Where I can't be seen, I hone it, shaving it down until it cuts like a razor. Chapter 25. The March, Day 3. On the third day of the march, we pass around the shore of a lake. Vast discs of photosynthetic film, like soft plastic, form Venn diagrams on the water, connecting to who knows what submerged roots or bodies beneath. Things like crabs on stilts pick their way between them, carrying mosquito-faced toads that serve as anchor points for pairs of long-handled tongs that dabble in the water. 3 visible creatures, unknown secret partners, the whole coalition approximating the shape and life habits of a spoonbill. I know, from my studies here, that I'd find these same symbiotic units in other combinations with other species. Everything is a Bosch chimera until the very concept of taxonomy becomes inadequate to the task. Let me tell you a fable. There's a thing like a scorpion, and it asks a thing like a frog to carry it across the river. The not frog is concerned that, halfway across, the not scorpion will sting it and they'll both die. But this is Kiln, and it doesn't need to be worried, and soon enough there'll be some hideous bloody frog-scorpion thing terrorizing the waterways with its poisonous sting. Keeve says nothing, but I know he's fretting. The lake isn't on his mental map, just as the river hadn't been. But that's okay. I know we're on track. Just the same way I know he's worried, even though nothing about him shows it. Night 3. There's no conversation. Nobody wants to open their mouth in case the ghastly extraterrestrial glossolalia we're all waiting for comes out. Or in case they suddenly have a centipede thing for a tongue, or their teeth sprout wings and fly in and out like bees. I feel Illness's dry throat, and the odd vibration every time Greeley draws breath. I was about to say we're like condemned men, but we are literally condemned. Each of us feels the planet is holding out a fistful of straws to us, demanding we draw. One of us will pick the short one soon and start stammering and twitching as the world takes hold of them at last. And we'll leave them behind. Because in them is Kiln's proof of concept of how to hack Earth biology, while the rest of us are still running the same terrestrial operating system, and we don't want it in us. We don't, even though it is already. I curse Keeve silently in my head. We all do. He knows it. When the elephant's dad knocks hollowly, it's almost a relief. An outside threat. We don't see it, but the sound is unmistakable, haunting us. It's amongst the trees, under the lake, in the fog that the plant lookalikes around us exhale each morning, then suck back in at night. If I shouted out right now, "Everyone point to the elephant's dad!" we'd all end up indicating the exact same patch of jungle. We go slower and slower when we really need to pick up our pace to make up lost time. None of us have any solid way of calculating how far we've gone and how far there is to go, but I feel it's not 3, not 5, not even 7 days, but 20, 30, forever. Primat plods along at the back still, her leg audibly grinding. The minds of the others circle her like flies, wanting to blame her for our slow progress. But it's not even her, and they know it. We've hit jungle that no amount of working human legs would suffice to run through. A webwork of bloated, warty-boled trees pressed close together. Where they touch, they merge into single, mutant masses of hollowed flesh. The warts intersect like kissing mouths or gape open, wide enough to thrust an arm in. Arm-sized things force their soft bodies in and out, like parcels of information travelling from one tree to another. It's a forest of body horror, just quietly going about its business. I do not thrust my living human arm into those hungry spaces, but the horrifying thing is that part of me wants to. The elephant's dad's call comes again, like a polite laugh from another room. There's no way so large a creature could make its way through this topographical nightmare realm, but somehow it's still out there. It's gained a taste for us from its earlier victims. It's learned Earth people, It's learned they're delicious. Or else, this is after we camp and my mind is screaming to itself at night, loud enough to keep us all awake. Or else, it's the others. The people the elephant's dad ate, their personalities and knowledge insisted in it, having become merely loaned-out parts of the Kilnish bizarre ecosystem. We stop to camp, because there's a clearing. We could have writhed on through the jungle for another hour, maybe, but the open space halts us. Each of us thinks the same. We just can't go on. And there's an old friend to greet us. Another stone crab, clutching into the soft ground. Or perhaps it's the same one as before, having impossibly run ahead of us to prepare the way. Maybe this is why there's a clearing at all. The trees politely shifted aside when it came looking for a home. It eyes us with its eyes. They are dead orbs, alien things. Any similarity with either our eyes or those of Earth crabs, pure chance and convergence. Except, when I meet its gaze, I feel a shock of contact. I half expect it to open perfect, bright human peepers, then bat its eyelashes at us coyly. It watches us, and I sense that it's been waiting for us. I try to shuck off the knowledge, like the filthy tatters of my paper suit, but it's sunk its roots into me. Beneath the stone crab, 1,000 plagues incubate, in the old religious sense. Flies and locusts, frogs and lice. Everything save for the angel of death, because Kiln doesn't do death like Earth does. Kiln does life. Oh God, let this cup pass from me. Each of us is still unknowing enough by this stage that we're horrified by what we know. We can't put it into words. We can't bring ourselves to enunciate what we are learning, because to say it would make it truer. And I know that when we are able, we won't need to. Day 4. We march, making accommodations to the terrain, heading for home like climbers hauling ourselves arm over arm up a chain in which we are all links. The bridge. Rasmussen was right. If only I'd had ears to hear. Then we come to a ruin. I'd say we just stumble onto it, but I don't think that can be true anymore. I have ceased to believe in randomness, because seeing random chance in the world is the result of insufficient data, and we all know too much now. I can see how all the pieces go together, because I'm in the jigsaw. I experience a fractured moment from Ilmus's childhood, realizing just what an existential quandary jigsaw puzzles represent. What is the base unit exactly? Is it the solitary piece, which contains parts of multiple figures, or the individual figure within the image that overlaps the boundaries of multiple puzzle pieces? This ruin isn't on Vesikan's maps. It's pristine, being so heavily furred with growth it had never been noted by the aerial surveys. We stand before it like penitents at a cathedral. Inside, 100 interlocking life forms stir. I step forwards before I can stop myself, pushing my hands into the vines and the worms and the slick layer of decaying dead matter that is still part of the system. I touch the pictographs, raised and rough beneath my fingertips, anxious to impart the dense coils of their information to me. These aren't histories or myths, the lost pasts that Vesikan is so desperate to uncover. They're a succession of todays, a roll call, a class photo, a visitor's book. But, because they are sequential, yes, they make up a kind of history, a record of change, because every instant of the present is different, pages in the book of time. I touch my forehead to it, heedless of the filth that smears me. I fugue. In my mind I see the Kilni, the wild man. It steps from the puzzle, and I stare at the gap it leaves, but cannot tell if it's a piece or a figure. It has Kiev's face, and my hands, Ilmas's narrow chest and Primat's one leg. Even as I watch, it breaks apart, all those pieces creeping away on borrowed limbs, experimenting with semi-independence, finding new friends. I see clearly what our research had already told us, that there was a time on Kiln when the climate was wetter, as it had been before that, and as it shall be again. The forests of Kiln that we see now are only the ghosts of what flourished then, shrinking in the drier climate as they cut the cloth of their biodiversity to suit the current climatic purse. Except on Kiln, biodiversity is reactive in real time. No need to wait for slow old evolution to come up with something new. Let the fertile times come again, and all the life forms will be out swapping body parts like trading cards once more. We live in the echo of what was. And what was, at that point of peak richness, was the builders. The minds that built these ruins and set the records of themselves down in these sigils. The others drag me off the ruin and throw me to the equally sticky ground, waiting to see if I've finally gone. If I'll be the first. But I blink at them, my reverie interrupted. I then stand up, quite calm, not sure what happened or where all this knowledge has come from. But I know. I had a dream of the builders, and it's the only thing that makes sense of what we've seen here. Can I tell Vesikan if we get back? Can I say we've met the builders at last? For I saw their lost world through a glass darkly. The ruins provide a bridge between what they had then and what is left now in the dry times. The withered world, for all it still seems so alive. I think the key is that Kilnish life doesn't centralize like ours does. Tissues spread throughout the body with less reliance on discrete organs. Even the tissue that originates and sends out instructions to the rest of the organism, the brain in us, is diffuse. I want to tell Vesikan that he can relax. The builders of Kiln are absolutely out in the wilderness waiting to be found. They have 2 feet and 2 hands, and eyes properly oriented above their noses and mouths. They are the epitome of mandate orthodoxy, only in a way that absolutely nobody will want to hear. I laugh, and some people eye me worriedly, while others are in on the joke already too. In the middle of the next night, Ilmas is the first. They begin to go mad. Clutching at Kiev, grabbing painfully, burrowing their face into his neck and shoulder. He gets the hell away from them quickly, and we all watch them fitting on the ground, eyes rolling where the lamp falls across their face. Some of us want to abandon them then and there, past midnight. They've caught Kiln, gone Rasmussen. Only the Commandant doesn't need a matched pair of babbling freaks. They'll never be let back into camp now. It's not like we can stuff their mouth with leaves and carry them all the way home trussed up. Ilmas gabbles at us, but hears nothing we say in return. They call out to the trees, and the elephant's dad knocks back, once for yes, twice for no. When I go close with consoling words, speaking their name, trying to draw them back, they clutch my head. Grip it like they're trying to crack it open to speak directly into my naked brain. The others force them away, putting distance between us again. As though there is any safe distance, and we're not all breathing the same air. Ilmas stumbles off, and I feel a tug in my head which makes me trip. It stutters Ilmas to a halt, still at the periphery of us. I don't want to be mad. I don't want to be sick. Being with Kiev and the others is safe, secure in our earthness. Our little bastion of non-native biology holding out against the howling hordes of a place we had no business ever coming to. And yet, Ilmas and I go way back, and I'm torn between 2 gravitic pulls. Ilmas's mouth opens, and sound comes out, an awful mewling, terrifying in their alienness, appalling in their humanity. Day 5. On the march the following day, Ilmus is still able to walk with us and trails behind Primat as we break from the jungle. They physically hold their jaws shut, except those dreadful sounds still leak from the edges. Feeling the pull of them, I fall back and watch the figures of Kiev and Greeley recede ahead. We are strung out now, a straggling trail of desperation winding our way in the vain belief that Kiev still knows where he's headed. Except I know he does. And I know he knows he's right. Yet he doesn't understand how he's doing it. I go back to Ilmus and to Primat. To my considerable surprise, I'm doing the right thing. When they pause to eat, I sit close by, watching over Ilmus, who doesn't know me by then but wants to. They explore my face with hands that can't quite grasp why they joint the way they do. They weep strangeness at me, caught between two worlds. In the end, I hold them, clasping them close as though trying to make some Kilnish symbiont. The others stare at us leerily, waiting for us to start exchanging mindless animal squawks. But I am still, my mind abrading away like the paper suits, and yet I am me still. My fingernails hook into the humanity of me and hold on. Later, Kiev takes us uphill, where the forest is sparser, each fat tree holding its own court. The ground at their base seethes with an ecology of little courtiers, ambassadors from other polities bringing gifts. We wind between them, as though that will help preserve the earth in us, the purity of the clay God made us from. We step over little thoroughfares of exchange between each tree's domain. Nothing here is hermetic. But then life never is. We classify it and assign it 2 Latin names and a holotype, and forget it's all just twigs of the same tree. That night, Ilmus takes themselves off, away from the rest of us. Even out past Primat, who'd basically dropped where she stood when everyone stopped, making her own camp of one. Ilmus's shoulders are hunched inwards, arms wrapped around themselves. They double over every so often, as if they're vomiting. But all that comes out is words. I'm an expert now in Kiln's many sounds, and to me it seems that Ilmus's throat is being twisted into making them, trying to render unto the jungle something it might understand. In return, the jungle roars, buzzes and churs, and cackles and belches, but there remains a gap, the last struts of the bridge, preventing Ilmus's meaning from crossing. I think they're going to die. Just walk off like some old-timey explorer. I may be some time. Except I also know that's not it. They're not looking for extinction, but connection. And they can no longer connect with their fellow humans. I trail them past Primat, whose face is a clutch of pain lines. She's pushed herself past all endurance, haggard and worn, her pain leaking out at every joint and the stump of her leg a raw ruin of agony. But being left behind is worse. I can't believe what she's endured. I experience a blast of it as I pass her, like a radio tuned briefly into a station of blaring, jagged music. Then I'm with Ilmus and the stone crab. It's followed us. Except it can't have followed us. It's there like a big table, up on the intestinal inflations of its various legs. Ilmus has their hands on it, like they're about to chair a board meeting. They open their mouth, and stuttering, tongueless words fight their way out. The stone crab mutters to itself, but I know it's not in response to Ilmus, just the tips of an alien internal monologue breaking the surface. I'm here, I tell them. I'm not really. Not for them, but still, I'm there. When Ilmus lies down beside the stone crab, I lie beside them, in case they need me. And I feel Primat close by too, but obscured by the trees, as well as the others, an unravelling knot of mind beyond that. If the elephant's dad happened on us, we'd be like an all-you-can-trample buffet, but we've ceased to care. The march is all, and the world can do what it wants to us. That night I understand, with a dream's twisted clarity, that the stone crabs create a peculiar local ecology. They are hubs, wireless routers through the busy interactions of Kilnish life. Like priests, they demand sanctity around them, and Kiev has somehow led us in a join-the-dots path from one to another, knowing instinctively where we'll be safe to rest. Except it can't be. Even in the dream, I know it must be nonsense. My earth science mind hammers out its own doctrine, and I walk away from Kiev and the stone crab, and the elephant's dad eats me for my hubris. I wake screaming, fighting. Some of the others, off lost on the far side of the fat, rumbling trees, shout at me. Ilmus sleeps on. My sounds mean nothing to anyone. In the dream I have later, I reach over for Ilmus's shoulder and they come apart. I feel the pieces of them shift and disassociate within their ragged overalls, individual segments and joints creeping and scuttling to escape their cuffs. It's a hideously visceral sensation as the human shape of them just crumbles and tumbles away beneath my fingers. I wake and clutch for them for real, and they're not there. Day 6. Day has arrived, and I blink stupidly. There are voices nearby. I get up and see that Ilmus is sitting on the stone crab with Greeley, the two of them exchanging low murmurs. Not wanting to wake me, I realize. Ilmus? I croak, and they smile at me. They name me, wish me a very good morning. Human words. Not even a sliver of Rasmussianic raving. What? I get out. Well, I got better, is all they say. They look a bit embarrassed, as if they'd been faking it to get out of sport. I feel tears come to my eyes. I'm amazed everyone else isn't there having a goddamn party, in fact. Because it's not just that Ilmus is back with us. Ilmus got better. They'd had the Kiln madness, which Rasmussen has been a victim of for decades, and which Clem died of. Except what Clem actually died of was being thrown into the incinerator for being mad. Just like Booth. And just like the man in the example tank whom Primat showed me way back. The madness, and then the execution. Camp policy. But Ilmus got better. And Rasmussen never got better. Somehow, right then I can't work out what the salient difference in their cases is, though it seems blindingly obvious to me later. We go back to the others, we three. Greeley and Ilmus almost shoulder to shoulder, me a little further off, somehow unable to be properly with them. Kiev and the main body of us react, delight, surprise, and yet, somehow Ilmus doesn't reintegrate completely. Even in the midst of us, they're not quite with us. As though what they've gone through was a pupation, and they carry vast, invisible wings of 100 unseeable colours. In the midst of us, they walk with Greeley, but not with us. Kiev sees it too. His second, Greeley, is suddenly not his best friend. Does she still have his back? He doesn't know, and neither does she. Frith has the twitches now too. I see her mouth twist and flap like a hooked fish. By mid-morning, she's walking more with Ilmus and Greeley, marching to the beat of that same different drummer, even though we're all walking together. There's a slow migration across that sightless but eminently permeable barrier over the course of the day. I remember staring at Kiev, and him staring back at me, like we're the only ones left. As though everyone else is a doppelganger, a changeling. In the end, he drops back, and I do too. We make it all about helping Primat, because otherwise she'd just become completely lost and abandoned at the back. She's always been the outsider, but now Kiev and I find ourselves just as outside, and Primat is the only fit company we have left. And we do help her. She's wretchedly grateful by then. No strength left in her, her leg grinding and screeching as its abused joints degrade. I don't mention that nobody seems to need Kiev to lead anymore. It doesn't seem politic. We eat the last of our husbanded rations, the high-energy compact foodstuffs that were never enough. We're not home. The simple maths of it, distance, food stock, rates of infection, none of it ever actually worked. It was all just Kiev telling us what we needed to hear to get us moving. Can-do attitude can't always do, though. Late morning, Primat's prosthetic leg dies. The knee has seized and the motor's died. The constant drifting micro-life of Kiln has gotten into it and murdered it, leaving her a leg down. She's barely slept the last 2 nights, having no more painkillers and her inflamed stump searing at her all night. Primat sits on the ground, twisted to keep her balance. The leg is across her knee, panels open. Inside, I see the mess of fungal growth that sprouted so horribly fast, colonizing the plastic, feeding off the industrial polymers. I don't look at the stump itself. I don't have to. It's growing on her, too, as though Kiln has been exploring the liminal zone between mechanism and flesh. I know she's tried to scrape it away, and felt a deep-rooted pain that goes all the way into her. Before anyone else can say it, say what they're surely desperate to, she declares, "You're going to have to leave me." "No," I say. And Kiev shakes his head too, because Primat and me, we're all he's got right now. I wait for the others to all chorus yes, possibly in uncanny unison like the congregation of a cult. Something shifts between us all. I feel it. Like an invisible creature hanging in the air, its trailing tendrils brushing my face. "Will," says Kiev. There aren't words, though. I make a sound, just a sound, and see Kiev and Primat stare at me. I feel a hand on my shoulder and know it's Ilmas's. And I know it doesn't matter if it's Ilmas's hand or not. What I feel is not fear or harm. It's release. A man finally taking the plunge into a frozen pool, experiencing the shock and then the indescribable relief of having done it at last. 1,000 little ticks and tells suddenly snap into sharp focus, and what was noise becomes information. My fragile clay was thrust into the kiln, and I feared the burning. But now I see the shape of me as I'm drawn out. Fired and fit. Kiev's eyes are wide and terrified. He can't know how he knows, but he understands he's lost another ally. And of course, he'll be the last. He's closed himself off for years to survive here, put up barriers in his mind to keep himself sane and hoping. But sometimes border walls are a prison. "Nimel," I say to Primat, "you can..." "She can come home with us, I know she can. Because we're going to get home. All of us. Fed and sane, and more than able to think through just how to approach the camp and the guards. All of us together." Primat stares up at me. She has felt the sea change too, the tide lapping at her very heel, though not quite taking her out yet. She and Kiev, one closed off by pain, the other by indomitable will. But they're teetering at the brink. I feel it. We all do. And there's a fracture of hope in Primat's face, because she can say, "Leave me behind," all she likes, but she still desperately wants to get home. At our backs, the boulder crab chuckles and rasps. Ah, Kiln. You hear survival of the fittest, and imagine evolution like a boxing match, where the last champ left in the ring takes the belt. What makes you fittest isn't being bigger and stronger than everything else. It isn't even necessarily being better at any given thing than everything else. Because you need everything else. That's how biology works. Each cell needs the other cells. Each organ needs the other organs. Each organism needs the other organisms. The base unit of life is all life. But let me tell you about Kiln. It makes Earth look like a boxing match. How do you become the fittest on Kiln? It's not about how many enemy empires you can trample to dust with your sandaled feet. Surviving on Kiln is all about how much life you can interlock with, the services you can provide. On Kiln, no species is an island. Nothing needs to be ruggedly self-sufficient, because there's always someone who can do the thing for you, better than you could, in exchange for what you've got. Evolution as a barter economy. Everything becoming better and better at finding ways to live with its neighbours. Daniel in the lion's den lets the lions eat his legs, because then they will carry him meekly about on their backs. There are no lions on Kiln, but the stone crab's back is broad, and the forest moves for it. Chapter 26. Back in the camp. Splitting us up, separating us, must have looked like a good idea. It should have been. It's the old playbook against the industrial organisers. But you don't contain a disease by dispersing it. You don't stop the spread of a message by spacing the transmitters further apart. And the message is tailored for the hearers now. It was given a chance to practice and adapt with us. Not just the yowling babble of the lone Rasmussen, but a persuasive text that dovetails neatly with the proteins and membranes of the human organism. We go out embedded in the other excursion teams like splinters. We come back amongst friends. After the third excursion, we return to a warm welcome. It's taken hold within the camp, this Kilnishness. Dig support, maintenance, domestics, general labour, colonised one by one. We pass through the camp, each pair of eyes a window, feeling the coming together of people, of plans. We exchange murmured words in hidden corners, or out in the wilds where there are no cameras or microphones. In the camp, when we arrive back that time, I see Vesikhan come down from the gantry, looking at the bleached bones of the ruin they built the dome around, that has been studied and restudied until it's barely a conversation piece anymore. I see him now look at it with new eyes, lips moving like a slow learner, but not quite there yet. And now there's a task that needs doing. Many tasks, but this one is mine. I volunteered for it. Some messages should come from an acquaintance, not a stranger. Tonight, when everything is due to happen, I sit up in my bunk in the labour block. Everyone's awake, feigning sleep. Those of us who will take the first and most irrevocable steps are stirring, but I know everyone else is waiting for us. I stand, eyes straying to the dull red light they never turn off. From within my overalls, I take the blade they all know I have, hidden less by artifice than by the consensus of the many. It slips into my hand, and around me I sense everyone's fingers move in sympathy. I slip from my bunk and pad lightly across the dormitory. It must be now. Tomorrow will be too late. The March, Day 6. After all that happened, we move faster. Because we have help, and because we help each other. I don't recall so much of those final days. Perhaps it's because I'm undergoing a reorganisation at a microscopic scale. New tenants are setting up and changing all the plugs so they can get connectivity. I know we eat, even though our rations were exhausted, even with the privation measures Kiev had mandated. But now we gorge, growing strong on it. Because it might be symbiosis heaven out there, but it's a symbiosis red in tooth and claw. Or yellow, given Kiln's palate. Everything eats everything on Kiln. It's just that the Kilnish ecosphere works at an additional level of organisation, combining and recombining, evolving universal adapters so the planet's lives can trade parts and facilities. As though everything is just modular toys owned by inventive children. A knocking sound is what finally brings me back from my reverie. We've not heard it for some time. The elephant stad pacing us. But I understand now. Not because it has some deviant taste for earth flesh. Think of it rather as the first disciple, just as Primat's boulder crab is the second. There is a special place for those who recognize the Messiah on the road and do them honor. Kiev is the very last to go. It should have been me, the one who's been on Kiln the least, still virgin territory that the planet hasn't been able to get its teeth into. Kiev, though, has been chewed over for years, but he has such a tight hold on himself. A tough outer rind that lets nothing in, not people, not Kiln. Towards the end of our march, he's broadcasting but not receiving. We receive chapter and verse on what it's like to be Vertigio Kiev when all his crew have left him to follow a more persuasive piper. Paranoia, revulsion, looking at the faces of his comrades and fearing the thing that has come to wear them, believing himself the only bastion of sanity. He considers fleeing into the wilderness, save that the voice of the elephant's dad sounds once more, and he fears it more than his own turning mind. I want to tell him it isn't what he thinks, because there is a narrative born of our humanity and its fears, and that's not what Kiln has done to us. I want to tell him, for that matter, that if it's insanity he fears, well, there's a thing out there that he sincerely believes in with 3 mantis legs and 3 tardigrade stumps, and he's calling it the elephant's dad, and doesn't he think that's a little bit odd? Madness and sanity are judged by majority norms after all, and if it's all of us on one side and just him on the other, who's mad exactly? He cracks at last, flees us, tearing at his ragged overalls as though seeking to rid himself of the final barriers between himself and everything else. He whoops and carves his feet on thorns and the sharp tongues of stones, scrambling like a 5-year-old through the close-packed, swollen trunks of trees. Kiev comes face to no face with the elephant's dad, and he laughs at it. It cannot, under any circumstances, be a real creature. Nothing of Kiln can be. That is Kiev's final, despairing defense. Not this interleaved and borderless mess of interspecific relations, like a vision plaguing a taxonomist as they wake from drug-fueled delirium. Except we rush after him and haul him away before the elephant's dad, which absolutely did kill 2 of our number, can add Kiev to its tally. Even as we do, its sluggish mind goes, huh? As it registers what Kiev is becoming, what he is becoming a part of. He is still Vertigio Kiev. I'm still Arton Daghdev, the biologist, and the biology of that name. Nothing's changed, except the way we see the world around us and those who inhabit it. Ilmus's grief and Primat's pain, my frustration, Kiev's bitterness. What links us to the world links us to each other. What links us to each other is part of a chain that reaches far into the past. Kiln's complex and mutually reliant ecology has found the precise sequence of steps to build Rasmussen's bridge. From the macrobiotic assemblage that is Arton Daghdev, to my own microbiome, to the microbiology of Kiln, to its own interdependent macroforms like the elephant's dad. From me to Ilmus, and Ilmus to Kiev. Back channels of information passing into us and out of us through pores and nose, eyes and ears, and the touch of fingers. We sit there at our camp and know one another. Our purposes and our preferences, our mutual determination to survive. But not survive apart. Join or die, the old rallying cry. If Kiln had a flag, that would be its motto. And, in that revelation, I am not just a part of a band of humans, knowing one another and sharing our purpose. I am a part of the wider world of Kiln. Then, understanding that, I realize who the builders were, and where they went, and that they have returned. They were always going to return in due course. Over 1,000 years, as the world span and conditions changed. But we altered that, we specific humans. Kiev's death marchers. We've awoken the builders on our march, as surely as if they clawed their way up out of our footprints. We march on. We reach the camp. When I falter, someone comes back for me. Empathy is a hole that lets the rain in. That's how they get us. Back in the camp. I feel the stretched sheet tension of it all. From my innards to the inhabitants of the labour block to the world beyond. I walk down the rank of bunks. At the far end of the room, he's sitting up. "Arton," he says. I don't stop. "Arton, no," he says. Because it's reached him, the connection. Infiltrated him as it has all of us. Letting us know him as we know each other. "Wait," he says. "Listen to me. I'm not—" He chokes on the words because he knows they're a lie. And he can't lie to me anymore. I stand at the foot of his bed, blade in hand, and know him. His mind shrinks from me, hiding its face in its hands so I might not see the guilt there, but I do see it. I know him, and he knows me. We all know. It's a knowledge of the other that comes like self-knowledge. We discover all the hidden moments when each of us were weak. Illness sold me out. They already confessed as much. But they did it so quietly and confusingly, nobody noticed. They broke under duress, because everyone does, and tried to give my name up, only nobody heard my name amidst the noise, and so it didn't even matter. We know, all of us, and we understand. Frith also broke when they had the electrodes on her, the sleep deprivation and the music that came and went, ear-gougingly loud at random intervals. Frith sold her surrogate family. We know that. And I broke. I gave up Marquain L., who never came back to life when our barge fragmented. After they'd taken me. After my year's sabbatical on the run, living in the gutter. They starved and beat me, stripped me and froze me, all methods so primitive I might have been part of a living history display. And I broke. I told them where Marquain L. was hiding. I didn't have anyone else to sell, to redeem my poor, pawned soul. I'm the reason she was taken. And I'm the reason she's dead. Or else they'd already taken her by then, and my little betrayal was pointless as well as craven. But I still gave her up. Everyone breaks when they twist you hard enough. It's what the mandate's good at. It's what's behind all Terelin's polite words and dinners. But for some it was more than that. "Please," says Parides Acosta, the traitor. The man who sold Clem's rebellion to the commandant. Who'd made his niche here in the camp, burrowing into the subcommittee like a parasite, earning himself backhanded privileges, treats, even just a dodged beating or two. Such small coins in payment for a betrayal. And doubtless, if I were his analyst, I could build a whole house of justifications for why it was him who ended up as the informant, not me or Ilmus or anyone else. It might have been any of us. But it was Parides Acosta in the end. "Helena," he says, appealing to Crone now, reaching out. The head of dig support sits on her bed and won't look at him. He didn't even betray her, because she wasn't part of anything that needed betrayal. A little part of him even did it to protect her and the rest of the team, fearing the disruption that a wider insurrection might cause. But Clem died, Armiette died, and others, because he passed every detail he could to security and the commandant. He feared we'd fail, so he made sure we failed. And now he's inducted into this conspiracy, he'll do it again. Because of all the things our new pan-global revolutionary subcommittee is good at, secrecy is not one of them. We're all about open borders. Although it's been all grassroots activism so far, I know there's a slow-growing unease on the gantry level too. Because there's a slow-growing infiltration up there, Kiln gaining its foothold from all the material we've brought in. It's impossible for them to pin down, devoid of explicit clues, but Terrelin and his security forces are becoming twitchier and twitchier, yet don't know why, planning crackdowns against an explosion they can't see coming for once, abusing the domestics, whom they insist wear gloves, masks, and paper shoes. Ever since Kiev's death march, they've been tightening the procedures. Except it wasn't a death march. It was the life and soul. And tonight, we're bringing the party. Parides Acosta of dig support like a rotting fruit, eyes white and wide in the red light. The taint of Clem Beruda, sold to the commandant, leaks from his memories, sweating from his pores. Parides must live is his sole goal. And looming like a grand shadow behind all these Kilnish transgressions is his history on Earth. Parides Acosta, the academic, the revolutionary. We went to the same revolutionary cells, we sat on the same subcommittees, we shared a common room at the Panoptic Academy. And all the time, he was on someone else's payroll. He was turned long before, feeding the hungry maw of the Mandate's secret police. Not broken, not twisted, just rotten. It hadn't even saved him from transportation in the end. Every time he'd turned someone in, a little of the unorthodoxy had stuck to his fingers until he'd looked as dirty as the rest of us and they shipped him out. It didn't even keep him out of excursions here either. Just had him on the easy team rather than Kiev's advanced course. It's amazing how little you can buy someone for sometimes. Now he knows the plan, having seen it hanging in the space between us. We couldn't hide it from him, just as he couldn't hide his nature from us. He understands when I stab him. His mouth opens again, but there are no last words. No new protestations of innocence or diversions of blame. The old paranoid fire that sets everyone at everyone else's throats until the only way to catch the traitor would be to burn the entire revolution to the ground and start again, is gone. All is transparency now. Every traitor stands accused by their own self-knowledge. Acosta is my first murder in the name of revolution. I'd always just talked a good fight before. He doesn't stop the improvised blade going in. He realizes that his death is necessary to prevent the betrayal that he would also find necessary. He is simultaneously a traitor and a martyr to the cause. When I stand up from the deed, I don't need to say anything dramatic like, "It's time," or "We have to act fast." Everybody already knows. The eyes they placed in the labour block, their own extended sensorium, will have seen. Is there a living watcher intently manning the cameras every moment of each night? It's unlikely. But they will have algorithms, and probably the final in-character act of Parides' life will be to appear as a flag for concern on their system. Security will be coming shortly. It's time for us to move. I am Arton Daghdev. We are the revolution. Chapter 27. We swarm out of the labour block, and the coordination of our invincible hive mind means we effortlessly overpower security. We're like ants. Kill one of us, it doesn't matter. Only the colony counts, and hence the subcommittee survives by subsuming all its constituent parts. We become the ultimate commune, and the littered, used-up husks of individual units are trampled underfoot for the greater good. Onwards to victory. Except it doesn't work like that, of course. That's not what Kiln has given us. And honestly, it might be easier if it were the case. Let this cup be taken from me, I think. And isn't myself, the understanding of my individual separation from my fellows, that cup? Take it from me, and I'd not fear hurt or privation, even torture at the hands of the commandant. I'd just be one little segment of the great driving centipede of revolutionary fervour. But as I said, that's not how it is. I am not actually the revolution. I am just Arton Daghdev. One amongst many, yes, but not many becoming one. So, we'll release our alien mind control spores and they will rise up to the gantry level for the Commandant and all his people to breathe in. Then they'll basically be our people, slaved to the greater Kiln thing that we've all become. Or else maybe we'll tailor the spores to bring those cruel people into our omniversal vision of peace and love. The spores can get into their brain and turn them mad, but it's only madness if you're a devotee of the mandate's fuckery. By any rational human standard, it's sanity. Everyone will smile and hug it out, and we'll run naked through the happy woods of Kiln like nature's children. And possibly, if we're to continue this ridiculous hypothetical, there'll be some hairy, Kilnish Bigfoot shambling out of the trees in a bathrobe, come to teach us meditation and yogic flying or something. Yes, you can probably tell by the way I couldn't even make this one stick that this isn't how it works either. Because sometimes the only way to make the revolution happen is to fight. And nothing that's happening to us here on Kiln particularly changes who we are, which is why I had to knife Paredes Acosta. Even though he was plugged into our network enough for us to uncover his past treacheries, he wasn't suddenly going to become our best mate, raising a pint to the cause. The one change that Kiln had made was that he couldn't hide his opportunistic weasel nature from us. He'd still betray everyone. And so what? At first, I thought we'd just follow Clem's plan, but better. That's what tends to happen when there's a plan in the air. It makes an invisible mould that people pour themselves into. Clem was a leader, a thinker, a doer. He was a good man. Which means, with the world and revolution being what they were, he'd done a lot of bad things. But he'd done them for people and against the system. That's why he was a convict who'd gotten himself transported to the extrasolar camps. If he'd done bad things for the system against people, he'd be the Commandant. We act, and the plan comes together between us, because that's another thing Kiln is good for. The free and frank exchange of views. A discussion that doesn't need words quite. I must make it clear, it's not mind-reading. I can't look at Ilmus and know the thoughts that scud across their brain. But if Ilmus thinks a thing, it tugs at me. If they see something, I'm drawn to it. There's an interchange of information at a subconscious level because of the veritable haze of biological signal in the air around us. We are connected, but it's not a superpower. We do not cast off the shackles of our human bodies or forget who each one of us is. But we know one another deeply, and that counts for something. Even the laxist security operative up on the gantry will have seen what's just happened in the labour block, but most likely they won't be characterising it as the start of the revolution. I just stabbed Acosta, and a couple of other inveterate snitches got themselves brained or strangled. Security may or may not clock that the people who were murdered were their past informants. Even if they do, they're not going to go on high alert for a few dead tattletales. Instead, what we receive is half a dozen of them coming down from the gantry with guns and clubs to take the malefactors into custody. They tell us to stand away from the doors before they come in. They're not hyper-cautious, but they're not making dumb mistakes either. They have full protective gear on, masks included, and gas grenades in case they need to put down a general riot. But most of all, they spark fear. That's how they get you. How a small group of uniformed stormtroopers can always face down a turbulent crowd. Fear of their weapons, of their discipline, of the brutal force they can mete out. How many of us would it take to bring one of them down? How much better is the care their wounds would receive than any treatment we'd get afterwards? And, working in a labour camp, you come to understand how even small hurts drag at you, compounding over time because the work is hard, and you'll not cut any slack for a twisted knee or a broken finger. They can be bold. We can only be craven. That's how it went on Earth, and that's how it goes on Kiln. They stride in and demand the culprits surrender themselves on a count of 5, or else the beatings will start. They get what they want, as they always do, but don't get it quite the way they expect. They don't understand that we're all culprits now. I remember a workers' rallying cry back in the day: one out, all out. Right before the mandate sent in their blacklegs to do the work and their troopers to shut down the strike. Clem was in the thick of that. He told me how it went when the lines clashed. There's always a point, he said, when you don't know whether the man on your left or the woman on your right will still be there a moment later. You can't be sure that, if you rush the riot shields, people will be at your back or just left behind. And nobody wants to be the one to charge the filth on their own, to be beaten down and then stomped on as their line pushes forwards, then cuffed and hauled away behind that inviolable advancing barrier. We've all seen it happen. Someone too reckless or fearless or just plain dumb or drunk. You don't tend to see those people again, save in the casualty figures. That's what Kiln has given us. We know and lean on one another. If I falter, then Ilmus's resolve is there to catch me. If Greeley or Kiev flinch, then I'm there. And they can count on it. We're all in this together. One in, all in. So we all go in. The whole Labour bloc rolls forwards at the same time against half a dozen security. There are shots. One of them picks a grenade off their belt and pulls the pin. The block floods with pale, irritant gas, but that's a trick plenty of us know. And if one of us knows it, we all do. We've got bandanas soaked in piss, sterile saline, and a chemical byproduct of the reclamation plant that someone knew worked to neutralize the stuff. It still stings like buggery, causing streaming eyes and nose, and the back of my throat's on fire. But what doesn't happen is the instant isolation those sensory assaults bring, locking you in your own head with the pain and disorientation. We all feel it, but we all know that we're not alone. The brute clay of us has been fired to something hard and determined by mutual intent and proximity. And there's someone from maintenance who throws the extractor fans into overdrive to clear the air. But we don't wait for it. We don't give security a chance to either overawe us with bludgeons or pull out. We jump in to fight, with our eyes red and weeping. We tear at their masks, twist the guns from their hands. I hear 7 shots and feel 2 of my fellows die. 2 more take agonizing wounds, but the pain is spread across us all, blunted, necessary. That's Kiln. Symbiosis and carnivory, an understanding that death is just a part of the deal. In the aftermath, with the air clearing, we stand over the bodies of our victims. But we can't stop or regroup. There is only forwards. We've smashed the cameras, blinded our enemies, and there'll be full-on panic up top. They'll be waking the commandant. The science will be blinking blearily at the sound of shouts and running feet. But what we inherited from Kiln, they have through training and discipline. I picture Terreland's formidable lieutenant already kicking awake the day shift, cursing them all into their armour and kit. So we rush out of the Labour bloc, wedging the doors open even as our techs fight off their initial override codes. If we'd dithered, stayed behind the walls, turtled down, they'd have gone on the offensive, kettling us in and beating us. Lessons learned back on Earth. There's nothing the enforcers like more than a target that's not fighting back. So we take the offensive, sally forth. There's a little shooting from above, but they're still reacting, and we have a few guns to return the favour with. Everyone in the Labour bloc knows the angles of fire from the towers anyway. I see security's night shift rushing to hold the stairheads and the lift, because they remember Clem's plan too, to seize the comms hut and therefore gain access to the orbital ship. Onwards and upwards. Clem, for all his vision, thought like an Earthman. He had a plan that was entirely comprehensible to the Commandant because it involved essentially replacing the Commandant. Seize the head of the snake. It's all about the higher functions, the brain of the camp. We're not thinking like that anymore. And it would be pat to say that's because Kiln doesn't think like that. It's not all about the great man theory of evolution over here, or those neat trees of life the Mandate produces, where human beings are the pinnacle of the uppermost branch, closest to God. The thing with a tree, though, the thing with a snake, the thing with a human, that branch, fanged mouth or vaunted highly evolved brain, are absolutely fucked without a trunk or a body. So we don't rush the stairs into the teeth of their automatic weaponry. We go under the gantry, where they don't have a good line on us. The tools we were brandishing aren't planned to be repurposed as weapons. We use them the way they were intended, and start taking things apart. They have an emergency generator on the gantry level, because the camp designers thought that much through. But the main power comes from the weird Kilnish bio-network of flowers, and that's down here with us. We cut them off, and that puts them on a clock. Yes, there are old solar collectors up there, but nobody's dusted them off for years because Kiln had such a reliable alternative. The reclamation plant is also at ground level, the source of the rendered-down slurries which all the printers feed off. Inorganics and organics both, neatly sorted and held in big tanks ready to be drawn on to produce everything from clothes to tools to lunch. The tanks are down here too. They like their living space uncluttered up on the gantry. We cut them off as well. They'll have whatever's in the pipes, and whatever stocks of food and ammo were already fabricated, which'll last them a while, but again, it puts them on a clock. We break the decontamination airlock, making absolutely sure they see us doing this. A couple of people are shot at, but mostly it's done from inside, where they can't draw a bead on us. That communicates a very particular game plan. And by now, Commandant Terrelin has, I'm sure, hauled Vesican, Feep, Fop and Foop into his office. We're finally confirming his suspicions of us, which took root and grew like a fungus up there ever since we came back off the march. We brought something back with us, despite the utter lack of gibber and froth, despite the heaviest decontamination they could deploy. It wasn't some super-resilient microbe by then. What we brought back was our understanding of Kiln and how it worked, our memories of how it had bound us together on the march. It was easy enough, the next time they sent us out on excursion, to reconnect with our acquaintances and bring them back into camp. Spread the love, share the load, get to know our neighbours. It does, I admit, sound profoundly sinister when I talk about it like this, but I mean it literally. Know thyself is the Earth adage, but here on Kiln it's know one another. They must have been worrying about what they missed. And then, of course, someone up above had the bright idea of using Primat against us, because despite it all, she'd kept her bunk up top. But they'll burst into her room and find her already gone, and in her bed a riotous explosion of festering life. I imagine them reeling back, choking, desperately fumbling for masks if they're not already wearing them. The horror! It isn't Primat transmuted to a lump of hideous alien flesh, of course. She is already clear and on the run. It's the latest consignment she smuggled in her leg. Just a few fistfuls of Kilnish biomass, but the point is to guide the response of the Commandant. Right now, he'll be sealing himself and his favourites inside his personal chambers up there, turning on the air scrubbers and taking every other precaution against contamination. Which suits us fine, because it means he's burning power and resources at twice the normal rate. And we really don't want him being a part of our collective, thank you very much. We have some vital time in hand before they work out what we're doing. They're probably not watching the technical side of their operation like hawks while they prepare to defend beachheads on the stairs, especially as Calran is one of ours. He's already gone over the side, gone rogue. Primat can't exactly monkey down the scaffolding, but when she jumps, we're ready to catch her. For the moment, at least, we retain the initiative and control the ground floor of the camp. We keep pulling wires and cutting pipes, killing cameras and staying out of the sweep of the tower guns. That's when a hive mind, or alien mind control spores, would have been really useful, frankly, because there's only so much momentum we can spin before it becomes a waiting game. We've cut them off. The clock's ticking and they've worked out our game plan. Now it's on them to respond, and we're going to have to deal with that as best we can. They muster up above and pass round the guns with their limited stock of ammunition. There's also the truncheons, which don't run out of bang, but which we can match with what we've got down here. They know we have fabricators at our end, and we can start making crude piecework guns like Clem had, but we can also make sharps and blunts, and maybe cook up some nasty chemicals. Certainly, we can make breakable containers full of violently inflammable liquid that can be stuffed with paper cloth wicks. Sometimes insurgency needs to go back to its roots. The clock runs down, but it's our clock too, because they'll be coming any moment now, the stairs covered by the towers so we can't bottle them at the bottom. The essential fragility of our plan is exposed. The fragility of the human body subjected to bullets and beatings. But we have a unity of purpose no revolution ever had before. We have confidence in our comrades, rooted in absolute certainty. And they have the guns. Chapter 28. Guns count for a lot, I won't lie. Aside from a little pot-shotting, they're not immediately used to best effect, though. Security is still waiting for us to storm the stairs, working to Clem's top-down playbook that we've mostly abandoned. While we wait for them, the most technically savvy of us fight an entirely separate war over the printer in the labour block. Someone on the Commandant's team was sharper than we anticipated and tried to junk it entirely. They remembered Clem's makeshift guns and thought we'd be turning out more of them post-haste, which indeed we would have been. We just managed to stop them turning the printer into an inert block of dead circuitry, and then we stopped them filling the output trays with rapid-printed, quick-drying glue, which I have to say displays an inventiveness I did not expect from our enemies. Someone in security is a profoundly frustrated prankster. What we don't prevent them doing, while that battle is going on, is imposing a bunch of restrictions on the printing and then locking us out of higher privileges. Basically, they make a list of everything offensive they can think of and tell the printer it isn't allowed to make them, including the individual gun components that Clem had snuck past all the regular telltales and restrictions. They also prevent us from printing Earth food, because they want to put us on that clock too. They don't understand that we can forage now. There's life out there, Kiln life, and we can eat it, with a little impromptu treatment and cookery. It's not as efficient as snacking on a cheeseburger, but it works. We'll not starve. The clock they put us on is broken from the start. But we can't make guns unless we want to take the printer offline for a day while it restores to factory settings, and even then the machine has some hardwired restrictions. These mean the crappy piecework stuff Clem had is all we could coax out of it. What we do have is matter, the camp's main supplies of it, so we use the printer to just make big, dense slabs. We then put together a rat run of barricades that cover us from the towers, and we shift them around to counter wherever security sets up to snipe at us from. We make it very plain we are hunkered down for the long term. Up above, they muster. They throw smoke grenades down, and then they try actual poison gas, lethal crowd suppression measures. By then, we've broken open the airlocks to let that good, fresh alien air in, though, getting a nice through-flow going. You can actually see the faint haze of aerial plankton eddying through the camp, and that means everyone on the gantry level can only go out in full protective gear, of course, The masks, goggles and rubber suits, like a particular flavour of S&M convention, is in full swing up there, which stretches their resources, patience and personal comfort that bit further too, running their limited decontamination facilities full-time to clean them off every time they cross from outside to inside. And the Commandant is still sitting in his office at the heart of it all, probably not even having direct contact with his subordinates. We see civilians from time to time, mostly briefly. But then they send Vesikhan down to talk. The head of archaeology wallows down the stairs in his best fetish wear. When he tries to speak to us at first, he doesn't have the mic on, and we just hear a mumbled buzz from where we're crouching behind our barricades. Admittedly, we play it up after that. Even when Vesikhan fumbles the controls to broadcast his voice, the idea leaps from one to another of us that we should just gaslight him about whether we can understand him, and we do it. Nobody even needs to make the concrete decision. No votes on the subcommittee. We're all just in on the joke. And it is funny because Vesikhan can't hear his own voice as it issues from his suit, so we just cup our ears and make faces. And he gets more and more frustrated, shouting at us. Then we hear him quite plainly shouting at the security tech team listening in, telling them they've screwed it up. He takes his mask off. Not something we were expecting, but his patience just snaps, and he does. It'll be a full decontamination for Dr. Vesikhan later, or maybe they'll just chain him outside the huts up there like a dog. Presumably he still has an earpiece in, but it doesn't sound like he's particularly on message by that point. His face is red and sweaty. It's hot in those suits. And his eyes are wide and frightened. But he takes some breaths of the air and it doesn't kill him. And we're all there with just our bandanas about our necks. None of us is foaming at the mouth or sprouting mushrooms. Then he goes seriously off script. He looks from me to Primat, then up to the gantry where the guns are trained, maybe on, maybe near him. "Let's talk," he says. "Nimel. Professor Daghdev." Actually getting it right, so he's been practicing. "Dr. Crone. You know me. Let's talk." Another look at the gantry. They'll have him mic'd up, and probably Terelin's lieutenant is shouting in his ear about sticking to the plan, but Vesikhan is tired and angry. Not even with us so much as his own side, if he has a side. "Let's just sit down and talk. That's what they want." Then to his listeners, "You sent me out here, so this is how I'm going to do it." And then, "I don't care." His expression is very much that of a man who doesn't care. We move to a precisely calibrated distance out of sight of the gantry, and a crate is hauled up for Vesikhan to sit on. Primat, Crone, Kiev and I sit facing him, but covered by our big slab barricades, arranged like a fancy screen, as though we're about to get changed and prudishly don't want the guns to see our naked butts. Greeley and Ilmus are out there keeping watch and tracking the snipers, who are trying to take advantage of this hiatus to pick off the leaders of the insurrection. We've made sure there isn't a good line on us. But also it wouldn't matter. Even Kiev isn't really a leader anymore. "They want to know what your game plan even is," Vesikhan tells us. He looks to Primat, then to Crone. The two he knows best. And perhaps what he's looking for is a sign that he no longer knows them. They must have a whirl of theories up top about what we brought in from outside. We offer him water. It's actually proper distilled and uncontaminated water, but he doesn't drink it. "You're stalling," Vesikhan points out. "We can hold, up there. We have the link to the ship. All you're doing is preventing the work going ahead. And eventually the next barge will arrive, and you won't even know. Which means the next consignment of prisoners, of you, will all die on delivery, because nobody will be there to meet them. Then there will be a new shift of personnel. And how are you going to hold at that point?" "Years," Kiev noted. "You're suggesting you can hold out years."
Well, either we hold out or security storms your barricades down here. And they're all very well for hiding you from snipers, but we're above you. When they come for you, they'll just drop down right over your barricades. You've just made some trench warfare sim for yourself. Look, I'm not going to lie. There is no good exit for you. They're going to want their pound of flesh from people like you, the leaders. But if you roll over now, then they'll keep the rest alive. For the work. Because that's what this camp is for. If you push, though, then they'll just kill everyone and rebuild from scratch. That's more palatable to the Commandant than any kind of compromise with you. I'm not even asking you what your demands are, because it doesn't matter. Nimel, please. I can even convince him to spare you. You're not one of these people. He's nakedly appealing to her, even though the rest of us are right there. Please, let me salvage something from this. Primat hunches forward on her own crate, one leg shifting and then the other, the knee flexing beneath her overalls in two distinct places, drawing Vesikan's gaze. I'm one of them, she says softly, and very pointedly leaves the words without any stress or indicator to qualify how she means it. What wider us is she severing herself from? Vesikan can only wonder. His gaze flicks to Crone, to me, stopping short of Kiev, because the man was never on dig support. The work, says Vesikan, as though that would motivate anyone to continue being slave labour. Except it might with Vesikan, even. And it's just as well, because I reckon he'll be on the ground floor of Labour Camp 2.0 if the Commandant has to start again, given his performance in these negotiations. But Vesikan has a need to know. He's studied the fragmentary fingerprints of the lost Kilni civilization for years and learned precisely nothing. The lack of closure is eating him up inside. The fact that I know that about him with absolute certainty shows how he's been cutting a lot of corners. I smile. The work, I say. The others cede me the floor. Terrelin, he says. The Commandant. You may not believe it, but it's important to him as well. He wants to know. It's his life's work to solve the mystery of this place. And you must want to find out too. You're a man of science. You're all scientists. Again, excluding Kiev from the conversation, trying to split us even if he doesn't realize that's what he's doing. Look, maybe we can come to some accommodation. We're a tiny outpost of humanity on a hostile world. You have to have order. You have to have someone in command, making the decisions, or we're all dead. I don't believe you have a game plan. I don't think you ever thought about what happens next, now you've done this. Standing up, he becomes more and more agitated. No, wait, listen to me. You've made your point. Now make your demands. Even though it was absolutely clear a moment ago that no demands would be considered. You want more regular decontamination? You want different shifts? You want... We want, Kiev says, your surrender. Then we're all on our feet, moving apart. The shot that would have taken Kiev in the head strikes a scar off the slab he's just moved behind. Ilmus was spotting for snipers, and we knew it was coming. Without needing to be told, the urgency leapt to us. Vesikan is left out in the open, the one viable target. I understand that his last desperate gabble wasn't really for us. He had them in his ear, lining up the shot, and was trying to stop what was about to happen by ringing some nonsense concession, some progress in the negotiations that he had thought were in good faith. The work, I tell him from round the side of a slab. A couple more shots come from ground level, and I hear one bullet strike sparks from the scaffolding. It's done, Dr. Vesikan. What do you mean? He demands, even as the gantry shudders to the sudden movement of boots above. We know who the ruins builders were, I say.
We know it all. Lay down your guns, and I'll let you and Terrelin peer review my paper on it. What do you say?" I feel the jab of Ilmus's amusement at my words. Just like old times, back before the academic purges. There's a sudden lance of nostalgia that we share, and that everyone else feels and vicariously understands. Vesikan is staring at me, naked hunger on his face. I can actually hear the tinny voice in his earpiece as securities scream at him to get out of there. "You know," he demands. His own desperate desire to share in that knowledge is like ectoplasmic fingers fumbling at my scalp. "Tell Terrelin he'll never work it out. Not if he runs the camp for 100 years, I say. And then security is coming for us, and we're pushing back. They have the guns. They have discipline, radio links, the genuine confidence and courage that a lifetime of bullies' victories gives you. When you wear the boot, you kick and don't hesitate. That's what they've got. They come down on us like an enforcer's special issue hobnails through someone's door at 2 a.m, like most of us remember from shortly before they took us. We meet them, with our handful of guns and pockets of ammo, as well as our repurposed tools, cutlery and scaffolding bars. We throw incendiary cocktails like it's happy hour, to see just how hot we can make it in those protective suits. They don't like it, but they take it. They continue to push forwards because they know how this goes. They are the hammer and we break. That's the mandate model. It worked back home, as everyone on both sides of this fight has ample cause to remember. Their unity, training and gear, but also just the simple, natural order of things. The wolves to our sheep. And I have been at enough protests, at subcommittee meetings when the boots came in. I have been in desperate running street battles, and remember being a sheep, trying to stand up to the wolves. The confusion and the panic of it. The dreadful fear that everyone else will fold, and so it won't change anything if you alone, stand firm. Or rather, it'll change everything for you, but make no difference to anything else in the world. But this is a different world. There is no hive mind, no alien overmind, no indefatigable horde of fungal zombies. We're just fragile human beings under the boot. But as I push back against security, I know I'm not alone. When I rush around the edge of the barriers with the knife that killed Parides, Ilmus is at my back. Kivis, Grelias, we all are. There are no sheep on Kiln. I see Vesikan drop, his hands covering his head, shrinking back from the violence. In all that savage scrum, he is the sole person who is alone. Neither electronic nor biological contact to bolster him. That would be the satisfying narrative conclusion, wouldn't it? They come for us with the guns, and we, unified, indomitable, charge them. Perhaps everything slows down as we do. Stirring music, a fuzz of soft focus, the gunshots echoing into infinity. A list of actors and crew who brought you such sterling entertainment. Life's not like that, though. Not even on Kiln. The thing about solidarity, about being the crowd which acts with unity of purpose, is that you have to make the same calculations as the hive mind does, but with none of its impunity. You're not the chess master moving out your sacrificial pawns. You're the pawns, deciding together that sacrifices must be made. And you're thinking, Professor Daghdev, that's terrible. It must have been traumatizing for you to watch your friends die again. Was it more or less terrible this time, with such an intimate connection? Were you holding their hand in their minds, or were they screaming in your ear? Did Ilmus give themselves to the guns, or was it Kiev? Did Primat lurch forwards to beat them to death with her leg? It's a chance thing, basically. It's down to whoever is there, who must plug the gap, hold the breach, act as a shield so someone else can live to strike the blow. Because the hardest thing about sacrifice is not knowing if it'll be worth it. What's the point in taking the bullet if the person behind you in the charge loses heart, dithers, runs away? You may as well have stayed at home. You only have one life, after all. it can be very hard to know when to throw it away. But right then, when they come to scour the camp of us, shooting, beating, stamping, we know. We are many minds, individuals, but with one mood between us. I throw myself at the guns, and they shoot me 3 times. I fall at the very foot of the stairs, knowing pain, but knowing I've bought illness and the others moments. Seeing the boots that had been advancing so ferociously now skidding backwards in my limited, ground-level sight. In my pain. And it is close. We have the numbers, but the point of automatic weapons is that numbers don't actually matter. Whatever happens, we have got the Maxim gun, and they have not, as the bard writes. But there is a moment, in such clashes, I'm hypothesizing here because I was not in their heads, when something shifts. A moment when the iron discipline shows the rust beneath the paint, as we fail to break in the way they were trained to expect us to. When we just press them, despite the guns, tearing the weapons from their hands, cutting open their protective suits. And after that fulcrum moment, the chaos and panic that they sought to export to us comes to roost in them. Each one of them is alone inside their rubber mask, their owlish goggles, their breath coarse in their ears. So we drive them back, and I see the bodies left behind, our bodies. They take their own fallen with them. Then I'm jolted up. It's such agony I cannot describe, making me black out, and then I'm immediately shocked back into consciousness by fresh pain. I see I have retained some sliver of my special status from when I first arrived on Kiln. Professor Arton Daghdev, noted academic and dissident. Because I find myself being hauled up the stairs alive, in their hands. The Commandant has apparently noted me falling in the front ranks, and he isn't done with me yet. Chapter 29. It's a net positive. I don't necessarily feel that way immediately, but security medics patch me up, and so I'm not dead yet. If we were the merciless alien hive mind, then I'd not care about being dead, and would probably have a kill switch in my brain, ready to just snuff the brief candle before they could torture anything out of me. Or maybe my body would bloat violently outwards with the pressure of the killer death spores breeding in my necrotic flesh, and I'd go bang. They'd all fall over choking and clutching their throats, and, well, none of that's on the table. I'm on the table, though. They stem the blood loss and pump me full of various things that will stop my abused body from shutting down, though decidedly light on the painkillers. They are absolutely not averse to me being in any level of pain short of the death by shock sort. And that latter spore explosion scenario has obviously occurred to them, because they go through all this medical circus while in full protective gear. Even more than their gunman wore, due to the considerably more intimate acquaintance they're making with my insides. I'm conscious, on and off, as all this is going on. It would be arguably quite interesting. They find a certain amount of stuff in me that isn't in the Earth-based user manual, certainly. A furry coating of Kilnishness. Maybe that helps to keep me together, too. I hear snippets of a debate over whether they need to just blast me with decontaminants until I'm restored to factory settings, but the dissenting voices suggest that might not leave enough of me to be viable. And it's something the camp medical records have a fair amount of data on, given past accidents and incidents. And they need to keep me alive to pump me for information, which, objectively, is hilarious. Not that I'm laughing right then as they stitch me up. I'm healing, though, inside, because Kiln is good at that. The myriad little passengers living their busy lives within me are good tenants, ensuring the apartment is kept in good shape for the landlord. I flex the new senses I have, feeling the inner hum of it all going about its business, replastering and applying a few coats of gloss. Not exactly good as new, but healing. But there's nothing else. No camaraderie, no sense of my fellows. because when they've finished with their stitching and their drugs, they dump me in a sealed cell, right next to Rasmussen, in fact. It's a bitter pill that they don't throw me in with her like they did before. We'd have so much to talk about. The lack of company is the real torture. In my box, I am alone with my thoughts, and all the little thoughts that aren't quite mine. But it's all just my own microcosm, the goldfish bowl and echo chamber of my private being. That's a terrible thing when you're used to the broader connection Kiln has gifted us all with. Through the wall I hear the faint and muffled calls of Ilse Rasmussen, first ever human ambassador to the builders of Kiln, and finally I understand her dreadful anguish. Not driven mad by the festering contagion in her brain, only from being so very, very lonely, deprived of the company of a whole world. They're going to question me, I know. That's the only reason they saved me. They want to know our strengths, weaknesses, plans. But I don't really know those things anymore. If they'd only let me out into the air, I'd find out, but they won't do that. The precise paranoia that keeps me locked up alone here denies them any chance of learning about the insurrection's next move. I'm there for a day, blind to what's going on below. Sometimes I feel a shiver through the floor as some action happens. I imagine jackboots pounding down the stairs, snipers hustling along the rails to take a shot, ceramic incendiaries breaking across the riot shields. I'm going mad with not knowing already, not feeling, not being with my fellows, my friends. I husband my fading memories of what it was like when I was superhuman, part of something greater, blowing on them like kindling, trying to hold on to the sense of it. But the dull humanness of me is creeping back. The old Arton Daghdev who lived with fear and uncertainty and never truly knew another person. Who doubted everyone, and because of that came to doubt himself. Who lived in a world where the vast mass of billions of people were crammed shoulder to shoulder and in each other's armpits, and yet each one alone. Eventually they come and get me. I'm still in considerable pain, unable to rest, sleeping in fitful hallucinogenic bursts as my subconscious struggles to recreate what it was like, using only my poor human brain and the little community I carry with me. And then the guards in their heavy suits are there, caught in that weird Schrodinger's thug situation, where they want to drag me about as painfully as they can, while simultaneously not aggravating my condition to the extent it will lessen the impact of all the rest of the pain they have planned for me later. There is absolutely nothing I can do about the situation, certainly. I neither cooperate nor resist. I'm mostly irrelevant to the action. I anticipate a slab and some drugs, and the high-tech equivalent of splints under the fingernails, but what I get is Commandant Terrelin. It's the same deal as before, a plastic umbilical leading to a plastic box within his study. There's a speaker so we can communicate electronically, but not the slightest chance any biological material will pass from me to the man himself. Which is just how I want it. Yet I'm curious. By now I'm far more familiar with the Commandant's office than any prisoner should be, who isn't an active informer. And of all my many sins, I was never that. "Professor Daghdev," comes his voice through the speaker inside my box. "Commandant," I reply. A voice that doesn't sound like my own, washed out and hoarse. Being shot will do that to you. I'm just about standing, mostly thanks to the drugs they gave me, but now I gingerly let myself down to the floor. This forces him to peer over his desktop at me, because they didn't quite think through the sightlines. "No doubt you've been expecting some manner of gallant rescue," he suggests, though I have the sense his heart isn't in it. I'm about to answer when the door, the regular door, not the hatch to my umbilical, opens, and they bring Vesikhan in. Not as a prisoner, though you wouldn't know it from his tight, uncomfortable posture. An unhappy man. I replay our last conversation as his eyes bore into me.
"You can tell me how it's gone down there, if you want," I say politely. "But it won't matter. I can't really rely on anything you tell me or know if it's the truth.
Once you've been in a position where you know, without doubt, when people are true or not, then anything else is just a hollow echo. There's nothing Terrelin could swear to that would fill in for that subconscious certainty I shared in, however briefly." Vesikan starts to say something, then glances at the Commandant and is shut down. Terrelin stares at me.
"We will drive your fellows into the woods," he says.
I laugh at him. It's not the response he expected. Being driven into the woods is a serious matter. He's never seen the woods himself, of course, but he's seen drone imagery and read 100 reports of when excursions went wrong. He knows that not everyone on Kiev's team came home even. Nobody wants to be driven into the woods, where the wild things are. He tries a new tack.
"Your fellows have abandoned you. They've made no attempt to recover you."
The shifting ground of his arguments hints at an underlying desperation. What he's really telling me is, we have not been able to secure the ground. He's trapped up on the gantry with dwindling resources, and it's no great victory that he's made me his cellmate. As though divining my thoughts, he insists,
"They can't hold out down there. We have recovered the drones now. We're outfitting them as hunter-killers."
I take a deep breath. It is tedious and vexing to have this kind of conversation. And to a greater or lesser extent, all my past conversations with other people were like this. Words dropped into a well, then attempting to read the ripples for the true meaning of what's being said. But Terrelin is trying to do that subtle threat thing, which means he's dropping those words in sideways and out of order. Basically, it's impossible to get any real information out of him at all. He's all noise.
"You're all noise," I say.
I don't particularly mean to, but between the drugs and the pain and my runaway inner monologue, it just slips out.
"I assure you I am very serious."
He can't understand me either. He can only hear the words I use and interpret them through the filter of his own nature. He can never know. The vagary of the conversation is maddening.
"Commandant Terrelin," I say,
breaking into whatever triviality he was saying next.
"Why?"
That should suffice, but of course it doesn't. I try to push myself far enough outside my head to be able to pick the right words to communicate my meaning.
"You keep bringing me here, talking to me, in your office. If we were back home, I'd be wearing my fancy trousers and some aftershave."
He recoils, meaning I lose him entirely past the lip of the desk. Not very metrosexual is our Commandant Terrelin. I hear a couple of murdered orders. I think he was about to demand his guards haul me to my feet, except they'd have to crawl in through the umbilical, and then what if I just hung there like a dead weight? The sheer logistics throttle his authoritarianism.
"What I'm saying is, why me, here, now?"
I tell his desk and Vesikan, who's still staring at me like a dog denied its dinner. A pause. I picture Terrelin smoothing down his composure, pulling his clothes straight. I can't know. He reappears past the desk, and there's something in his face I'm not ready for, because I'm used to it being a closed book. The sort of book used only for recording mandate doctrine and the results of interrogations. But now the pages are cracked open, and I almost connect, being to being, with the man who masterminds the misery here on Kiln. There's a frankness, a vulnerability there I hadn't looked for before.
"I have only ever been a man of science,"
Terrelin says, quietly enough that I have to put my ear to the speaker.
"They sent me here because something wonderful occurred in this planet's past. Something my predecessors broke against. The mandate must understand the builders of Kiln, Arton. Professor Daghdev. There is no greater mystery in all the known universe. A race of people who arose here and vanished, leaving nothing of themselves except these hollow shells and this meaningless script. Who were they, and where did they go? And you and a handful of other voices who could think beyond the strictures placed upon you. It gave me hope that one day you would push too far and be sent to me. He's come round the desk's edge now, standing right at the plastic of the box, his gaze devouring me. Because I needed your thoughts. Everyone they sent me as staff was a dullard, too stupid to advance their career back home and yet too orthodox to push the boundaries of original thought. Vesikan's right there, but Terrelin doesn't much care for the self-esteem of his staff. He is a man alone, after all. An island. The feelings of others don't register with him. You think I've betrayed you? I say. Ludicrous, because I was never his for any action of mine to count as a betrayal. But he feels it nonetheless. This could have been your crowning achievement, he tells me, to contribute to solving the mystery, instead of which you make it all about politics. Thus saith the politician when the scientist ventures an opinion. I could give him the grand lecture about the mandate's scientific orthodoxy, which means everything is politics. About all the careers I've seen destroyed because my peers had inconvenient truths they wanted to advance. All that. But either he already knows it, or he wouldn't listen. And breath is something I'm short of right now. He said... Vesikan stutters and stills. For a moment, Terrelin's going to ignore him entirely, but then he makes a single impatient gesture, and Vesikan continues. He said they know who the ruins builders were now. And from where is this revelation supposed to have come? During your 7 days in the wilderness? Terrelin demands. Yes, I confirm. That's not science, Terrelin spits. Science is what you can bring back and analyze, test, and reconfirm to within a statistically verifiable margin. If you discovered evidence out there, bring it to the camp. Let us examine it, for the furtherance of human understanding, Arton. Why are you laughing? Because I am. I wish I wasn't, because it hurts a great deal. But it's so very funny. We have been, I choke out. We've been bringing our findings back to camp for some time now, Commandant. For the furtherance of human understanding. Exactly. Come on, open my cage. I'll introduce you to our discoveries. Then it hurts too much, and I'm fighting to breathe, feeling all 3 gunshot wounds pull and twist against my inopportune hilarity. Terrelin's face is a wax mask. Vesikan's teeth are bared as though he's about to fight for his life. I see terrible things shadow past his eyes, but I can't know, and it's maddening. The Commandant rushes back behind the big desk as though I might burst through the plastic and leap at him. Don't die, Professor, he says flatly, which suggests I must look pretty bad right then. I still need you. And when Vesikan twitches to speak again, he adds, but not for your insights. That window has passed. Any contribution you might have to the science would be as contaminated as you are. But we still have you, the ringleader. I've got myself under control by then, enough to raise an interrogative eyebrow. Terrelin braves the near side of the desk again. His face is set hard, scowling. Is the man behind it of the same shape or cowering? There's no way to know. Your fellows are hiding behind their barriers right now, but perhaps they'll come out for you, Professor Daghdev. Is that, I ask,
How you think it works? He stares at me. He can't know what I mean. There are no queen ants, I say. I admit at this point I'm just being cryptic for the pure fuckery of it, but I would also need more words than I have the energy to speak to try and explain how wrong he is. If my fellows could rescue me, they would. But not because I'm a leader. Not because I'm highly placed on the revolutionary subcommittee that Terrellan probably imagines we have, even though the real revolution we've been through has rendered subcommittees obsolete. And not even for what I know, because I don't really know anything in particular. I'm not the special prize that Terrellan thinks I am. My absence impoverishes the whole, but not so much as all that. No more than anyone else's would. He sees it in my face, I think. How little I rate that particular threat. In his face, he shows me disappointment, genuine regret, frustration. The man of science who finds me wanting in his determined drive to discover not the truth, but the one specific lie that his orthodoxy demands. And in that one thing I can at least satisfy him. Know this then, I say, if it'll make you happy. You were right all along. The ruins builders are out there right now. The wild men. They're just like us. More like us even than Crone's mock-ups. They're so close, Commandant. Seeing the hope, fear, despair, hunger, and disdain, all of it readable from his features, I have no idea what's rising up from within him, and what I'm just doodling there with my own assumptions. Then he has the guards clamber in and haul me off, because he's lost the initiative in this conversation, just as he has against the insurrection. Chapter 30. I'm back in my shed again, alone. I bang on the wall I have in common with Ilse Rasmussen, and she bangs back. We could probably work out a code, get a dialogue going. Prisoners have done more in the past. But I can't. It would be like telling a professional athlete to run a marathon after you've cut off their legs. Mere dialogue would starve me after having partaken of the polylogue, the omnilogue. And so I batter at the walls of my box and feel the howling building up inside. Keep me in here long, and it'll be me and Rasmussen shrieking at one another just to hear each other's voices. And even then it won't help, because what is a voice? What meagre and unsatisfactory communion is contained in simple human words? Ilse, I understand her. But I cannot know her, because they have put walls between us. My breath is not her breath. My extended biome is severed from hers, and everyone's. You can't imagine the torture of that silence, one that every human being is born into but doesn't realize is there until they've had it filled with the comforting presence of others. The Commandant comes by to hear my desperate communicative percussion, and doubtless it gives him pleasure. It represents to him the reinstitution of the natural order. Arton Daghdev is infected and has gone mad. God's in his heaven, all's right with the world. So I restrain myself. I sit on the floor of my barren little kingdom and hug my knees. These thoughts of mine, that were my stock in trade and livelihood, were always enough for me in the past. I was the great thinker, wasn't I? So why do I feel each individual idea rattle around the inside of my skull like dried peas, without anyone else to appreciate them? A late time in life to learn that I am indeed not an island. Not even a peninsula or an isthmus, but a landlocked little county, utterly dependent on cross-border trade with all my neighbours. A day goes by. I'm kept alive, if you can call it living. I try to imagine what's going on. I hear gunfire occasionally, the clatter of feet, the pop of grenades. I am assured that there's been no mass killing or capturing of my truant fellows, for the sole reason that the Commandant would absolutely let me know if that had happened. The rejected academic fanboy would want to show his fallen icon just how I'd chosen the wrong side. A day turns into a night. There's no dramatic rescue attempt from below, but I have faith that's because it's the right thing not to do. It's just how ants make decisions. Or how our brains do, on a deep neuron-to-neuron level. These are shunted up to the conscious levels of our minds to become attached to justifications and rationales. It's not a hive mind in the popular conception, because that implies some top-down direction controlling all its component parts. Ants and neurons are democracies, that old political saw the mandate works so hard to discredit. You have different groundswells of popular opinion gathering momentum, and picking up new adherents like a snowball until one urge or impulse reaches a critical mass, after which the whole, the nest, the brain, adopts that tabled motion wholeheartedly. And here's where the hive aspect comes in, because those elements which were rooting for the alternatives give in with good grace and wave flags for the winner. There's no holdout of political grousers claiming someone else won the election. The whole institution acts in unison the moment that threshold is crossed. And that's us. No demagogues having to harangue the crowd, no self-interested cult leader talking everyone into servitude. Just a group, acting together, for everyone's best benefit. Even mine. So, they've not made a desperate bid to rescue me. All to the good. More chance for me if they're not dead under the barrels of the guns. Another day and night. The appalling solitude. There's less sound of fighting by now, and I picture security turtled up here, waiting for the grand assault that they know must be coming. That's how the revolution triumphs, by storming the fortress of authority. A last dog end of outdated thought, and the reason why so many subcommittees passed, foundered and fell. The idea that you can only fight the mandate on its own terms, struggling for control of the structures that it has created. Become monsters in order to fight with monsters. Instead of which, here on Kiln, we can gaze into the abyss until the abyss turns its much-sought gaze back on us. Halfway through that night, I have a visitor. There's the viewing area, walled off with glass, which I've stood at the other end of before, peering in at Rasmussen. Now I'm in half of Rasmussen's old space, so the Commandant can come and watch me fling excrement and bellow my madness at him. But it's not Terilyn who comes in this time. It's Vesikhan, the archaeologist, looking so furtively guilty I feel I should arrest him myself on general principles. There's a long, doubting moment when he stares at me, waiting for me to go ape. But I just sit there, holding myself together. Just. Not Rasmussing too much. Not yet. With a nervous, jerky movement, he activates the speaker. If I start howling now, the whole camp will hear, and Vesikhan's gaff will be blown. But I sit, I watch, I wait for his offer. Because that's my best read of him. And because all I have are expression and body language, and the other inadequate tells of Earth, he wrong-foots me out of the gate. "They're going to kill you," he says. "Terilyn's out of patience." I digest this. It seems better than a long period of solitary confinement. I lack Rasmussen's stoic endurance. I nod. "They're going to set up projectors," Vesikhan goes on, voice hushed, "and will broadcast your execution. To break morale." "It won't," I say. He flinches, but I'm quiet and controlled, entirely urbane, even though the howl is prowling about the inside of my head, demanding to be let out. "They're going," Vesikhan repeats with emphasis,
To kill you.
I nod, and because he obviously expects more, say, I don't see that I can do anything about that.
Aren't you going to ask me to help you?
Why would you do that? It's almost as though something changes behind my eyes. A different set of lenses clicking into place so I can look at him differently. Vesikhan seldom leaves the camp as a rule. He mostly studies images and broken potsherds brought back by other teams, which means he doesn't go through the decontamination at all. Nor does he go about in heavy protective gear within the camp. He bunks next to where Primat slept and associates with dig support a lot. It's not as though there's some helpful gauge hovering over his head to tell anyone just what percentage of him might be touched by the gifts of Kiln, but there's more of us in him than there is in the commandant or security.
You said you knew, he says. I need you to tell me.
I nod.
I've been studying this goddamn world for years. I have a mountain of data on what its inhabitants left behind. I've read everything that Nimel and her predecessors have written about the bioscience end, but I am no closer to an answer than I was when I stepped off the shuttle. You've found out, though.
I have, I confirm. And something comes over in my voice that shakes him, actually staggers him, a weakness of the knees that almost has him joining me on the floor. An utter certainty, somehow communicated just by the pitiful inadequacy of mere words.
Tell me,
he insists. How are the others getting on? I counter. As you can see, I'm starved for information here. Understatement of the universe. I'm not strictly making a deal here, but Vesikhan takes it as one. He puts forward some goods on credit.
They're holding out, he says. Security has barriers and fences up top now. We tried to shift them with chemicals, with bombs. We sent drones out and lost those too. I hear Terrelin and Suye arguing about how much another assault down the steps would cost.
I nod. Suye must be the lieutenant, head of security. A little speck of new data that does me no good at all. The rest is useful, though. You want to know about the builders? I tell Vesikhan. Go out and ask the others. Ask Ilmus or Crone. Ask Kiev. Ask anyone.
But you're...
My professorship was revoked. The only tenure I have isn't the sort that comes with a stipend. I can't believe how very calm I am, given all the hollow howling inside. Here, in my final moments before they feed me to the incinerator, I am sanguine. It's because the others are well. I'm cut off from them, and the basal substance of me cries out at the severed ties, but I am a man still. I am a mind, and the greater good can be grasped by the solitary intellect as well as the community spirit. And a free turncoat, Vesikhan, is more of an asset than I am right now. Any one of them can tell you all you need to know, I say to him. Go find them. He makes a noise. A little of desperation, a little of laughing. I wish you'd just beg, he says. Not meanly, not playing the demon king to his captive audience. I wish you'd set some store by your own life. That way, at least, I'd know it was you. Harsh, I note.
You, I mean. A human, not something else.
I am a human, and I am something else. I don't say this, because I feel it would muddy whatever waters he's currently gazing into. Instead, I say, you ever think about the fundamental paradox of our society? How they build a tight-knit machine of a state by breaking everyone down into solitary units turned against each other? How you compel mass obedience out of the most individualistic drives of selfishness, greed, and fear? Arton, Vesikhan tells me flatly, I do not care for that political shit. I just want to know. Then he brings something out. For a moment I think it's a gun, and he's actually going to threaten me through the clear plastic. It's a tool, though. Something I've seen before, but I can't immediately place. The shapeless bag thrust through his belt turns out to be a mask that he deforms over his head, then wrestles with until his eyes and the lenses are roughly in line. And then he cuts. It's the same device they used to free us from our bags after we were spat out of the disintegrating barges. The tool carves through the plastic like a laser through butter, but the bitter scent on the air suggests it's some sort of chemical debonding exercise as well as heat. I just goggle at him until, halfway through the exercise, I understand that if he'd just opened the cage up the normal way, he'd have tripped all sorts of alarms. He's thought this through. And also, very obviously, this isn't just Vesikan giving the condemned man the chance to stretch his legs and get some vital anthropology off his chest before the execution. This is a permanent rescue. He cuts a hole just big enough for me to squeeze through. I'll still have to clamber, though, and the effort seems insuperable. Being shot will do that to you. I have to try, though. Just me, alone. Inside me, something is reaching desperately for connection, scrabbling at the wider walls, at the pores of Vesikan's skin. But I'm still alone. I'm also weak and hurting. Vesikan has an orderly mind, though. He's thought of that. And sometimes Earth ingenuity is a substitute for the fortitude I'm lacking. He beckons me to the hole, and then shoots me up with a little metal cylinder of something that quickly has my heart going double time and the edges of my vision vibrating. The pain, which was clinging to me like a family of drowned children, is kicked off the lifeboat to splash around with the sharks for a bit. It must be something military grade, fit to lift a half-dead mandate enforcer back on his feet, to continue brutalizing the enemies of orthodoxy. Just don't overdo it, Vesikan warns. It's a good warning because I want to overdo it. I want to lift this entire shed over my head and drop it on the commandant. A wild, unfounded confidence that interacts badly with the Kilnishness in me. I also want to run naked through the camp, tearing people's heads off and shouting mad revelations down the stumps of their necks. Behaviour unbefitting even a defrocked professor. Instead, I clamber through the hole and, though my body is insisting I can leap tall buildings with a single bound, that effort still takes most of the wherewithal out of me. The edges of the hole are cool but sting my skin with the residue of whatever process was involved in the cutting. Vesikan backs off from me, breathing heavily through the mask. "Tell me," he insists. "Here, now. Shall we invite Terrelin along too? Maybe I could set up a screen, give a lecture." I'm speaking too quickly, in a jerky rhythm I can't quite rein in. And weirdly, the sarcasm obviously helps him. Alien hive minds aren't bitchy. "Okay, you're right." Vesikan's in-detail planning doesn't seem to have gone much further than this point, but I assume his next move is getting us both past security's defences and to ground level. "Give me the cutter," I tell him. "No." "Well, you come and do the work then." "The wire?" he asks. There's a blank moment before I realise that's what Terrelin's people have done. Printed out bales of jagged spikes that they've festooned the gantry with like bunting. Everyone's always fighting the war before the last one. Not yet. And to test just how far he's gone, I wait to see if he can catch the other shoe I'm dropping. "No," he says eventually, but it's the right no. From my mind to his, he knows what I'm considering. Yes. Non-negotiable. "You're mad. She'd wake up the whole camp. We can't—" "She'll be fine." I can't know that, but I hope I'm right. She might be genuinely mad by now, considering how long they've had her in. But I can't leave her. She, the first of us to enter into that wider world, and they locked her up for it. They thought she was mad and infected, when in truth she was only one of those things. Vesikhan is already bitterly regretting his life choices. He wants to run back to his bed and pretend none of this ever happened. A less studious man would do just that. But he must find out. It really is as simple as that. He is a man who's butted heads with a puzzle for so long that he is willing to become a traitor to the mandate in return for the answer. I will tell you everything, I promise, but I'll not leave her. He drops the cutter, then kicks it over to me. He won't get any closer, but simultaneously is becoming closer. The mask is a fig leaf. It barely hides the nakedness of him. The silence, when we move to Rasmussen's half of the shed, is deafening. Her muted howling tails to nothing, and she watches. That tells me all I need to know about her mental state. That it's easier for her to shriek, gibber, and act up, to try and cover for the aching absence in her mind where all the rest of everything should be. But she knows when something's up. There's alertness in her old eyes. Vesikhan hangs back, and I cut open the prison that has held Ilse Rasmussen in for so long. I take a deep breath of the air that stinks of her sweat, excrement, and incarceration, and I know her, and she me. She stands. The madness of her flies at me and tears about us like an exorcised ghost, trying to make me a part of its own idiolectic mindspace, eddying out into the wider world now that there are no barriers anymore. It dissipates into the wider spaces of Kiln, until its concentration is so few parts per million against the backdrop of all that life that she is sane again. Ilse Rasmussen, the pioneer, the first. We should probably clasp hands. Dr. Livingstone, I presume? Hug it out. Touch foreheads in deep spiritual communion. But Vesikhan is hopping from foot to foot, and we need to get out of here. Outside, it feels as though some harsh plastic version of the Kilnish biosphere has colonized the gantry. Every railing and edge bristles with spines and jagged protrusions. The fenestri that security have left to use as shooting ports look like spiracles, as though the whole structure is about to take a deep breath and come to thorny life. Rasmussen and I share the same moment of disconnection and mordant humour on seeing our enemies becoming just like the very thing they loathe and fear. Vesikhan breaks for the nearest section of wire, but falls back instantly when he sees a patrol coming. There are sentries, and the towers are still manned. We end up getting clear of the prisoner shack, making repeated and abortive sorties towards the edge of the gantry. The spiky defences are designed to repel boarders from below, but we still need to cut through them if we're going to descend. Vesikhan has actually printed out a ladder, a segmented plastic thing we can climb down. I can't even think where he'd have found the pattern, so maybe he's an unsung programming genius. Certainly nobody's going down the stairs anytime soon, because there's a permanent security presence at every potential beachhead. And it's not as though we can just show our day passes to nip over the border. We actually make it to the wire on the 9th try, taking advantage of a gap between patrols at a point the cameras can't see. I sizzle away at the plastic for 30 seconds, but then Vesikhan starts hurrying us back into cover again, almost sobbing with frustration. The guards are seething all around the edges of their elevated kingdom like, ironic thoughts, angry ants. My fellows below are keeping them on their toes, even if a full-on assault isn't practical. I feel the distant tug of their presence and resolve, and take strength from it. They know I'm free now, and Rasmussen too. The terrible isolation has washed away in the current of the air. But we can't get to them. The gantry level has become an outpost encircled by hostile natives. And intellectually, Terrelin will tell himself that the people down there aren't natives. Still, he's not wrong. We make 3 more abortive attempts, each time moved on like deadbeats by the tramp of the patrols. Vesikhan keeps eyeing Rasmussen, powerfully unhappy that she's with us, waiting for her to explode in hooting and jabbering to bring the wrath of the camp down on us. But Rasmussen is calm, almost preternaturally so. She is stick-thin, filthy, an angular scarecrow of a woman with hair that's more knot than lock. But since she's been out in the air, she stands tall and peaceful. There's something in her eyes that even I quail at. The places she went before they caged her, all the steps she took down the path I am on. And those parts of her, the linking parts, have been starved of contact for so long, but now they're unfurling invisibly from her, undergoing inner gestation and development like fruiting bodies, reaching out into the air of the camp and the background level of Kilnish biota we imported, like tunnel-digging prisoners sifting soil from our trousers. I can sense triggers within her, some late-stage life cycle of her Kilnish community, as though they've suffered through a decades-long drought and now the rain has come. By now the alarm has been raised, and we hear shouts from the direction of our former residence. Vesikan is hurried, twitchy, hustling us into a container, then closing and sealing the door. And abruptly it's all gone. All that wider world. Rasmussen opens her eyes and mouth as wide as they can go, the howl of protest rising in her. But she locks gazes with me, similarly deprived, and we connect. I am here, she is there. We are enough for each other for now. We hear boots pound outside, shouts. I wonder how long we can hide here, cramped and airless, horribly cut off. But while part of me wants to run free in the night air, I understand. There is a bolt in my collarbone. While I am in or near the camp, they can locate me. The container Vesikan selected is thick-walled, metal, a relic of the original landing, perhaps. Enough to baffle the signal. "We'll wait," he says. "They'll find where you cut the wire and think you got down." To my mind, I didn't cut enough of the wire to make an exit, or we'd have exited. But Vesikan is talking very fast, leaving no room to slide my doubts in. "We'll let things calm. Let them assume we're long gone. Then we can get out." I nod. And he's committed now. Even if he turned us in, there's no real way he could spin events that wouldn't bring the wrath of Terrelin down on him. They busted Primat down to excursions for far, far less. He takes a long, shuddering breath. Rasmussen taps at my locator. "This..." Her voice is like dust, just a rasp and a weird intonation. As though isolation for so long was a foreign country and she's come back with its accent. "This is after my time." But she understands what it's for, in part because I do. An idea passes between us. Not as some magic telepathy, but the infiltration of emotions and urges, a subconscious ballet of molecules translated into and back out of an alien script. I close my eyes. I very much don't want this, but she's right. And I'm not sure how much longer she can hold all that late-stage Kilnishness in. I hand her the cutter. Vesikan watches, wide-eyed. He doesn't like that she now has it. In his mind, she's still the mad wife in the attic, dangerous and unpredictable. He doesn't understand that what we have is the greatest stabilizing influence a human mind ever encountered. Having someone else to lean on isn't a thing anyone should be ashamed of. I'd never be able to do this without her. She unclips my overalls from the peg. We don't exchange looks because we don't need to. Something in her says, "Ready?" And something in me confirms that I am. She activates the cutter and bends very precisely over my bared neck and chest. I stay absolutely still, and the agony goes somewhere into that greater space. Oh, the injection helps, but that's wearing off by now, and Rasmussen can take up the slack. Under Vesikan's horrified eyes, She carves the peg out of me as the inside of the container fills with the smell of roasting meat. There's still a trample and a thunder of feet outside. We settle down in our box and wait. I wonder if we should have put an address on the outside. To the Revolutionaries, ground floor, the Labour camp, Kiln, in the hope they absent-mindedly deliver us. And because he's earned it, and what else is there, I nod at last to Vesikan. I suppose you want to know, I say. Chapter 31.
What you see out there, the life of Kiln, it's impoverished. A severe contraction of what we might have seen if we'd arrived a few thousand years ago.
It's Rasmussen speaking, not me. She's been out of the loop, yes. Academically and more than that. But she knows what she knows. She blazed the original trail that the science have been following ever since. And then she was the first of us to... She was the first of us.
I know all that,
Vesikan says sharply. He's desperate for it. Terrified that he's taken this dreadful, irrevocable step to free us, and we're going to shortchange him.
Just tell me. You know all that because you read my notes,
Rasmussen replies, and I suspect she never was someone to suffer fools gladly. Then we clam up, because we hear them kick in the doors of the container. The metal had baffled the peg's signal enough to screw with their instruments, but they located it eventually, and now they're staring at it, lying on the floor of that metal box in a welter of blood. I hope it gives them chills, picturing the operation in squirming detail, and they think of us as monstrous creatures, immune to pain. I hope the mental images it conjures drag at their feet when they continue their hunt. Rasmussen hunches in on herself. We've picked our new hiding place, having once more tried and failed to squeeze enough time with the wire to saw through it. And the cutter was running out of cut by then. So here we are, in hopefully the last place they'll search, tucked right up against the back of the Commandant's own prefab office block, crammed into the shadow of his air vents, fans and cooling vanes, because there's enough ambient heat from all that gubbins to mask us if they're hunting for thermographic signatures, and because it's unobserved. Sovereign mandate territory that surely no revolutionary would dare defile.
The orbit that Kiln is on lends it an alternating sequence of warm, wet periods and colder, drier periods, adding to the diurnal variation we already see.
Rasmussen continues. She's hunched with her back against hot veins, as though she'll never get warm again, and I suddenly realize how haggard she is, how much she's just skin and bones, how dead she should be, honestly. Stuck in that box for decades, dabbling her fingers in her own filth, locked in her head in an intolerable loneliness. Now here she is talking science as though nothing ever happened, as though the Rasmussen-ness of her was just hibernating until social conditions swung back round to something she could survive in. And it stretches, like a skin over bubbling yeast, and still that patient voice speaks on.
We are currently past the nadir of the cold phase, and in 1,000 years the planet will start to really bloom again.
A cracked laugh.
That would be a sight to see, wouldn't it?
Vesikan's masked face nods several times, prompting, but she won't be hurried.
They wouldn't believe it when I first put forward my evidence, because Kiln is thronging with life. Just look outside. Forests, jungles, marshes. There are deserts and badlands and all the rest too, sure, but our Earth eyes see riotous, fecund life. We have no idea what was and what will be. And the builders? Under normal circumstances, absent human interference, they'd be back for the rains. Her head's tilted back, eyes closed. A small smile comes to her face, like she's basking in the sun. What she's actually basking in is our company, Vesikan's and mine, and we make a meagre sunbeam between us, but it's more than she's had in a long, long time. Small wonder she wants to string the man along. So you're saying they're... what? Sleeping? Or is it eggs, or seeds, or... Vesikan's mind flails about like a loose end of rope in the silence she leaves him. But that can't be the case, because... I mean, you're not telling me anything I haven't worked out. Whenever I can date anything, the little there is that I can date, then yes, each time Kiln goes through a wet period, more structures are thrown up. And older structures are altered. They add a few passages to their histories, usually towards the end of each warm period, but it's substantially the same culture. They're not reinventing the wheel each time. Not, of course, that there are wheels here, but we know what he means. So where are they now? In between times. I mean, yes, human history had similar phases, but people were still around, just fewer of them living in smaller communities. Tell me which of the things out there built this, and then gave it up, but somehow remembers what it was, ready for the next time. Or... He actually has Rasmussen by the collar of the new overalls I stole for her. Was it us? He demands. You said absent human interference. Have we killed them somehow? Just from being here, our radio signals, our biochemistry? I separate him from Rasmussen. I'm feeling a terrible weight inside, because I understand what she's going through right now. I can lend my support, but there's nothing I can do. She's the mirror of the millennia-long process she's talking about. The flowering of the new means the extinction of that other form which just clung on. This is where things shift from your field to that of biosciences, Rasmussen says in a whisper. She looks more gaunt now than she did when we ushered her in here, consumed from within by all the cryptic microfauna that were sheltering in her, awaiting a new spring. I feel every transition and decomposition that's going on inside her, and Vesikan can't ever know. It's all I can do not to break down, to lament, to tear my hair, beat my breast. Ilse Rasmussen's long stasis is thawing. The Kilnish ecology is an order of magnitude more complex than that of Earth, she whispers. And Earth's was more complicated than we ever appreciated, before we destroyed most of it. By the time we understood the science enough to study it, there was so little left. Everything on Kiln is part of a network that includes everything else. Even the most hostile interactions, predator and prey, are still working to a pattern of mutual benefit. A biosphere that expands and complicates itself to the limits of its environment. You've seen nothing. None of us have. I only wish I could have. In the warm phase of the world, there'd have been 10 times the number of component species, 100 times the number of combined forms. Incredible specialism. Webs of interrelations. The builders, Vesikan snaps. A man who thinks he's been robbed. Where are they? Rasmussen chuckles. Well, they're here. But they're not anywhere. Absent human interference. Where is the tangle in the string when you pull it taut? Gone. I see his eyes goggle through the mask's lenses. Everything is the builders, she says at last. And it doesn't help because he can't get his head round it. She sags back against the wall, and she's already been sagged back as far as I thought she could go.
I can see the contours of her body slowly falling in on themselves. Skin and bone, that's all they left of her. But what was within her kept her manic, active and alive, like a device constantly searching for a signal. Now I am the signal, and I will carry what's in her to the wider world. Where will Ilse Rasmussen herself be after that? The knot, after the string is pulled. There's no such thing as ghosts, and I have never believed in the soul, yet it seems to me that something of her will survive, and be scribed into a curved wall somewhere to be remembered, to be a part of the world forever. I take her hand. Everything is the builder's, I echo, and Vesikhan rounds on me. He thinks we're mad, that we're a cult, and he now worries he's committed professional and perhaps actual suicide for nothing. The builders are an emergent property of the Kilnish ecosystem, I say. When there is sufficient interconnection, sufficient complexity, the world wakes and knows itself. It's mystical nonsense, and if someone had told me this when I'd first arrived on Kiln, I'd have the same aghast expression that Vesikhan doubtless sports now. The Kilnish civilization is like a fungus. It exists in potentia during the dry periods, a million components in contraction, jigsaw pieces in the box. When the world blooms, they reconnect. Never the same way twice, but that's okay because they left notes for themselves from the last time. What builds the ruins, Vesikhan? Everything does. From each microscopic assemblage of molecules to creatures bigger than you can imagine, reaching high to lift things into place or smooth them over. A whole ecosystem of things living and dying and eating one another, that together make a mind which knows itself. Can you imagine? He shakes his head. He can't imagine it. I can't imagine, and I'm in it. What must it be like to be that world entity? Was it subdivided into linked individuals, the way I am with Kiev and Rasmussen and the rest? Or was it truly one great ocean of thought surging around the globe, vast, immeasurable, yet not superhuman? Not a godlike power, a thing that knew itself and speculated about the universe around it, and left the impression of its mind on the walls of the structures that its various component parts had raised up. A thing that understood it had a duty to the it of the future, and knew its place in the cycle of growth and decline which created and dismantled it, leaving its sandcastles on the strand every time the tide went out, so that it would be able to rediscover them the next time the waters rolled back. He's on the point of giving us up, I know. He's close enough to the true revelation that I can smell it on him. He's going to rush out and shout for security, claim I overpowered him, disavow his actions. Maybe that would work, maybe it wouldn't. Except then we actually hear security coming along the gantry, finally realizing there's one last place they haven't looked for us, working their way through every nook and shadow along the back of the commandant's sanctum. They might not be so very diligent as to search this grimy corner behind the fan hoods, but probably they will. Vesikhan has his moment to call out, but doesn't take it. Frozen. Agonized. "Please," he whimpers. "Tell me." "We've told you." I watch Rasmussen, gripping her hand, hoping they give us enough time that she can just go in peace, the candle finally gone to a twisting, ascending cord of smoke. "This is nothing," he says. "This isn't science." He jabs me hard in the shoulder. "You with your high horse about mandate orthodoxy, Daghdev. This is worse than Primat's goddamn humanoid Kilny. Mystic bullshit. Is that what this place does? Rots your brain until you have visions." I can hear the weeping in his voice, the despair at what trash he's sold himself for. But it's all right. The interrelation of Kiln life doesn't lend itself to complex central brains, I tell him. It's not actually a non sequitur, though it must seem like one. It is very good at making connections, though. From the moment we arrived here, the biosphere has been working at the puzzle we represent. All those weird molecular combinations it never saw before. Various Kilnish species have been working out ways to bridge the gap between us and the world. That's what she always said, when she was mad. He nods at Rasmussen. Bridge the gap. It bridged the gap to her, and they locked her away from it, I say. Our voices are growing lower and lower as the search grows closer. Our moment of spring growth looks to be a brief one. Then we got stuck out there and had to walk back, and it already had the tools by then. It just needed to fit the key in the lock and turn it. Open us up. To the world. I remember what it was like on the march. Terrifying, hard, maddening. Knowing something was going wrong with the others. Waiting for illness to go so irrevocably mad that we'd have to leave them. Waiting for it to start on me. But the worst never happened. The madness never came. Instead, I experienced an alienation from my fellows, because I was one of the very last to succumb, along with Kiev and Primat. My innate stubbornness. I was always my own worst enemy. We're the product of a line of Earth evolution that led to big, complex brains. Isolated, solitary intellects. No single species or symbiosis on Kiln ever produced anything as convoluted as the human mind. I tell Vesikhan. And now we're part of the Kilnish biosphere, linked to each other and linked to the world at large. The Mandate's dearest wish has come true. The builders of Kiln are out there again, out of season and 1,000 years before schedule, walking around on 2 feet and looking just like humans. Because we presented the ecosphere with the complexity to rediscover itself through us. We gave it the processing power to remember what it is. That's how I know all this. I know it because I'm a part of it now. We all are. Finally, security see us. For a moment, they look straight at us and don't process what's there because it's so unexpected. But then they're shouting for us to surrender. I mean, what is there we could honestly do? As they point their guns at us, I wait for Vesikhan to erupt in excuses and finger-pointing. Instead, he reaches up and slowly pulls his mask up off his face. Underneath, he's the pinkish colour of cooked salmon, his scalp slick with sweat. He takes a deep breath. Rasmussen is still with us, stick-thin, her overalls hanging off her like a tent. I gently help her to her feet before the impatient truncheons of the guards. Her eyes are fever-bright. I wonder if she'll put on a final show for them, a little ranting just for old time's sake. They bring us out into the open. Security is out in force down at the rails. I look for the commandant and don't see him. He'll be sealed off in his office, but he'll have electronic eyes on me, I'm certain. I hunt for a camera and stare into it, searching for that moment of connection. But there's nothing. Too much distance between us for us to ever see eye to eye. No superpowers, then? Vesikhan says faintly. The connection is growing in him, but it seems unlikely that he'll live long enough to find what he's been looking for so long. Shrug off bullets? Tear down steel beams? Perhaps he thinks I'll sprout tentacles and go romping around the camp, pulling off limbs. But even though I'm part of something so much greater, I'm still just Arton Daghdev, and a professorship isn't much use as a shield or a weapon. The commandant joins us then, at least virtually, his voice over a speaker, and of course the speaker is set up a pole on high because he wants us looking up at him. Dr. Vesikhan, he says, I can't stress how disappointed I am in you. He sounds ragged, and why not? Everyone's abandoning him. He's a tin-pot dictator with a handful of toy soldiers and almost nobody left to lord it over. But perhaps that's unfair. He's also someone with a puzzle he can never solve, because the people who were supposed to crack that nut for him won't play anymore. It's not even the criticism from back home, if he returns empty-handed, that bothers him. Like Vesikan, it's that he won't know. Except he can never know, because that would mean stepping out of those tight boots, that antique uniform, that rigid doctrine. It would mean becoming someone else. And Commandant Terrelin won't ever do that. I wonder what his next play will be. Hang us from the gantry as a warning to the others? Use us as bargaining chips? Appeal to our scientific rigour? In the yawning gap that follows, I realise that he doesn't actually know. He's out of plans, and can't see any way to bridge from this current disaster back to a properly behaved working camp where people do what he tells them. How long will he even keep control of security? All he can do is wait for the next fragmentation barge and then somehow take the handful of survivors and build a new camp off them. How carefully he'll have to treat them, each one of them a precious resource. And yet it's not in him, I think, to make that leap. To see he has more in common with the convicts under his jurisdiction than his masters back on Earth. Just as they'll soon have more in common with the busy world of Kiln than with him. Rasmussen laughs. She throws back her head and cackles madly, like the thing we always thought she was. I feel it rack her body, grinding the ends of her bones together, in pain, save that she's past pain. Fragmentation, but in a way that conserves the pieces, rather than scattering them to the void. Still, that laugh comes as a surprise, and I almost drop her. A moment later I catch up, even as the first shouts come from the handful in security who are looking outwards. Then come the others, because there's a general groundswell of grassroots activism from the bulk of my colleagues behind the printed barricades. It's not that they're coming for me. I really am not that important. They're coming for Terrelin. He's made it plain that they can't just go off and wear flowers in their hair outside of the mandate. So here's the answer they've been preparing. I hear shots. Some of the security around us are obviously desperate to gun us down. Others run from rail to rail to get a look at what's going on. But there are others who've seen something else. Shouts to look outwards, which get confused in the general rattle of orders and warnings as Kiev's people, my people, make their move. Vesikan can see how they've fortified the gantry. To him it's a sign of strength, not an admission of defeat. He can only think of we poor peasants trying to storm the castle with our sticks and stones, charging up the steps onto the wire in full view of the towers, a killing ground for any valiant charge by Kiev and the others. Suicide. His eyes are wide as he shakes his head. Then something impacts against the dome of the camp with an appalling sound of strained supports and snapping plastic. The entire gantry sways and shudders. We hear the cries of the guards. Maybe one superpower, I tell Vesikan. Rasmussen keeps laughing. Chapter 32. Something hits the side of the dome hard enough to grind its sections against each other. A fine sift of plastic dust falls on us. The Commandant squawks excitedly over the speakers, while Rasmussen throws her skull's head back and cackles again like the wickedest witch there ever was. Vesikan drops to his knees. Across the dome, on the far side from the impact, something else snaps, and we all see the lightning-crazy cracks racing up the clear shell. More than half the security who've been holding us at gunpoint rush over to repel the boarders, but there's some confusion about what boarders they're repelling. Some are valiantly holding the stairs against an assault that isn't happening. A knot are over one edge, shooting down full auto in the direction of the trashed airlock. The handful who still have their weapons trained on us get shakier and shakier as further impacts shudder the very substance of the dome. That ineffectual shield which yet symbolizes the inviolable boundary between Mandate territory and the wilds they are so terrified of. Inside, I feel transcendent. The sort of mad, exhilarated rush I only ever had from the most cutting-edge drugs. I can do anything, because I am the world. And, for that reason, I do nothing. I'm so full of potential that my little human body seems irrelevant. What can it possibly accomplish compared to the hammer that's being brought down on the camp right now? I don't even try to take cover, and Suye, the lieutenant, is marching over with a pistol pointed directly at my forehead. I think I'm grinning at them, daring them. The builders of Kiln have woken. My mind, to the others' minds, to the biosphere, have pushed the local complexity past the point where that emergent, worldwide consciousness stirs. I'm still me, little Arton with his wounds and his pain, but I confess I'm more than half out of my head at this point. I'm in no position to be making decisions, but right then, nobody's making the decisions. We're all together in the dream that Kiln is having, and the decisions just happen in the space between us. Something strikes the cracked side of the dome one more time, and abruptly the whole sky above us is a mosaic of jagged angles, one final shock away from shattering. In my sight, the nearest section is being levered up where it meets the ground, undermined and shouldered out of true, splintering where it's fixed to the girders of the gantry. Something, but I keep saying something, and that's mendacious of me. I know what all those somethings are. They're me, and they're themselves, and they're all their component parts working in unison. They are the vast communion of this world. I say something just to put you into Vesikan's head, perhaps, as he experiences it all. Soon enough, he'll understand it as thoroughly as I do. If he can only keep breathing. Keeping breathing is going to be a challenge. The lieutenant has the cool circle of the pistol barrel right up against my forehead. I can't hear what they say to me past the apocalyptic sounds of the dome being breached, past the incoherent roar of the commandant's static-fuzzed orders, but the motion of their lips says, "Make it stop." I meet their gaze and mouth the word, "No." Not that I could stop it, but I don't want it to stop anyway. If they kill me, then that's regrettable, but the greater purpose is more important. Kiln has finally been roused to oust these intruders who would not be a part of something greater. The closed minds of the Mandate are finally having their doors kicked in by our monstrous jackboots. I can see Suye's eyes, wide and mad, behind their goggle lenses. Then I can see them more clearly, because Rasmussen reaches out, sinks her fingers into Suye's mask beneath the chin, and pulls. I expect nothing, but the rubber tears across a rough seam, and abruptly the lieutenant's metal-patched, terrified face is exposed to the infectious air. Those heavy-duty protective suits were fabricated in the same shoddy printers as everything else. It's all jackboot and fetishwear show in the end, and short on substance. Suye screams, free hand clutching at their face. They actually claw gashes in the skin of their cheek, as though they can rid themselves of 1,000,000 microscopic living things by brute force. And of course, all they're doing is opening more doors for all that life to get into their system. But I skip the Epidemiology 101 because they're in no position to appreciate it. They recoil from Rasmussen, but the old bird has her fingers hooked into the rubber still and goes with them. Then she's actually leapt onto Suye, limbs crooked around them like an arthritic spider, still cackling like a mad thing. She's found a new superpower, albeit a terminal one. It's the final stage in her life cycle, triggered by the rejuvenated world awareness of Kiln. Humans aren't supposed to have a life cycle, not like that, but she was the first. She's been incubating this thing within her for longer than humans are even supposed to survive. Her laughter turns to something else. A fog of spores begins to vent from her throat, clouding the air about her and Suye. The lieutenant's shrieking goes an octave shriller, and they push their gun beneath Rasmussen's chin and fire. What comes out of the wound is more of the same, the substance of her, broken down and carried across that bridge from Earth biochemistry to Kiln stuff. Now it vents from all over her, cuffs, pores, eyes. She withers and deflates as the busy stuff within her performs its final evacuation plans, abandoning the old ship that had carried it for so long. I see there our fate, when our long lives are gone. Back to the soil of an alien world, nothing wasted. Crossing the bridge into that undiscovered country. Suye collapses, eyes bulging from their sockets, face going purple, tearing even more at their own skin with their nails. It's not the spores killing them, not poisoning, not infection, not even an allergic reaction. It's sheer terror, a horror of what they might become. An utter refusal to countenance that larger world. They collapse, their hands at their throat, with Rasmussen's husk still clinging to them. The first bullet skips past me like a wasp on a mission. The next would probably have done for me if Vesikhan hadn't hauled me to the ground. The dome shatters at last. Great razor pieces of plastic rain down across the camp. Vesikhan's already been dragging me towards cover, and so I catch a gash across one calf, but nothing worse. Several of the security detail go down under the inclement weather, but honestly, that's the least of their worries, because by then, the elephant's dad is inside the camp. The same one as before? I don't think so. The same general combination of features and species, though. Skittering in on its 3 spiny legs, its tubular mouth feet waving and gaping hungrily. And it isn't alone. As though tired of waiting for us to come and collect more specimens, Kiln's ecology has come to us at last. Frond-backed worms with flailing razor whips, carried into battle on undulating rows of suckers. Swarms of clawed umbrellas trailing tangles of barbed fishing line. Hunchbacked beetle things the size of a torso, manoeuvring like little tanks and spitting out knuckles of stone with enough force to break bones. At the edge of the fractured dome, stone crabs push their way out from the earth, grappling with the gantry supports as though they're determined to take souvenirs before everything is erased. And the others. There's one guard in all this chaos who is absolutely determined to do their duty. Even as the Garden of Earthly Delights Reenactment Society gets to work, this one determined servant of the mandate runs over to Vesikhan and me with his gun levelled. They possibly think I can stop it, but I honestly believe it's more that we represent a human-level problem and they're only equipped with human-level solutions. Everything else is just too much to confront. I realise I'm about to be shot. They are still in the shouting phase right now, but that's only one letter away. Then the shooting happens. And it isn't their gun at fault. Instead, the guard who'd been standing there in front of me, taking up a disproportionate amount of my attention, moves abruptly some distance to the right, as though they're a bad comedian who's been yanked off stage with a hook. I actually laugh at the incongruity of it, before my mind catches up. I look left and see Ilmus, who's never to my knowledge used a gun before in their life. They've made up for it right now, but perhaps the enhanced perspective helps, pulling the trigger as though they were controlling someone remotely in a game. And judging the aim, because they can draw on my eyes as well as their own. They're all coming up then, out of that wash of monsters. Kiev, Greeley, Frith, the entire Labour bloc, risen up to finish the war because the commandant hadn't been able to. Shooting down any guards who look like they're going to escape the vengeance of monsters. Vesikan's gone from hauling me around to clinging to me, trusting me to save him from the wrath of an angry planet. I want to explain to him that it isn't anger, and it isn't even the planet. It's us. We, the people. We've had enough of the camp and its autocracy, and we have the means to do something about it. Because we represent a disproportionate amount of the emergent mind of Kiln's biosphere, which is piggybacking off our big Earth brains. The thing we've become a part of values its own existence, and therefore wishes to preserve our participation in it for as long as possible. In short, what we want right now, we get. And what we want is to wipe the mandate off the face of Kiln. I see Primat riding up the steps atop a big stone crab, just like she did on the last days of the march, before we'd come close to camp and had to resume helping her along just to keep up appearances. Lurching atop her mighty steed and brandishing a staff like she's the druid queen of Kiln. Which she is, in a way. We all are. It's not that she guides her mount over to Vesikan and me, more that it understands what she wants and obliges. Nimal, Vesikan gets out, real awe in his voice. I can feel him at the very threshold, the doors of his mind being levered open inch by inch from where they've been nailed shut. One of us. One with the whole. The inheritor of Kiln's history. The mind of Kiln. The builders, or builder, because it's simultaneously one and many. And our human language isn't set up to deal with something like that. Its long history, in which it came to awareness of itself over and over as the biological complexity reached that critical mass each time. In which it learned to encrypt its knowledge of itself in the structures that it raised, building 100 different ways at once to sprout ruins like mushrooms across this part of the planet. Not dwellings nor ritual sites, but memory. Preserved in temperature-controlled vaults, in stone, in perpetuity. And, just like a mushroom, we saw only those artificial fruiting bodies when we came to Kiln, and didn't perceive the vast unseen network waiting for its next age of sapience. We could have come and gone entirely within that dead zone in Kiln's civilization, departed baffled and unfulfilled, and never known what potential was waiting to re-emerge. Worse, we could have colonized and industrialized the world, if the mandate had been of that mindset. We could have obliterated the very mind of the world in our search for builders who were just like us. Instead, this. In the end, the dome is reduced to potsherds, which the soil of this world will reclaim, eventually working out a way to break down and reconstitute it into Kilnish biomass, a reclamation plant that puts the camp's noisy little engine to shame. The elephant's dad storms the last holdout of security, letting their bullets tear through its rubbery flesh and then skewering them on its spiked limbs, feeding them to the inner beasts which have learned how to metabolize Earth proteins. And after all this, we are left with the Commandant. His office, a sealed metal box on the final rickety section of scaffolding. No way down, no power, no ventilation. But Mox Calran is there by then, the turncoat engineer. He re-establishes communication so I can have one last chat with my old nemesis. And by I mean everyone. You can just open the vents, I tell him reasonably enough. You'd like that, wouldn't you? He spits back. Not particularly. It would bring you into what we have here. I would rather not have you as a part of it, even temporarily. Temporarily. You'd be judged, I tell him. By everyone. You'd be able to see yourself the way we do. His reply to that is scarcely printable. For what it's worth, I believe you were genuinely dedicated to the research here. Not even because it was your orders, but for yourself. You wanted to know, I say, into the silence which follows that. And you can know. Just open a window. Before whatever happens to you, you can know it all. I can put Vesikan on if you want. Our newest recruit. He understands now.
You've brainwashed him with your spores, Terelin hisses. That's what you mean. You're not Arton Daghdev anymore. You're some thing. You've been changed.
I want to tell him that I'm still me, because I am. But at the same time, yes, I've changed. Because who could possibly experience all this and not change? What would be the point of it, if the man who walked out the far end of these events was the same as the one who walked in? I want to tell him it's not alien mind control. That you can still be yourself, even as you become a part of something greater. There's no way I can describe what it's like without sounding like I've converted to some insane cult, though. We don't have the language. Only Kiln has the language. And it's written on the walls of all those ruins. The histories of the world. The vines are already starting to recolonize the ruin at the heart of the shattered camp. They will start writing soon. The new history of this world. An unseasonal awakening, when all should have remained fallow for centuries. A new phase of both human and inhuman sentience. I want to tell Terelin, what's the worst that could happen? But his mind is full of worsts that far exceed anything actually real. He is torturing himself in his sealed box with thoughts of how terrible it would be to lose his self, his inviolable, separate selfness that he cannot abide to share. He is consumed by the drive to know, but not at the cost of being known by others. He is the commandant above it all. He will not be dragged down into the mud. He never opens his box, and we do not tear down that last section of scaffolding. Let him perish in his tomb. We'd rather he wasn't part of us in the end. Peace arrives, and in that peace we come to terms with what we've become, because we are changed, and that's hard. It's like therapy. Sometimes, in order to escape the bad place you're in, you have to go through trauma and hardship. Sometimes letting go of the barbed wire means tearing your skin some more before you're free. We talk, and information passes between us that is not talk. We try to understand what it is that we understand. We all know what it is to be illness now, a person who was always a stranger before, even to their friends. Everyone understands what had seemed, when we were all solitary humans together, to be inalienable contradictions in their nature. I feel their fear at the openness, and they feel mine. It runs through the herd of us and dissipates, in sufficient concentrations to affect any significant change when spread across the mass of us. It just doesn't, they tell me, just doesn't end. I know what they mean. We have our own minds, but where there were hard borders, censors, guards, now there is only a stretched-out grey area, crossable country linking them and me. And beyond our little network of polities, there is Kiln, the whole world awake, a greater thing that we are an integral part of now. It's difficult to adjust to, each one of us being simultaneously many things. We could get lost easily. Perhaps the only thing that saves us from being washed away by that ocean of thought is the fact that, the moment we did lose ourselves, the greater mind would lose itself too. It relies on our individual complexity to exist in its active state. Without us, it would be no more than sleeping seeds waiting for the rain. And it goes further. We are the world and so we are the vines that creep about the ruins. We touch the records of 100 past ages of this same mind, and reconnect not just with the planet of today, but with its pasts. Because every awakening was different, the mind pulling itself together from whatever combinations of species were available. The introduction of human brains really isn't that much of a change. Ilmus and I walk through the camp, hearing people weep and laugh as they try to process the information. As the vast tides of Kiln wash past us, we are the weed hauled this way and that by the undertow, but rooted still in ourselves, feeling that we are part of a net, each knot an individual. But for better or worse, we will never be entirely what we were. The vines creep higher up the camp's ruin, along with all the others we burned and despoiled for science. In their wake, we are immortalized. The memory structures of Kiln's distributed mind adapt to the new wealth of perspective we bring it. I run my fingers across the characters as they grow, a whole new lexicon of molecular language. Kiln has learned about Earth. Kiln has raised a cenotaph to Ilse Rasmussen, the first. Kiln flexes its mental muscles, and we, its neurons, cluster and eddy between options. Again, decisions form in the space between our individual brains. There will be other ships. Other fragmentation barges are already on their way, a long chain of them across all the cold years to Earth. Calren and the other more technically minded of us have rigged up the kit that will receive their signals and let us know when to gather to intercept their cargoes. We will save everyone we can. More staff are on their way too, although less frequently. Replacements for science and security who were to return home. A new commandant. Old news and scientific papers from Earth. At some point, the ship in orbit above us will be expected back. In its absence, concern will eventually germinate and grow. The mass mind that is the mandate will eddy and cluster to make a decision. To abandon the effort on Kiln, rewrite its histories to cover up the loss of life and resource, and focus on the other extrasolar camps instead, erasing the most promising of all non-Earth worlds from its own collective memory because it could not tame or contain it. Or else they might want to double down on their investment, sending more ships, more guards, more guns. A different approach. Colonists, perhaps. Who knows what the mandate, or whatever succeeds it, will want to do with those living worlds it has discovered. So many years will have passed by then. They may send scientists. They may send a vast ark ship ready to disgorge thousands. Or they may send a bomb. We are not a part of them, so we can't know. And so the decision coheres between us. We have a ship, after all. There is another living world out there, and we were sent here as convict labour, not colonists. But we were colonized, and we have become colonies. So now we will be colonizers in turn. It must be Primat or Vesikarn or Calren at the very least. None of them particularly want to go, but if we send an embassy, it must have an acceptable face. They are staff. It's conceivable they would be on the ship back for early retirement, invalided out, too much stress. Their presence should be enough to get the ship into Earth orbit. And then we can take a tip from the fragmentation barges. We have the printers. We also have a human understanding of the technology married to the resources of a whole world willingly proffered. We can manufacture something considerably better than the lowest bidder shoddiness which delivered us to this world. Kiln is curious about its faraway sibling. We have awakened the mind here to the concept of alien life, although alien is only ever a transient state to the biosphere of Kiln. It will always get to know you in the end. Then, in Earth orbit, while Primat and her fellows talk through whatever gloss we decide to put on the situation, the ship will begin shedding itself into our homeworld's gravity well. From pieces of the microscopic, to be blown on the winds of the world, to a faint haze of spores, as well as durable eggs that can survive the rigours of re-entry, and even the human-sized. Men and women in one-shot capsules plunging down like missionaries to bring the good word of Kiln, ready to reach out to all the dissidents, subcommittees and freethinkers, to bring them the gift of knowing one another, to root out the informants and agents provocateurs, bringing people together to crack open the dome of the mandate in whatever form it might exist, and to free people by teaching them new ways to know themselves. I say these words, and a part of me is screaming at them. The me from before, who was terrified of the frothing madness of Ilse Rasmussen, whose name is being encoded even now in the walls of the ruin. I am Arton Daghdev still, and I know that what we will bring to Earth is the second greatest monstrosity ever perpetrated on the human species. But the thought of what we might become is irresistible. Presented with the means, how could we not? We brought Kiln back to an awareness of itself. Maybe we can do the same with Earth. Start with a waking. End with an awakening. Please keep listening to the next track for a short interview with myself and the author. So, Adrian, you're known as the master of epic sci-fi series, but Alien Clay is actually a standalone novel, and it tells a somewhat more intimate story. So what drove this change in direction?
I don't think it is a change of direction, honestly. So I have just come out of a genuine bona fide science fiction series with The Final Architecture, which is it's a space opera trilogy, and was intended that way from the beginning. But most of the time when I've got a series, like the Children of Time and subsequent books, I tend to write a book. So Children of Time is a standalone book. It wasn't really intended as anything more than that. And then it did very well. And at the same time, I started getting ideas for a series. And those two conditions mean that, right, I can go and write a sequel. And then I've written another sequel. And in fact, I've got another one planned for the future. But it's one of those, I guess what I'm doing is I'm exploring the world that I've created, because I always try and create a world that is bigger than the books, which leaves me places to go and places to explore. But a lot of the time, I'm not intentionally writing that idea of, well, this is the beginning book, and then there will be a middle book and an end book. So each book is kind of telling its own story in an expanded part of the same universe. So, obviously at the moment, Alien Clay is a standalone book. Who knows? There might conceivably be another one. I don't currently have the idea for that, but it may well turn up in the fullness of time.
I felt reading it that it definitely felt like it could go somewhere else, and it's sort of leading to potentially another story. So I definitely felt that. So in your books, you have all sorts of things. You've got super intelligent spiders, octopuses, demonic slime molds, sentient planets, and your books have really pushed the edges of intelligent life forms in fiction, and this book is no exception. So what's the starting point of your wild creations?
So I tend to have something of a scientific approach to things. So I have a hypothesis for a thought experiment. So what would it be like if? So with Children of Time, which is very much where this kind of leg of my writing started, I had read some real scientific research by a New Zealand scientist, Fiona Cross, about spider cognition and the surprisingly complex sort of cognitive feats that this particular species of spider could perform. And so the thought experiment was, well, what if they were the dominant sort of sapient life organism on a planet? What would they construct as a society? How would all that go? And just letting that run as a thought experiment throughout the book. And similarly, I mean, with octopuses, just looking at how trying to write from the point of view of something that has a distributed brain. and doesn't know what it is doing necessarily, whilst also being fully sort of human level intelligent, was it was a really fascinating challenge to address. And so each time I'm approaching a book like this, I generally have a hypothesis I'm trying to explore through the writing, as well as obviously producing a story that allows me to showcase these ideas and these creatures. With Alien Clay, the big sort of xenobiology start point was, all right, what if you had a world where evolution hadn't actually arisen through the Darwinian channels that we understand? So on Earth, you have this idea where you have a lot of evolution by competition. You have, and evolution is generally regarded not necessarily accurately as this very kind of adversarial process. And actually, one of the things that ecology is starting to move into these days is the idea actually there's an awful lot to do with how evolution is to do with how species interrelate with one another. And sometimes your fitness to survive is how well you are getting on with, not how well you are out competing. And I really wanted to push that to the limit. So on the world of Kiln in Alien Clay, the ecology is very, very strongly based on symbiosis, and each individual creature that the humans perceive is actually a combination of other, almost like modular. It's almost like evolution by Lego. Is the idea you put together individual animals, but those animals are made of parts that can then recombine to create other animals when the conditions require it. So the whole evolutionary process on Kiln is working in a very different way to that kind of Darwinian maxim that we're used to on Earth.
Yeah, I did A-level biology, so I've got a little bit of knowledge about, and I think you mention it in the book, about mitochondria in cells, and there's this theory that mitochondria are actually sort of bacteria that emigrated into cells, millions of years ago, and then were sort of co-opted by cells as makers of energy.
Which is, and it's one of those things we don't. It's not something we see now, but it does seem to be something that absolutely happened with mitochondria and chloroplasts and so forth, way, way back in the day, and old enough that if my biology is current, and certainly what I learned at university in the zoology courses, they have their own genetic code, which is not the same genetic code as life on Earth generally uses. So it's at a time when there were multiple competing kind of genetic languages that have been preserved in that kind of almost fossil form, which is absolutely fascinating. And one of the things we do get now, even today, is different species of bacteria will exchange genes. So you can get things like an antibiotics immunity that leaps from one strain to another. So potentially from a harmless strain to a very dangerous strain suddenly inherits this ability to survive the stuff we're throwing at it. And on Kiln, that's happening at a macrobiological level, effectively. So you might have, if there's a species that is very good at providing like a feeding apparatus, it can suddenly be taken up by different conglomerate organisms across the world, across the planet, because it's that effective. And so it's what your fitness on that world is not how well you can beat other things, but how well you can work with them.
And I like in the book how that sort of micro becomes the macro, and so that's that idea, that scientific idea, then becomes something bigger and kind of philosophical as well. Something about society and about coming together as a people too. So the book is set in this kind of Siberian-style labour colony run by this authoritarian regime. So there's a strong political theme in Alien Clay. So were you inspired by any specific books or writers in this area?
So, I mean, this is kind of one of the things that's been in my writing right from the start. So, obviously you narrated the Shadows of the Apt books, and it's not exactly revolutionary epic fantasy to say, evil empire is bad, actually. But at the same time, one of the things in Shadow of the Apt that I wanted to move away from is the idea that you can just replace it with a good empire, and that is good. There is no king to return in those books. The idea of that sort of autocratic, authoritarian regime, no matter who is at the top, is not something that's held up as a potential good. And so there's been that kind of, the anti-authoritarian streak is hopefully on show throughout various of my books. It will be very tempting to try and make myself look considerably more erudite than I am by talking about the Gulag Archipelago and Solzhenitsyn and so forth. And there is a certain amount of influence there. I am talking about a labour camp. It is very much this kind of Soviet-style ideological regime. But one of the things in particular I'm looking at that I think you don't have to go into either other books or even particularly far into history to look at, is this very peculiar relationship between an authoritarian regime and intellectuals. So Arton Daghdev, who is the narrator of the book, he is an academic, and he's a political dissident. He's been sent to the camps, the extrasolar labour camps, because in this case they are exporting their dissidents really quite far. But there is this fascinating idea that authoritarian regimes tend to hate artists and intellectuals and academics, but at the same time they really, really covet their endorsement and their approval. There's this weird insecurity when it comes to how these very, very hardline regimes relate to intellectuals, because they really want an artist that is producing art that is supportive of the regime. They want scientists to be able to be towing the party line and saying, yes, science says this is the right way that things should go, and obviously this is the best of all possible worlds that we can have this. And at the same time, they hate them because these are people, both through art and science, who have access to a truth that you cannot control. And that's kind of the relationship between Arton and the regime, the mandate, in the book. And it's the way the camp commandant both wants his approval and at the same time wants to ruthlessly repress anything he has to say, is a big part of really what the book is looking at.
Yeah. And do you think that's happening now within the scientific community itself? There's a bit of...
We're seeing a huge amount of that. We're seeing so both with arts and sciences, is like every time there is a scientist who is willing to endorse the latest sort of lunatic conspiracy theory. Every time there is some sort of musician or artist or of any kind who kind of comes out for a particular right-wing camp, there is this enormous rejoicing of it. Look who we've got. And then at the same time, it's just like, yes, but everyone else. Yeah, there is this enormous amount of that you're desperately trying to say, oh, these people are trying to censor us by not supporting our point of view, and all of this. There's this almost hysterical need for approbation that turns into an absolute temper tantrum the moment any kind of figure in those fields will not say what they want people to say. It's very much, I mean, it's the curse of the science fiction writer. Maybe it's even more a thing now than when I originally wrote the book sort of a year or so ago. It's absolutely accelerating that it's at the heart of the culture war that they desperately want cultural figures to be saying what they want to say, and otherwise it's terribly bad in various unspecified ways.
Yeah, I guess politics and science and everything is so intertwined now. I guess it always has been, but we're feeling it a lot more now.
Well, I mean, science fiction art is politics anyway. And if you think if there's art that is not political, it's probably just because it's very reactionary. Science fiction really should be politics. I think, even if you look at from the earliest science fiction writing you can go back to H.G. Wells, you can go back to Mary Shelley. They are writing politics, and one of the things you can do with science fiction is it gets political ideas into people's heads without hitting that filter that a lot of people have with it. Oh, I don't want to talk about that. I don't want to hear about that. It's a way of sneaking ideas under the radar because you are telling them in that particular speculative way.
Yeah. Well, I greatly enjoyed reading it. I thought it was an excellent book.
Thank you.
And I'll be back for more, I hope.